Okay, so yeah, welcome everyone to this Art to Letting Go course, the first in the introductory session. It's great to see you all here, and there's already joining us. Um, just so you know, we are being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. So everything you say will be recorded until we'll do an expression, I think, at some point. So I'll stop the recording then. It's just at all, and we've got quite a crowd. That's great. Everyone's joining. Fantastic. Okay, audio is not enough. So yeah, welcome everyone new. Welcome Lynn, Sue.
Hello.
To the first session of the Art of Letting Go course. It's great to have you all here.
Hi, Johnna. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Because I had to put headphones on, so I think that's the best way to communicate because it doesn't work otherwise. So
yeah, okay, yeah, welcome. Great, it's working. Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you want to mute yourself and put your video off, that's okay. So we'll have an expression session. So let me just talk a little bit about what we're going to cover today. We'll start off with a little meditation, I think, and as part of that, maybe a clearing. We'll do a little bit of a clearing process. So Sally, if I could ask you to, I'll lead in with some breathing and then come in on and do your clearing process. That would be really useful. Just to clear some space in your mind and release any resistance to being here and to this course that we're embarking on today. So yeah, I think let's start off with that, just to settle the energy. Everyone can just kind of get into a nice relaxed state, and that'll make us more open to whatever messages are going to be coming through today. So just making yourself comfortable. So sitting feet shoulder width apart. You're sitting on a chair. Back straight, cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes. If you have another favorite meditation posture, like sitting cross-legged, lotus position, you're welcome to do that. But sitting on a chair, normally, comfortably, make sure your back is straight is fine. Close your eyes. So we're just going to do a little bit of breathing. I'm going to share a couple of breathing techniques, which to some existing members might be old hat, because these are part of every breath break and meditation I do. But for new people, and it's a good refresher for old people as well. So I'm going to do what I call a power breath. It's a very deep, slow, maximal inhale. In through the nose, always through the nose. So take a nice deep breath in. Imagine you're breathing in through the stomach. So the belly is blowing up like a balloon. You can imagine you breathing into the belly button, if you like. So that's the first stage of the breath. Then I want you to clench your sphincter muscles. So if you're not sure what that is, it's the muscle you use to contract the flow of urine or squeeze the last drops out. For women, I think it's involved in exercises you do pre-birth and prenatal exercises. It's that muscle. So you clench that, and that is the root lock in yoga. If you've done yoga, it's called the Mula Bandha. What that does is it locks the energy in and prevents it escaping. So I want to just lock the energy in, and maybe you feel a little bit of energy rising up the spine. If that doesn't happen straight away, then it can start to happen. So lock the energy in and feel like with the breath, so another phase of the breath, like a second phase. So you're breathing into your heart center. So put one hand on your heart. You connect with your attention to the present moment through the breath. So you focus on the breath, and subtle sensations of the breath brings your mind into the present moment, which is the only time, and time there really isn't the only time we can really do any kind of transformation. So breathing in again, so third phase, and maybe have a sense of raising this energy up into the head, into the crown of your head. Maybe you feel a subtle flow of energy up the spine. If you don't, that's fine. That can come in time. Make sure your back is straight, so you're not slouching down. Push your shoulders back. Support your back if you need to. Another sip of air in, so it's a maximal inhale breath in 3 phases. Now, in this space that you've created with the breath, because breath is synonymous with spacious awareness. In fact, breath and life are the same words in many ancient languages. Just scan your mind and notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations, body sensations showing up for you, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. Just breathe into that. If you notice any resistance to being here, to starting this course, just observe it in quite a detached way. So the breath, you can access your higher awareness. It's able to just see it. Just noticing whatever's going on for you. And if there's any fear, there's any doubt, there's any worries, notice how that might show up for you physically. So it can be like a butterfly feeling in the stomach, some tension maybe in your chest, and the stomach, and your neck and shoulders. Just tune into the subtle cues and breathe into them again. So the breath just kind of dissipates that dark energy, that negativity. And with the help of your breath, you're going to just let it go. So imagine you're now blowing it all out, like a black smoke out of your mouth. So you exhale, just blowing it all away with the breeze of your breath. Just gone to the nothingness that it really is. From the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here in peace and stillness for a few moments. In the pause between breaths, there's a natural gap in the mind, so be aware of that. Just take the gap and find stillness, find peace in that gap. In the stillness and the quietness, we find who we really are, which is what this course is all about. So right up front, you're accessing who you really are. It's about going deeper and deeper into that experience. And it reveals itself when you let go. So one of the courses called the art of letting go. So now you're just going to practice the second breathing technique I want to teach you today. So that was the first one, a nice power breath, maximal inhale breath in 3 or 4 phases. Then you hold the breath, you lock the energy in, lock the sphincter muscle, hold it for maybe 30 seconds, and then you exhale and imagine you're releasing anything you need to let go of with the exhale. Then the second breathing technique is just to sit quietly and observe your breath. So just breathing in and out through your nose. And observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. These subtle sensations of the breath. Flowing in and flowing out. There's the touch of the breath in the inside of the nostrils. And as you exhale, maybe there's a subtle touch of the breath in the area just below your nose, between your nose and your upper lip. So focus all your attention on the nostrils, the inside of the nostrils, the tip of the nose, and then just the area just below the nose, between your nose and your upper lip. You notice the very subtle sensations there. And you're just going to watch the breath, observe that breath in action as sensation in these areas, the nose, bridge of your nose, between your nostrils, the tip of your nose, and the area just below your nose, between your nose and your upper lip. And just going to observe what's going on there. You notice as you do that your mind gets quieter and calmer. It's a natural letting go that happens when you focus all your attention on the breath. So it's a bit like a barking bog. How do you shut a barking bog up? A barking dog up. And the easiest way is just give it a bone to chew, and then it's going to have something else to do. So in the same way, we give our mind something else to do instead of thinking random, really unhelpful thoughts, which is probably what a lot of your minds do a lot of the time. We focus all attention on the breath, breathing in and breathing out. You find that by focusing all attention on the breath, your mind quiets. It's a single pointed focus. It's called dharana in the yogic tradition. Focus meditation. So you focus on something like the breath or a mantra, a word. You could focus on a candle flame, open-eyed, or some point of focus narrows the mind's attention into a single point. And then the mind quiets. You're not thinking any scattered thoughts. It's just one thought or experience. Really, we're pointing to an experience that's beyond thought. One thought or experience going on. So just keep watching the breath. Remember, you're not doing it. So there's no forcing of this. You don't force the breath. You're not trying to control it or manipulate it in any way. Just observe the breath breathing you. It's just happening to you, through you, and for you, but no sense of stressing, straining, or striving. That's the ego's program. No personal self involved. You're starting to undo your belief in the personal self by just observing the breath and noticing the breath is just breathing you. The breath just breathing loud and conscious. You observe this from the place of your true self. So that strengthens your true self. This awareness that can observe the breath. What is that awareness? That's the question. And that's the question we'll seek to answer in the next 6 weeks. Not intellectually, not theoretically, although that's a start, but in your own experience. You'll have an experiences of starting to know this awareness as yourself. This is knowledge, transcends the level of perception. Perception always happens in time and space. It involves seemingly outside people, things, events, and circumstances happening on a linear timeline. Knowledge transcends that. Knowledge is just pure, formless awareness. Just awareness without any form, before form existed. So just sink into this formless, pure state, pure formless awareness. And the name for which is oneness or perfect love. And you let the breath take you there naturally. If you're slipping into the state, just don't resist it, let it happen. Find resistance showing up, just observe that resistance and let it go using this clearing process that Sally's going to guide us through. So Sally, if you can do the honors for the next few minutes, just listen to the statements that Sally says and repeat them in your own mind as she says them, and keep watching your breath as you do that to stay in this very present, aware state.
I'm ready to let go of all resistance to being here now, being in this energy, trusting this process to reveal the truth. Release all ego stories that might resist you being present here today. Let go of anything and everything that prevents you focusing here now. Let go of any and all fear that may be arising. Release all this from your energy now, in all forms, on all levels, at all points in time. Let go of all resistance to being here now, being in this energy, in this group, in this process. Let go of all resistance to revealing the truth and to receiving miracles. Let go of all ego stories that may resist this call. Let go of anything and everything that prevents you focusing here today. Let go of any and all fear that may be arising. Release this from your energy now, in all forms, on all levels, at all points in time. Release and let go of all resistance to being here now, to being in this energy, in this group, in this process. Let go of all resistance to truth, letting go. Release any and all fear that may be arising right now. Release this from your energy, the energy of the group, in all forms, all levels, all points in time. Let's welcome in some positive statements. I welcome in the art of letting go. I trust this process. It's for my highest good. I welcome in the truth and the deep peace and the awareness of who I really am. I am pure, formless awareness of perfect love. And I welcome this in all forms, on all levels, at all points in time. I welcome in the art of letting go. I welcome in the Holy Spirit. I welcome in miracles. And I trust this process. And I choose to be fully here now, in pure, formless awareness of perfect love. Once more, I welcome in all the benefits of this process, of this course, the art of letting go. I trust this process. I trust the Holy Spirit. And I welcome in miracles and the truth and deep, deep peace. I allow myself to know that I am pure, formless awareness of perfect love. This is the truth of who I am. With that for a moment.
So just breathe that in. Nice deep breath in. Take another power breath. And just breathe in the essence of this awareness, pure, formless awareness of perfect love. It's your true nature. It's what we call God. And it's right there in your awareness right now. So just embrace it, breathe it in to every pore, every cell, every muscle, your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in this awareness. And you allow this. You can allow this awareness more and more to come into your awareness in the next 6 weeks. And let go of all the blocks to this awareness that you hold, because those blocks do not serve you. They are, we call the ego, sense of a separate self. You're separate from this awareness. That's your delusion. The only way of finding this awareness again is to bring it in, to allow it in to your awareness. And let go of the blocks to it. That's why you have to let go in order to become aware again of this awareness. So exhale. And one more time, just let go of any resistance. Blowing it all out, the breeze of your breath. Letting it all go to the nothingness that it really is. So release any resistance to the art of letting go, to this course, this process I'm going to undertake, and to my own pure formless awareness of perfect love, because that's what this resistance here. So resistance to your own awareness. Sounds insane, but that's what the ego is, as you will discover in the next 6 weeks if you don't already know that. So it's an intention to fully let go the next 6 weeks, to immerse yourself in this process, to allow the Holy Spirit, which is your own remembrance of this perfect love and oneness, to come in increasingly into your mind and guide you in its ways, to create a new identity for you. This transformation, so a new self, a new identity, and a new thought system that goes with it, a new way of thinking and a new way of perceiving the world. So transforms your perception of yourself and the world and everything. This is the only thing that's really worthy of transformation, the main transformation, or life-changing. You change your identity, and you change everything as a result, because everything comes from your identity. Perception is a product of your identity, your self-concept. This is probably not familiar thinking to you, but this is what we have to learn in this process, that it is our own self-concept that is behind any pain and suffering we experience. And so we can let that pain and suffering go if we let go of our self-concept. That's what the essence of the art of letting go course is, to help you let go of that self-concept to quite a large degree, so that you find your true self to replace it, the self that you has been covered over and obscured by the veil of the false self, the illusion of the self and its perceptions and its worlds that have obscured this true self. And the real it will show you to you. If none of this makes particular sense to you at this moment, don't worry, it will. It will in time. You know that, trust that. So the process of undoing, letting go of this belief in a separate self that's enslaved you, and that does take time, which is the only reason we're here, to awaken. So the only purpose of time is to wake up to who we really are. Once that's over, once we've awoken, time is no longer necessary. So you're going to use time, commit to using time as constructively and productively as possible for this purpose of awakening. Your only real purpose in this world, the guidance of the Holy Spirit over the next 6 weeks. Just give it full charge of this process, and it will guide you, it will lead you to do what you need to do. Everyone's course is going to be different and customized to them by your own inner guide, the Holy Spirit. So you need not feel overwhelmed, frustrated at your progress. No, everything will happen as it's meant to happen for you, tailored to your unique life situation, your needs. In the dream of time, we all have specialness. We all have a seemingly a separate self and different life circumstances. And the genius of the Holy Spirit is it can work with all of that to help you uniquely to awaken and realize that you're not unique, you're not special, actually, you're just one, same self, the same awareness as everyone else. The awakening to that is a highly individualized process. So that's what will unfold for you if you allow it. So really, you just have to get out of the way. That's the letting go. Just ego out of the way, the self-concept that's going to try and come in on this journey and try and guide things. So, no, I'm still in charge. No, I don't want to do it that way. And this is the better way. So just approach this course with a beginner's mind. It's like, I don't really know anything. So I'm a complete beginner, I'm a novice. I have no idea. I'm just gonna follow the guidance that you get from me and your own inner guide, your Holy Spirit that's going to guide you, and our teacher, Yeshua, Jesus, Yeshua as I call him, who speaks to us so directly and clearly in A Course in Miracles, which we're going to start our exploration of today. So it is said, set that intention, so it is said, so it is done. I release all resistance to this process of letting go, and I accept guidance of the Holy Spirit, my own remembrance of perfect love in instead, to guide me, to have all the experiences that I need to have, to facilitate my awakening to my true self, my own Christ self, over the next 6 weeks. So it is said, and so it is done. So then just sit in this awareness. It's calm, it's peaceful, it's clear, it's wholly certain. And just marinate in it. I heard that term, Muji, a spiritual teacher in the Advaita tradition, used it. I like it. Marinate. Just marinate in stillness, certainty of this intention to awaken, because it is a done deal once you firmly decide whether you can stop yourself from awakening. And let's have a couple of minutes of deep silence where you just marinate in the certainty, in the beingness of who and what you are. And you let it reveal itself. Show you at the beginning of this process, the end. Because it's actually there already. You had full access to it. You knew it completely as yourself, and you would not need this course. You're here because you do need it. And there's a process to go through to awaken fully to it. So just let yourself experience this presence, pure formless awareness of perfect love that you really are, for the next couple of minutes of deep silence. And then if your mind starts wandering, find distracting thoughts coming in, just use the second breathing technique to help you. I taught you at the beginning of the meditation. So observe the breath. And it's focusing on the breath, subtle sensations of the breath. And that gives your mind something to focus on instead of the thoughts. If it helps you, you can use the first one as well. Take a deep breath in. You hold the breath briefly as you observe whatever those thoughts and emotions are that are distracting. You observe how that shows up as body sensations. And your body, any emotion usually shows up as a body sensation, even a subtle one. So observe that, maybe just a kind of knot in your stomach or some tension in the neck and shoulders. Breathe into that. And just exhale. Imagine you just letting go of this darkness, blowing it away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And then you return to the second technique, just observing the breath flowing into and out of your nostrils. And you can feel or imagine that there's light flowing in and out. You visualize well, and that could be a golden or white light flowing into every pore, every cell, your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. If you don't visualize very well, then just have a sense of light, a lightness of being. Light is a feeling of lightness, your being. So it's both a feeling and you can see it visually. Some people can. So whatever works for you, just observe the breath for another minute or two and imagine this light just permeating through, just marinating in the light of your true being, your own pure formless awareness of perfect love for the next couple of minutes of deep silence. So just gently coming back now to awareness of the body. And maybe you just drifted off there and just went all those couple of minutes into pure awareness, pure formless awareness. So congratulations, that's the end goal. It's revealed itself to you and the beginning of the process. And that experience will deepen and enrich and become more established in you as you master the art of letting go. That's the promise. So now on the count of 3, going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how stomach rises, the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils, pausing at the top of the inhale. Just smile again, hold the breath. This is breathing technique number 1. And once again, scan your mind. Notice any remaining thoughts and emotions that are at all unpleasant, any kind of resistance, any kind of negativity. Notice how it might show up in your body. And then you're going to just let it go. Blow it away with the breeze of your breath, like a dark cloud or black smoke leaving you. It's going, gone from the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here. Just deep peace and stillness. Count of 2. Notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling with your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle flow of air on your skin. Notice that. Let's breathe that air in. Notice any smell in your nose as you do that. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Notice that. Notice what you're hearing, surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind. Heart, judgment. There's just peace. So notice the peaceful state. Even though you're perceiving things, the peace that you experienced in that pure formless state when you weren't thinking, when there's no awareness of sense perceptions, is the same. It's still there, this underlying peace. And you can remain in that peace even while your senses are engaged and you go about your business in the world. So even while you open your eyes, which you're going to do now on the count of 3, just take a minute to look around. So observe any object, just randomly, whatever object your eyes first happen to rest upon in the room around you. And you just focus on that for a few moments. And notice that the same awareness is there. Very peaceful awareness. If you're not naming that object and judging it and labeling it and interpreting it with your mind, then you just look at it and the awareness, it's pure formless awareness that you are, is there, it's present, it arises in your mind. And then move on to another object. Again, don't select anything specifically or avoid anything, just whatever your eyes happen to rest on. You look at the other object, and again, you notice that same awareness, nothing's really changed. And do that for another half a dozen objects. Just slowly, casually, there's no rush. Spend as long as you feel is right on each object, and then move on to something else. Let your gaze just slowly drift from object to object. You can do it for people. If there's a person or people in the room with you, you can look at them. And you notice that it's exactly the same awareness, irrespective of whether the object is small or big, bright or not, its color, its size, its shape, or whether it's inanimate or animate, whether it's supposedly living or an animate plant, creature, person. Doesn't matter. It's the same awareness. And this is part of the mind training we're starting today, is to connect in with this singular awareness, the one awareness that underlies all of your perceptions, and stay rooted in that awareness, no matter what. So just set the intention to stay in this awareness for the next few hours, this session, and as much as you possibly can in the next 6 weeks, because it's this awareness. It's called a state of miracle mindedness. Being in a miraculous state or being in flow is what this course is all about. We've got a tagline. So that brings us to the end of the meditation. So first of all, thank you to Sally for that. That was all in flow. It's beautiful, beautiful guided letting go process, which I hoped helped you. So right now, I'm just going to I'm going to extend an invitation to all of you. So I'm going to share my screen, and then we'll just have an opportunity to do some reading together. So let's just find the correct screen. There we go. So this is the table of contents to your course manual, which you should have all received in a couple of forms. I sent it via email. It was attached. There was a download link in the email if it didn't make it through on email, and I also sent it on the Telegram group. So if you're not getting emails or you're not part of the Telegram group, then just let me know, and we can sort it out, because it's important you have those communication channels. So there's the table of contents, which you can just click, and then it'll take you to that particular section for ease of use. So I thought to kick this course off, maybe we can just do the invitation, which is a lovely poem by a lady called Orion Mountain Dreamer. She was written in the sort of around 1994, just at the start of the internet. And she'd been out at a dinner party. She lives in the US, she's American. Out at a dinner party, and was a bit sort of deflated, disappointed by the level of conversation. Everyone was talking about, what they're doing and how much money they're making, and their jobs and their vacations, as they call it in the US, and so on. And it was all pretty superficial. And so she sat down after the party at sort of midnight and was inspired and wrote this poem, and then put it out on email. And if you recall, 1994, email is a really new thing. It's like people were just getting it. So someone went, "Oh, I've got an email, amazing!" And then everyone forwarded this invitation on, and it went viral. It's probably one of the first viral emails on the internet, and that sort of established her career. She wrote a book, and quite a well-known spiritual teacher now. So that's the background to it. It was really coming from a place of disillusionment with the world, which is appropriate, because actually we have to become disillusioned with the ego's world in order to let it go and open up to the enchantment of the spirit, and to the real world that shows us a completely different world that's actually inspiring and beautiful. So what we do quite a lot in the Art of Letting Go course in these live sessions is just read. We read from the screen. Can you all see my screen? So we just take turns reading. It's quite interactive. It engages people. I'd encourage you to do that. If for some reason you can't, maybe you're on a mobile phone, you can't see it, just ask me to enlarge it. That's an option. Or maybe you feel a bit shy. I encourage you to do it anyway, because that's part of the undoing process. Is you face these fears, and then they're no longer there once you've done it a couple of times. It just disappears. So it's about pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. Okay, so The Invitation, lovely poem, and just try and really connect with this on a heart level, because these are very powerful, heartfelt words. So who wants to kick it off? Maybe Sally, if you can just break the ice, kick off the first stanza, actually, not paragraph, it's a poem, so it's a stanza, technically speaking. It doesn't interest me.
The Invitation. It doesn't interest me what you do for a living. I want to know what you ache for, and if you dare to dream of meeting your heart's longing.
Your
Beautiful.
heart's longing. So what is your heart's longing?
The pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah. That's what we ache for. Everyone has a deep yearning. That's the human condition. This deep yearning for something. Often we don't even know what it is, but there's something missing in our lives. And that's why we do courses like this and we show up to online events, because we're all seeking this heart's longing. She says, it doesn't interest me what you do for a living. It doesn't interest me either, because it's not really important. It's not relevant. What's relevant is your heart's longing, and are you willing to meet that heart's longing finally? Okay, next one. Susie, if you can read that one. It doesn't interest me how old you are.
It doesn't interest me how old you are. I want to know if you will risk looking like a fool for love, for your dream, for the adventure of being alive.
So really, these illusions don't interest me. If someone might say, "Oh well, I'm 70 odd, I'm 80, I'm too old for this stuff," and the truth is that's not the case. You're never too old. The only question is, will you risk looking like a fool for love? Because there are going to be people who go, "What are you doing? This is crazy." Just let this go and just be normal. Just be like how you were. Just sit and watch some TV or go for a movie or go for a meal. What are you spending all this time on these live calls for? Why are you doing this stuff? And so not everyone's going to understand in your life. For your dream, for the adventure of being alive, well, your dream is actually the happy dream. It's not some fantasy. It's the happy dream. It's the dream of actually being happy in this world, being at peace, no matter what seems to happen. That's the true dream. What Yeshua calls it in the Course in Miracles, the happy dream. And the adventure of being alive. So we're talking about here about the hero's journey, which some of you will be familiar with, but I'll just speak to that very briefly. So you have this deep calling. I've incorporated that into the course manual, just so you know. So if anyone's got an old version, use this one I've just sent out. So the hero's journey was a guy called Joseph Campbell, American writer and professor of literature, discovered and formulated this hero's journey based on his studies of the myths and legends of many seemingly different cultures, religions, philosophies, and spiritual traditions. And he found that this struggle to find and listen to our true self, the yearning, the call of your heart that Orion Mountaindrina talks about, to listen to it and its guidance, is the one universal theme of human life, contained in all the myths and legends. So, for example, the quest for the Holy Grail in the Christian tradition, it's a so-called a cup that would give eternal life. In alchemy, it was the Philosopher's Stone. If you've watched the Harry Potter movies, you might be familiar with that. And there's many others. These myths and legends are really one myth. He said this monomyth, as he called it, is the story of the hero's journey. The heroes and heroines of these myths and legends choose to undertake to discover who they really are in the face of the obstacles, trials, temptations, and challenges presented by the ego, which is just your belief in separation and separate self-concept that is a necessary consequence of this belief. So notice that the monument story includes the same common elements, allowing Campbell to formulate the archetypal hero's journey consisting of 3 main stages. So there's departure from the known world, perceived through the hero's normal, in other words, egoic thought system. You may or may not go anywhere in the physical. You may go on a physical journey, but often it's not. You don't actually leave your known physical world. You stay there, but it's a departure from your perception, your existing normal, so-called normal perception of that world. So there must be a break or a departure from that, and that's what I'm going to invite you to do today for the next 6 weeks. Just break from that and give yourself the chance to discover something new. Then the second phase is initiation into the unknown world. So here you see a little diagram that illustrates it quite well. You have the normal world. There's a call to adventure. You've all listened to that call, otherwise you wouldn't be here today. You've met a mentor in the form of me, maybe Sally, maybe there's going to be other mentors that come in this journey. And now you're being asked to cross the threshold, to make a commitment to the 6 weeks and journey into the unknown world. And that's an unknown world in your perception, a different thought system that's guiding your perception of the world. So there's an initiation that we're going to go through, and that initiation is the next 6 weeks of starting to learn this new way of perceiving the world. And there will be trials, and as it says here, trials, failure, tribulations. You get tests and allies and enemies. So if people come in and seem to want to block this course, then that's part of the test of the ego. That's actually your own projection. Yeah, that's to leave. Okay, no problem. Yeah, if you need to leave at any point, you're going to go on for quite a while. If you need to leave, just feel free. Don't have to apologize. I'm recording this, so you can catch the recordings on the Telegram group, or on it's streaming live on YouTube as well. So there are going to be tests and trials and tribulations and challenges over the next 6 weeks. Expect that. It's part of the hero's journey. The nice thing about the hero's journey is you know what to expect then. You don't think it's all going to be roses. You know that there's going to be challenges. It may be tough. There may be times where you wonder why you embarked on the journey. And the ego tells you, well, get back in your box, go back into the normal world. It was okay. It was better than this. But something in you knows it's not. As Trinity said to Neo when he was on his way to meet Morpheus. He was about to get out the car, if you recall that scene. And he says, well, why not? Why don't I just get out and walk away? And he says, because you know that road and you know exactly where it leads to. You know that's not where you want to be. You don't want to, and you have to be willing to go through the temporary discomfort of that in order to find it. And there are these various stages. We'll go into this in more detail during the course. So we'll go through these stages. We'll do a movie evening where we actually watch The Matrix, and you can see these stages playing out very clearly, stage by stage. This, by the way, is the archetypal script. It's the kind of storyboard that most Hollywood script writers use to write a movie script like The Matrix or any of the other hero's journey movies. So you go through these trials, these tribulations, you learn new skills, then you face an ordeal, which is really facing your own ego, and you overcome that with the help of your true self, your spirit, and the various helpers and mentors that come in to help you. There's a death and a rebirth. Now that death is not a physical death; it's the death of the ego, death of your false sense of self, and a rebirth into your new sense, your new self. But rebirth must be preceded by death. You can't be reborn in your new self unless your old self dies. So then, hence, that's why we study the letting go of that forward. So you come back into on the return journey into your known world, but now you know who you are. You've transformed in your mind. You take the road back home. You've resurrected into your true self. You're at one with who you really are, and you realize that you're really one with everyone and everything else. And you return with this elixir. In some of the myths, that's, you know, like a holy grail, it's a cup or something, but actually the true elixir is just the knowledge of who you are. Know thyself. Once you know who you are, that's the true gift. And then you can bring that back into your normal world, into your families, into your social networks, your friends, and maybe you feel an inspired calling to express that in a certain way, in teaching, writing, speaking, healing. Any of those things can come. So that's part of what we'll cover in this Art of Letting Go course, is take you through a journey of dying to the ego, being reborn in the new self, and then discovering what that new self wants you to do, and that's your true purpose, your inspired purpose, your higher purpose. So that's a little kind of snapshot of the journey ahead over the next 6 weeks and beyond, because this journey won't stop after 6 weeks. There is an ongoing program that you can join if you would like to, but the 6 weeks is a standalone course. That may be enough for you, but I really encourage you just to immerse yourself in this process over the next 6 weeks and give it a chance to really work the miracles in its life that it can do, and keep referencing back to this. If it gets tough, know that that's part of the process. Expect it. Okay, so a little bit of a not really a digression, just a slight diversion in the path to talk about the hero's journey, the adventure of being alive. So, you know, the true adventure of being alive is taking on the hero's journey and discovering who you are. That's the true adventure. Everything else is superficial by comparison. And that's really what Joseph Campbell found in the hero's journey, that it's all about knowing yourself. That's the ultimate journey that we're all on. And if you accept that as your only real purpose, then you're on the hero's journey. Okay, so let's go back to the poem. Number 3, doesn't interest me what planets are squaring your moon. Let's ask someone else to read that. So Sue, why don't you read that for us, please?
Okay, it doesn't interest me what planets are squaring your moon. I want to know if you have touched the centre of your own sorrow, if you have been opened by life's betrayals, or have become shriveled and closed from fear of further pain.
So any thoughts on that?
It's quite deep, isn't it? Centre of your own sorrow.
So it's
Yeah.
saying really the only way to awaken is through the sorrows, through the darkness, right? Are you open? So life's betrayed you. We've all had pain and suffering. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't. But have you been opened by that, or have you become shriveled and closed from fear of further pain? If you're here, you probably are open to a degree. It's about opening more and saying, okay, well, what can I learn from these apparent sorrows and trials and the tribulations, slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, as Shakespeare called them? What can I learn? Because if I can learn from them, and this helps me discover who I really am, then these are all part of the process. These are an essential, necessary part of the process. And then I see them differently. I no longer have any anger or resentment or grievances about them. I recognize that they're absolutely essential in my journey of awakening, learning who I really am. So that's really what the point she's making. Okay, next one. Lynn, if you can read, I want to know if you can sit with pain.
I want to know if you can sit with pain, mine or your own.
without moving to hide it or fade it or fix it.
Any thoughts on that? Or
Ah,
feelings?
I'm
When I say
feeling
thoughts,
quite a
that
lot of
incorporates
pain.
your emotions as well.
Yeah, emotionally, I've got quite a lot of pain come up ready for this course today. So I'm very much feeling it today.
Yeah, so it's what Eckhart Tolle calls the pain body. It's like this pain arising from this ego identification. And it's quite deep-seated, and it can seem to be very uncomfortable. And most people want to run away from that pain. No, just suppress it, run away, go do something else, distract yourself. Watch TV, go shopping, veg out, drink, eat, smoke, whatever, to avoid the pain. But she's saying, can you sit and just observe it without moving? So you sit in your imperturbable awareness, just observe it.
Have been, yeah.
Well, that's the start. That's the start of the transformation.
Yeah.
You have to be able to be aware. So there's a two-step process to letting go. You must be aware first of what it is you need to let go of. So that's sitting with this darkness, this pain, and being aware of it without moving to hide it or fade it or fix it. Initially, just aware. And then it can be naturally, that's a dissipation in it. And then there can be a letting go. So then we bring in a teaching and using the breath to let it go.
Yeah, I can't quite work out what it all is, but I'm just very aware of feeling it today. So it's that.
Yeah, well, more of it will reveal itself as we go through the course, but it's really a deep-seated belief in separation that is entrenched in your psyche, and that causes endless pain and misery. And that's very, very deep-seated. As I said, it's subconscious and it's entrenched in most people. And then it arises, and you go, "Why am I feeling pain? It doesn't really make sense." It's emotional pain. So we've got to get to the root of it, really. Yeah. This is a course in going to the root of it. So, okay, so let's look at what the root of that pain is. And if we can exercise that from your mind, let it go, then you can be in a state where there's no more pain, where there's only peace and happiness and joy. And that state is called enlightenment. And it's a process. Enlightenment is also a process. It's the process of letting go of that, which is what the art of letting go is. So it's a process, it's a journey. So you don't do it all in one go. Generally, it's possible. Sometimes, rare occasions, it can happen that someone lets it all go in one go, like an Eckhart Tolle or something. He had one experience, but he had to suffer for 29 years before that to get to the point where his suffering was so dense that kind of cracked open and he awoke to his true self. So that's there's two ways of doing this transformational journey. The first way is called the way of the cross, which is what he took. So, okay, well, I have no clue. I'm just really unconscious, and I'm unhappy, and I'm getting more and more unhappy. And eventually, by some act of grace, if you're lucky, it gets too much. You kind of, through the immensity of the ego's pain and suffering, you crack. There's kind of a crack in the shell of the ego, and what reveals itself is your true self. And that often happens through some kind of crisis or trauma. There's an aspect of the way of the cross in everyone's journey, because you wouldn't be here if you hadn't suffered. So suffering makes you aware, but it's just how much suffering are you willing to tolerate? The way of mastery, which is this way that I'm teaching in the art of letting go, is a way of systematically undoing your ego and letting go of it through various practices. So we do meditations, we do breath work, we do mind training lessons, we do live discussions, and all of it is part of the systematic progressive approach to undoing the ego, which is a much better approach than the way of the cross. So you're consciously choosing to undo it, and you're consciously choosing a degree then of discomfort. Maybe you experience that as pain, but you choose the discomfort consciously and willingly, knowing that you prefer that discomfort to the intense pain of the way of the cross, and just being unconscious and suffering more and more. So you're going to experience some discomfort and pain, whether you like it or not, on the journey. But it's just choose it in choose to do it in the easiest way possible, which is this way of mastery. So that's just a bit of background on the process. And you all, by showing up and doing the course, you've all chosen the way of mastery rather than the way of the cross. You've chosen to suffer less and do it more intelligently from now on, whatever way you've taken up to now. This is a change in way. Okay, so next one, let's ask someone else to read. Aurelie, you can read. I want to know if you can be with joy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny you were talking about the pain, because it reminded me of Vipassana, where you just sit and acknowledge or observe the pain in your body, because you're sitting for like 12, 13 hours straight, and you have nothing else to do than observe the pain in your body and just try to release it or let it go. And that's what it reminded me of when you mentioned pain.
Yeah.
That experience.
So we've got to be able to sit with it, and that, just so everyone knows, that breathing technique that I shared with you in the meditation is the Vipassana breath technique called Anapana.
Yeah.
Just observing the breath, and that's become mindfulness. Basically, mindfulness as we know it is Vipassana rebranded. That's all.
Yeah, I recognize that breath.
Yeah, you recognize the breath because you did it for hours and hours and hours.
Exactly, yeah.
So
there was no going away or no escaping.
Yeah, and that's the value of it. So we're not going to do 12 hours a day of meditation. We're going to do it in short periods during the sessions, and then I encourage you to do your own meditations as well during the course to just start becoming aware of what's arising. So it's the awareness, remember, is the first step in letting go. You must be aware of what's arising, and then it can be let go of. But if you're not aware of it, then it remains suppressed in your subconscious and impossible to let go of.
Yeah, often it's subconscious beliefs, like deeply seated beliefs that are not always rising up to the surface, that are hard to let go or forgive because they're not always visible or like a conscious, like you said.
You don't even know what it is you've got to let go of.
Exactly.
So how do you let it go then? So
exactly. You can't. That's what I'm saying. You cannot.
Yeah. And then you shine the light of awareness onto it. And naturally, as soon as you do that, there is a dissipation. And then with this teaching of A Course in Miracles, there's an ability to radically let go of anything, because you realize that none of it is ultimately true. Whatever you're perceiving is a delusion, seemingly real, but actually an illusion in your own mind. And on that basis, you can then let go of all of it. Okay, so you can read the next. I want to know if you can be with joy.
I want to know if you can be with joy, mine or your own. If you can dance with wildness and let the ecstasy fill you to the tips of your fingers and toes, without cautioning us to be careful, to be realistic, to remember the limitations of being human. It doesn't interest me if the story...
One paragraph at a time.
Okay.
Yeah. So any thoughts or feelings on that? Joy?
Well, actually, it's interesting that this word is coming up, because I wrote this book, co-wrote this book called Joy Recipes for Abundance, and it was a 26-woman, international woman entrepreneur from all around the world that was sharing their true story and their suffering and their pains to get to where they are today, to reach the level of joy we were experiencing today. So we all share very inspirational stories. And so joy, every time I see this word joy, it reminds me as well of this experience of sharing our stories, because we all have our stories, right?
And often there's great joy, when you let go. So you go through the pain and the darkness, and then on
Yeah.
the other side of that is the joy of freedom and release.
Yeah. So
Saying you
that's what
can
the book
dance with
represented,
wildness.
recipes for abundance. So we shared, each one of us, we shared our stories and our recipes for abundance through our experience, from our experience point of view, or what we've learned from that experience of sadness, suffering, pain. It's like we all came out strong from that experience and learned a great deal of what truly life is about. Joy at the end of the day. Joy of living.
That's that's how it goes often.
But sometimes we fall back down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, but then it's remembering that there is this joy and that you can live your life in a very free way. It's the sort of image she brings you. You dance with wildness and let ecstasy fill you to the tips of your fingers and toes. So you're just kind of dancing naked in the wind or something. One of those kinds of wild dances without caution. So there's no inhibition. You're not fearful, or there's no but be careful because what do people think, or be realistic, or you got to be down to earth, you got to be practical. That's the limitation of being human. And she's asking us to liberate ourselves from that and just experience the joy of the unlimited self that we truly are.
Yeah, well, that's what I facilitate intuitive dance, and in the intuitive dance, it's like a full expression of who you are. Actually, it's like really releasing all these boundaries or these limitations to be who you truly are, to be yourself as love. So that's what intuitive dance is about as well.
Yeah, because dance is a natural expression of joy.
Exactly. If you really let go of your judgment, like, because especially at the beginning when you first experience this, people are kind of reserved and like still holding back and not really freely letting the body flow and go where it wants to go, or just expand, just like releasing the limitations. So it's the same. You can actually have that experience through dance as well. Like, how are my limitations in my dance? You can observe that.
Yeah. So that's another transformational modality she's touching on there.
Do it through voice as well. I mean, you can do it through so many tools, different through voice, singing.
Yeah, there's many ways. Many ways of accessing the joy.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one, let's ask Elaine. How about you read that? Doesn't interest me if the story you're telling me is true.
Right, let's see if I can read it. It doesn't interest me if the story you are telling me is true. I want to know if you can disappoint another to be true to yourself. If you can bear the accusation of betrayal and not betray your own soul. If you can be faithless and therefore trustworthy.
Any thoughts on that? Does it make sense?
Or
not entirely?
No.
Want to know if you can disappoint another to be true to yourself.
Well, I'm a bit of a people pleaser, so that one's an interesting one for me.
Yeah. So there are always going to be people in life who have a plan for your life. They want you to, do certain things, behave in certain ways. Can you disappoint those people to be true to yourself? Because not everyone's going to like the transformed you. They're going to want you to stay as you are.
That's a big one for me, that one, yes.
Well, there's no accident that you're reading it then, is there?
Yeah.
I just go intuitively who should read which paragraph.
Interesting.
And can you bear the accusation of betrayal? So someone say, well, you've betrayed me. You haven't fulfilled my expectations of you. See, that's what people think is betrayal.
Oh,
so can you bear the accusation of betrayal by someone and not betray your own soul? Go, actually, I know that I'm on the right track. I know that I'm honoring my true self, and this is correct, even though this person or people, even though they don't acknowledge. In fact, they're telling me that I'm betraying them and I'm losing the plot and I'm doing completely the wrong thing. I know that I'm actually on the right track because there's an inner voice that's stronger than the external voices. So it's what we call an internal locus of control. I'm no longer directed by the external world and other people. And anyone who's ever, attained any kind of mastery in life, spiritual mastery, because actually that's all mastery is, has a strong internal locus of control. They know their own mind, and they're often apparently very stubborn. People are like, well, you're so stubborn, you just don't listen. Because it's like, no, I know what is correct, and I will follow that guidance and only that guidance. And I will not waver from that. So it's listening only to the true voice, the true self, the will of God, whatever you want to call it, and being, completely committed to that. Yes, it doesn't mean you can be perceived as stubborn, because you're stubbornly persisting in that way alone. But you look at the great masters, like the people like Yeshua, Buddha, Lao Tzu. They were stubbornly persistent in the way they pursued their calling, to the point, the Buddha left his family, and that, I'm sure that didn't go down very well. He's like, okay, I can't stay here and grow as a soul, so I have to leave the comfort zone, the known world of his palace. He's a prince. And he had everything. His father said, oh, you're going to have everything. You have servants, arranged a marriage for him. He could have lived the rest of his days in the lap of luxury, never having to really do anything. But that didn't feed his soul. So he was willing to bear the accusation of betrayal, no doubt. He was like, yeah, you've betrayed your heritage. You're my son. Imagine what his father must have thought. Imagine what his wife and other people in the palace must have thought. But he bore it because I think calling him. Thank goodness he did, because of the experience. Buddhism came into being, and that's helped many millions of people to find their own true self. And so if you can be faithless and therefore trustworthy. So does that make any more sense to you now? Right?
Faithless. You can be faithless. Faithful, faithless.
Faithless to the ego's thought system. That's what she's talking about.
Right, I see. Yes.
And you be faithless to the this old thought system that most people
absolutely.
People are accusing it, betraying them. Can you be faithless to that thought system and therefore trustworthy? No. You're trustworthy then of the spirit. The spirit places trust.
Oh yes. No, yeah, I'm all for that. Totally.
And so you have to be faithless to be trustworthy. Isn't that interesting? Faithless to one thought system in order to be trustworthy in the true sense to another, because you cannot honor two masters, as Jesus said in the Bible. You must choose which master you're going to honor, and if you honor one, then you deny the other. So you honor the ego, then you're faithless to the spirit. You honor the spirit, you must be faithless to the ego. And that's the essential dichotomy, the choice that he's giving us. He's saying you can't have both. That may be a bit radical for some of you. To go like, well, I thought I could have the ego. Some teachers and teaching say, well, you can have the ego and that's okay, as long as it's sort of subservient to God. But how can it be subservient to it if it's totally opposite? If these things totally contradict each other, how can there be any true relationship between them at all when they contradict each other? This is what Yeshua is saying to us. You must choose between them. You must be faithless to one in order to be trustworthy of the other. Okay, so next one. Kim, why don't you read that one? I want to know if you can see beauty.
I want to know if you can see beauty, even when it is not pretty every day, and if you can source your own life from its presence. I want to know if you can live with failure, yours and mine, and still stand at the edge of the lake and shout to the silver of the full moon, yes.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
I think the first two sentences around experiencing the essence of the beauty of something. So it might not look typically aesthetically pleasing, but you get a sense of the beauty. I think
Beauty is
really
the
around
capital
perception.
B, so it's
Perception.
it's the inner essence. You know, it's not pretty every day. Can you still see that essence when life doesn't seem to be pretty, and life on the level of form can be quite ugly and sort of humdrum and ordinary? But can you see the beauty? Because the beauty is in you. It's in your own awareness. If you can source your own life from its presence, even when it's not pretty every day in form. So you stop looking for form, beauty in form, and you start looking for it in your own mind.
Yeah.
Which is part of the transformation of your perception that we're talking about. And I want to know if you can live with failure, yours and mine. Still stand at the edge of the lake. Shout to the silver of the full moon, yes.
I can shout to the silver of the full moon and say yes.
But do you?
No, well, I'll look at it. I did last night. It was beautiful. I've never watched a moon rising before, and it was amazing.
Right, so there we go. Perfectly appropriate that you read this.
Yes. Well, yeah, it was quite. I felt the beauty and the essence of that. I'm just reading those last 5 sentences. I want to know if you can live with failure, yours and mine, and still stand at the edge of the lake and shout to the silver of the full moon, yes, as in it doesn't matter about the failure.
Exactly. Yeah. So you've let it go. You're not concerned with so-called failure, because you realize that it's not really failure. There's no such thing. There's just experience. You experience something from the level of form may not have seemed to have worked out as you thought it would. So it's a failure to meet your expectations, and that's all. That's all that failure is. If you had no expectations, you couldn't experience failure, could you?
Yeah.
Just an experience. So it's like, well, irrespective of my experiences in life, I can still be joyful, can still be that unlimited self that can shout to the silver of the full moon, yes, and not feel embarrassed or self-conscious in doing that. So I've let go. What she's pointing to here is a state where you've let go of your self-concept, limited self-concept that stops us from living with joy, that causes us to dwell on our failure and go, oh, you failed, and you've done this wrong, and you've screwed up, so on, and just let go of that and access the, our true nature that sees beauty and can experience joy moment by moment.
But we can put those limitations or take them off, because no one else will care if we failed and shouting at the moon, yes, only we might, if we choose to.
Yeah, you keep yourself in your own prison, irrespective of what other people think. They can think you failed and that you're the world's worst loser. But if you don't believe that, then who cares? It's their opinion, it's their perception. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because in your own self that actually that was just an experience in your journey, and that was obviously necessary to have that experience, whatever it was. And you can still find the joy, and you can still find your unlimited self that will do something like, she's using poetic metaphors here, imagery, still stand at the edge of the lake and shout to the silver of the full moon. Yes. It's okay. Like, I can just appreciate the moment right now. You know, there's beauty in the moment, irrespective of what I've achieved or haven't achieved. So this is a call to come into the present moment and experience, you know, the beauty of each moment. Okay, Christine, if you can read the next one, please. Doesn't interest me to know where you live. Christine, are you still there? Maybe not. It's not me. Someone else. Okay, let's see who that is. Maybe that's Christine. Okay, that must be Jackie. How are you, Jackie?
Hi, Johnny. Sorry, I'm a bit late.
Welcome. Yeah,
I'm on
just in time to read a paragraph, if you like.
Okay, go on then. It's on my phone. I can't see
It doesn't. We're reading The Invitation by Ryan Mountain Dreamer. So we're about 7 paragraphs into it or something. It doesn't interest me to know where you live.
Oh, that's ironic because I'm here in London looking for a new flat.
Well, perfect that you're reading it then, isn't it?
It doesn't interest me to know where you live or how much money you have. I want to know if you can get up after the night of grief and despair, weary and bruised to the bone, and do what needs to be done to feed the children. Do you want me to carry on?
Any thoughts on that? No, just one paragraph at a time. Well,
it's basically saying all the superficial exterior trappings are irrelevant. It's your strength of character, whether you can actually, no matter what happens, hold it together and do what really needs to be done, which is the loving job of feeding the children, whether yours or whoever's.
After the night of grief and despair. So this was said written in response to a dinner party she'd been to, which is very superficial. People were just talking about, you know, what they'd done. So what she's saying, it doesn't interest me to know where you live. So I was talking about where they live and, you know, what car they drive and how much money they're earning. And she's saying, it doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
Not at all. Where you live or how much money you have, or any of that stuff. It's illusion. I want to know if when the chips are down, you can get up and you can do what's necessary, and you can act in a loving, kind way when you're tested. Because that, you know, reflects your character.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Certainly, you know, I had my kids in private school, there was a lot of stuff about, you know, where you lived and all that sort of stuff. But there was a family who stood out. They still had the nice house and the nice cars, but they spent all their time building schools in Kenya and feeding children there. And, you know, the trappings were irrelevant. They did what was necessary.
Yeah, so, you know, it's interesting. Doesn't mean you don't necessarily have that stuff. If you've got it, okay, well, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not important. It's not your identity. That's the problem. Most people who have these things identify with them. So it becomes their self-concept, which is a very narrow, limited one. And then it stops them from really expanding and being, you know, loving and kind in to many others and helping as they could do. So yeah, it's a good example. You brought up a perfect paragraph for you to read. So you popped in at exactly the right moment. Christine, for some reason, couldn't read it, so obviously she wasn't meant to read it.
Oh, really?
Get something to drink. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was just getting something to drink. So there we go.
Okay. Well, here I am back in Wimbledon, the height of all that aspirational stuff.
Yeah, reading about it. So it's perfect.
It's good.
So you'll start to see. I mean, there's an example of synchronicities. Like just in the reading of this, you start to see that these synchronicities, like things that seem to be unrelated, but but actually there's a connection start happening. You start going, wow, that's kind of amazing. I see, I'm connecting the dots. Like I think something, or this is meaningful for me, and then it shows up in my experience. And so a lot of these kinds of synchronicities or miracles, as Yeshua calls them, can start happening in your life in the next 6 weeks, and just be aware of them, because they are signposts to point to tell you that you're going in the right direction. That's why these things happen. Not because you're so special, or you now identify as being a miracle worker, or a manifestation genius, or whatever. None of that stuff matters. It's just these are signposts on the journey that are showing you that you're going in the right direction. And pay attention to them, because they're there to help you and to serve you and to help you to keep going in that direction, and to make the take the next step in whatever your journey is. Okay, so let's ask Christine. It doesn't interest me who you know or how you came to be here. Christine, if you can read that one. Yeah, that's fine. I'll comment. Can you read it for us? Doesn't interest me who you know, Christine. No. Okay. You're not able to see it. So we'll get someone else to read. Maybe Eleanor. Eleanor, can you read that for us?
It doesn't interest me who you know or how you came to be here. I want to know if you will stand in the center of the fire with me and not shrink back. Profound in terms of the power of love. That and almost a word that I will use is faithful in terms of that. No matter what, you will be there where you need to be, in that center of power of love.
And the fire is this love that cleanses you, that purifies you. The idea of in alchemy, it's like the fire that purifies. So you burn away the impurities to turn the lead into the gold, and fire is what does it. There's lots of myths and legends around that. Alchemy, the phoenix arising from the ashes, the fire, the true self, from the fire of whatever the ordeal is that you've had to go through. To reference back to the hero's journey. Remember, there's an ordeal. So that ordeal is facing this ordeal is facing the ego, and standing in the fire with me. She's saying, can you stand in that fire of transformation that feels very uncomfortable? It's not a comfortable place at all to be. And let the old self be burnt up in the fire of your presence, of your true awareness, and allow the true self to be reborn. Just like the myth of the phoenix arising from the ashes is exactly symbolic of this death, and then the rebirth, the resurrection into your true self, which is what Joseph Campbell saw in all these myths and legends to formulate this hero's journey.
Yes.
Okay, and then next one. Someone with my mic will check. Okay, so no problem, Christine. See if you can get that sorted, because it's really nice for to be able to interact. So who hasn't read? Let's see, Carolyn, how about you read? It doesn't interest me where or what or with whom you have studied.
Doesn't interest me where or what or with whom you have studied. I want you to know what sustains you from the inside when all else falls away.
Any thoughts on that?
It's quite similar to the previous stanza, isn't it?
When all else falls away.
Yeah. So when
Again, in
there's
reference
when
to,
there's nothing, when you have no material things around you or anything, when you're down to the bare basics of your soul.
stripped to the core.
Yeah.
What sustains you when all else falls away? So in life's crises, when everything seems to be lost and you're tempted to despair, can you find this true self?
Yeah, trust.
Yeah. And that goes way beyond where or what, with whom you've studied. Because it doesn't matter, like who, oh, well, I went to, I got a degree at Harvard or the Sorbonne or wherever, and, and probably this was all the stuff that she'd heard at the dinner party. So she, used that as a material for the poems. Well, actually, none of it matters. So speaking to all those people at the party, saying, I want to know really who you are, not where you studied or what car you drive or where you live or how old you are, or any of that superficial stuff. That's all personality stuff. That's the separate self she's talking about. And then she says, but I want to know the deeper self. So it's a call to know and reveal the true self.
I saw that with I've talked before about the petty tyrant in my life, and it's exactly that. I'm Oxford and the various banks that he worked for, and yet in the crisis, everything fell to pieces, and there's nothing else. All external stuff, the degrees, the blue chip companies, all the trappings.
Yeah. The illusions will not sustain you. Yeshua had a great parable, which he taught about the house, the house built on sand and the house built on rock. And he said, you build your house on sand, and then the storms come and the winds blow and the house falls down because your life is built on illusion. But if your life is built on the rock of your true self, then it doesn't matter what storms come and winds blow. That's the adversities of life. They come to test you, then you will stand firm. Because the rock is unmovable. The rock is your true self. It doesn't waver. That still knows itself even in these moments of crisis on the level of form. And then the final one, which is lovely. Is anyone not read? Christine, can you read now, or your mic? No, we can't hear you. Yeah. So,
hear me now?
Oh, there we go.
You got me now?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So
okay, I want to know if
you close it off for us. Yeah.
I want to know if you can be alone with yourself, and if you truly like the company you keep in the empty moments.
Where's that pointing us? To stillness, to silence.
Yes, it's being the self and being in love with yourself, and being true to yourself, the essence of awareness.
Yeah. Osho had a great, I might share it sometime in the course. Said, do you have the courage to be alone? So in the spiritual search, you need to learn to be alone, but not lonely, because you can't really be lonely if you're connected with your true self. But you may need to be alone from other people to find this essence. That's why a lot of people they go away, go and do retreats, and to get away from the normal humdrum of life with everyone living in their illusory state, to find this true self, silence in you. When you stop listening to the silence, then you find the noise comes in, and the busyness and the distractions, and covers that over. And you forget that your very essence is this silence, because silence and stillness are just another another name for your true awareness. Pure formless awareness, we call it, perfect love, is still and silent by nature. It doesn't move, it's not loud, it's just this ever-present, still, silent presence, like the rock, that doesn't move, just always there, can always be relied on, unchanging. It's not subject to the shifts and the changes of this temporary world. So can you find that in the empty moments? And allow that in and embrace it, not be scared of it. That's the fire you stand in. You stand in that fire, your true self disintegrates. You realize I'm not who I thought I was. My personal self, the personal identity does not exist in the emptiness, in the stillness. It's burned up in this presence. So a very profound invitation she's giving us, isn't it? Just saying, step into this, inviting you into this field of transformation, to let go of, the old world, the ego, the known world. You look at Hero's Journey, what she talks about, people, when people are talking about their possessions and their careers and where they've studied and where they live and how much money they make and how old they are and their life story. That's the known world. She's saying, depart from it, go on a hero's journey and discover who you really are beyond that. So that's the invitation to all of you today, to step into that and we journey together. It goes mighty companions on the journey to, we're all really on the same journey. It looks different for each of us. We all have our own unique journey, but it's the same journey of awakening to the same destination. So we can journey together and feel a lot of camaraderie and companionship in that, and help each other on the journey. Because if you're going in the same direction and you realize your brother's journey is your own journey, then you'd only want to help them. So as you help them, you help yourself. And we go together just back to our home source, or not at all. So, any final thoughts on the poem, comments, questions? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to, I think it might be a nice idea for everyone just to have a chance to share who they are. Not your whole life story necessarily, but just a brief snapshot, 30 seconds, a minute, and what brought you here?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had one quick question before we move on to that. That came up in I think it was Elena mentioned the petty. I didn't quite get that. The petty
tyrant.
The petty tyrant.
Yeah. You got a question about the petty tyrant?
I think it was, I did hear it in one of the sessions in a recording. What was the origin of that?
So there's a guy called Carlos Castaneda, who was a spiritual teacher and writer in the US and Mexico. He was in the Toltec tradition, which is the ancient Aztec sort of spiritual path. And in his book, it was a story of Don Juan, I think it was called. It's the one I read. He wrote a number, but it's the one I read. It's really, their version of the hero's journey was that you needed, one of the key things, there were six things you needed. And what stood out for me was you needed a petty tyrant to awaken in your life. That was essential. So a petty tyrant is someone who's petty, just focused on form and the pettiness of form, and they're a tyrant because they they want to enforce all kinds of petty rules and regulations and say, no, you can do this, you can't do this, based on their own made up beliefs and the rules that they're trying to impose on you. And so it's facing that and overcoming it was, according to Carlos Castaneda in the Toltec tradition, an essential part of the awakening journey for the hero. That you needed that experience of confronting the ego in order to undo your own ego, because that petty tyrant is really a projection of your own ego tyrant that's in your mind. It's trying to dominate you, tell you what to do and push you around. So by facing it in the form of the other person and not bowing down to it, you then awaken to your own true self, and you throw off those shackles that you put in your own mind. And Jackie mentioned it because she's dealing with someone in her life who's exactly that. So that's why I mentioned it too.
So it's someone that's, I think it's someone that's really, is it someone that could be really that triggers something in you? Or
yeah, I mean, they can. Petty tyrant can trigger a lot of emotion. You can get angry. You can say like, "How dare you treat me this way?" You know, you feel unfairly treated. You feel victimized. So those are all, that's part of what you then need to work through and let go of to overcome your own petty tyrant. So the idea is that the petty tyrant on the external, on the level of form, shows you the petty tyrant within your own mind. Helps you to confront it and let it go. Transcend it. And the struggle with the petty tyrant in your life is then the struggle with your own ego. So it can be a great learning device if you see it correctly. Does that make sense? Any other questions around that?
thanks, Jono. Good.
Okay. Anyone else? Otherwise, be nice just for everyone to introduce themselves. Some of you know each other. You've been on the Art of Letting Go program, so it's just we're all familiar to you, but others are new. So so just share briefly, why you're here, who you are, why you're here. If you don't mind recording it, then we'll leave it recorded. If you prefer it to be unrecorded, that's fine. I can stop the recording. Okay, so who wants to kick it off?
Me to start?
Yeah, that's good, Sally. You break the ice.
So I'm Sally. I've been on this program, the Art of Letting Go program, since was it about May, when somebody just rung me up and invited me to a session. And I wasn't looking for anything, but it felt quite compulsive to be on here. And gradually I've built up from 2 sessions a week to 3 and then 4, and now I'm on most of the time. And why am I on the course? I've been looking forward to it since I joined in May. Want to know what this 6 weeks will be about. Looking forward to revealing more of my true self and letting go of more of the ego.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And Sally, what I would say is Sally's been very diligent in her approach. So she's got a huge amount of benefits from it. Maybe you want to just speak about some of those, because some people are just starting. Like what you've experienced over the last, say, 9 months since starting this process.
Well, I think the first 3 weeks, the trial period, the free trial period, was incredible. And it felt like it was a no-brainer to carry on, because it was just like so amazing. And every day that I go on a live call, I get several miracles, several changes of perception that are really amazing. So why wouldn't I keep coming back? It's just like more and more revealed to me, more and more ahas. And I really love it when other people are on the call and they talk about their stuff, and gives me new perspectives about my stuff, and yeah, I can't think of anywhere better to be.
Has it helped you in your, because you do your own run your own courses and do one-on-one sessions and stuff? Have you found it's helped you in doing that work?
Yeah, I used to feel some days were a bit tiring if I'd had a lot of clients, and now this feels like my self-care, my support team, you're always there if anything's coming up for me, and you just give me some clarity on it, and it's so helpful. It makes me feel like I'm recharged every day, and I just don't get tired anymore, and more connected with spirit, and Holy Spirit is speaking loud and clear these days.
You found that that's helped in your work? You're able to transmit that to your
absolutely
clients
yeah.
and workshop attendees. So yeah, if you're in, a lot of people here are doing some kind of teaching, healing, counseling. It's a natural thing to do as you start going more and more into this kind of spiritual world. I encourage you to really make the most of this and use it as your support and your own development. Because too often, the healer is the unhealed healer. We're trying to heal them, and we've got all our own issues, and so it's about healing ourselves and keep sharpening the saw, as Stephen Covey says. Keep tuned to spirit yourself. And
Can I just say something about resistance?
Yeah.
That when I started on the calls, I'd last about an hour and a half, and then every part of my being wanted to run for the hills. And I just
it's all right, I've got to go dog walk.
Yeah, the dog needs walking, I'm off. And it was really strong. And now it's not, but it can still be there. And I see it as maybe we find ourselves too busy to come on a call, or we can't stay on the call very long, or we get fidgety on a call and we just want to go off and do something mundane in the illusionary world. And I just wanted to share that, just recognize its resistance. And if it is resistance, wanting to run away from it, then this is probably the place to run to. Because if your ego is saying don't do it, you're pretty sure that this is the place to be.
Yeah, that's a good decision rule, really. If there's a lot of resistance, then it's usually what you should be doing. So then just, listen to what she said. Can you sit? Where was that line?
Can you sit with the pain?
Sit, without, there we go. I don't know if you can sit with pain, mine on your own, without moving to hide it or fade it or fix it. So can you just sit in these sessions and go, okay, I'm just going to sit with this and allow the spirit to do its work, because you're not really in charge of your transformation. That's part of the recognition that you have to have. I can't heal myself. The ego can't heal itself. You have to get out the way and be willing to say, there's another power. It's way, way beyond that. And I just need to sit and be and be willing to just carry on and sit in this process, this is a field of transformation. And it seems to work as effectively in the virtual. We're all various parts of the world, thousands of miles apart in some cases, but it doesn't matter, because you come together using this technology and you're immersed in a field, and there's a field of transformation. And when you come into the live sessions, then you're in that field. Miraculously, things come up, things arise. Exactly what you need to happen often happens, and it just spontaneously arises through the session. And we've already seen an example of that in the reading. People just seem to read exactly the right paragraph, the stanza for them. That's how it works. So if you sit in the live sessions, then that's you allowing that to happen. If you do listen to the recordings, it's not a bad second prize, but you miss out on that field of transformation. I don't think it's as powerful, and because you're not a part of it, you're listening to it, after the fact. So I'd encourage you to join as many of the live sessions as you can. Obviously, we've all got other things to do and other commitments, but if you can make at least one live session a day, and preferably two, you will get huge benefit over the next 6 weeks. Like, I can't explain to you the kind of transformation that can happen. You can only go through it and experience it for yourself.
You don't need to
Yeah.
be silent with the pain either, do you? You don't have to be on the call feeling really uncomfortable and not saying anything. If you share it, there's in synchronization between people, and you're likely to say something that you're suffering from that somebody else just needs to hear. It happens that, every time that I'm on a call with others, that somebody will just bring up a subject and I'm quietly muted on the other side going, oh my God, that's so amazing what you've just said. I just realized such and such and such. So the miracles unfold between us. You don't have to just silently feel uncomfortable. If you share it, that does bring something to the call.
Yeah, it helps others and it helps you. It's a cathartic process to release it. So we do in the afternoon sessions, and we can do it in the evening if it's required, depending on who's there. What we call an expression session, where you just express whatever's coming up for you. Everyone listens, no comment, and then once you've expressed, we talk about it, discuss it if you want to. Maybe you just express and that's it. So there's a lot of opportunity to share, and in that there's catharsis and release that happens. I just got to be willing to stand in the fire, and actually expose it, and not be embarrassed, or because we've all got, like, I can promise you, if you've got an issue, someone else has had or has that issue. It's just inevitable because we're not that different. The human story is the same. So there's a lot of comfort in that as well. Okay, so thanks, Sally, for sharing that. Anyone else like to share? I'll ask everyone just to introduce themselves, but you can do a bit of a share on why you're here if you want to, or just briefly introduce yourself and leave it at that.
I'm just looking at my love and commitment letter to myself, and I put, I am committed to completing the entire art of letting go. I've not even wrote my name because I don't even know who I am. Yes, I joined last year, but I've always been intrigued with the Course in Miracles. But last year, the book came to me without me having to pay for it. I joined Yad's group, and then we had an invitation with Jono, and I've not really looked back. It's been, yes, challenging at times. And like you both mentioned, it's the whole process of being able to be okay and express how you feel, knowing that you are on the right track of just exploring your own stuff, because every experience comes and goes. Yeah, it's good to be with like-minded people rather than the battle is doing it on your own. So yes, I'm enjoying it. I'll look forward to these 6 weeks to what do we call it? The ego being exploited, is it?
Ego being undone or exercised. And interesting, because if you don't mind me sharing, Susie had a little resistance coming up, so she nearly didn't do the course, and I had to call and say, okay, so what's going on? So often what happens in the hero's journey is you see the refusal of the call. Number 3, it's like, okay, so there's a call to adventure, and then there's a tendency to deny it and refuse it. So no, I don't want to go on it. So if that arises anytime, you just get on a call and let's talk through it. Because the ego will probably at some stage say, no, I don't want to do this. This is too difficult. It'll find some excuse to not do it. And then that's a refusal of the call. And then get on a call, literally. I want to have a live call and talk about it. The best thing you can do.
It was the pattern of avoiding, because he'd run me all week and he's left me messages and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, not today, Jono. And but then finally getting on it, and now, it may have been about a week or something, or even a bit more, but I got there in the end.
Yeah. Well, that's that's good. And so that's a normal, resistance is normal. That's the nice thing about the hero's journey, is to know that it's normal. It's part of the, it's one of the stages. And 3, refusal of the call. Just don't get stuck there, because if you refuse the call and that's it, at number 3, then that's the end of the hero's journey. You just stay in the known world, and nothing progresses. Then the refusal of the call is the way of the cross. You're like, no, I'm stubbornly just going to stay, in my ego. I'm not going to move. I'm not going to shift, and that generally doesn't go too well. In fact, we've been talking a little bit about dementia, and my sort of spiritual viewpoint on it is that people who get dementia are people who refuse to call persistently in their life, and then they end up having the so-called dementia. It's really just the ego being so entrenched in the mind. It seems to be, now a mental condition, but it's actually just the ego taking over as a result of consistently refusing the spirit to awaken. So one of the side benefits of doing the hero's journey in this course is you avoid dementia. That's not an absolute guarantee, but in my experience, people who are awakening generally don't get dementia. Demens, by the way, means out of your mind. Day means out of your mind, so literally out of your right mind, and in the ego mind. That's what dementia is in its extreme form. Okay, so thanks for sharing that, Susie. Welcome aboard. So anyone else like to share?
Yeah, Aurélie, nice to meet everyone here. And I like what you say about being a supportive group, because it's always nice to know that we're all in this together. So we're definitely here to support each other in this process. And I'm also here to continue undoing the ego, especially the limitation. I can see my projections of my family is the blame game, the judgment, and I saw these 3 keywords in one of the email you sent. So it was blame, and there was 2 other words. I can't remember, but it was
accusation,
yes, and the other
blame
one,
and complaint.
and the complaint. Yeah, so those are
Blame
the
and
key
complaint.
ones.
So
I really
the ABC of the ego: accusation,
the
blame, and
ABCs. Yeah, so those ones need to go. That's why I'm here. I need help with that as well, releasing these ABC.
It's
But yeah, I've also been doing the Course in Miracles on and off expression sessions before. But yeah, I'm really happy and grateful that this is being offered at the or is in divine timing. So thank you.
yeah, well, welcome, and look forward to having you on the journey and to contributing. A lot of people here, this is not, they're not spiritual newbies. They've been on a path for many years. So there's a lot of wisdom, a lot of wisdom to share in the group. So that's going to come out in the live session. It's not just me. I'm just a facilitator, really. It's it's a combined wisdom that will come out. So if you feel the call to share something, then by all means do. And I just facilitate that. If it's not appropriate, I'll say, okay, well, let's move on or whatever. But generally, if it's coming from spirit, then it's exactly often what someone else needs to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I've also done a lot of transformational courses and also facilitated transformational workshops. So, but it's a continuation of going deeper every time. It's like working through, like I said before to you, the hero's journey sometimes can be done several times. So I feel like I've done the hero journey, but I'm on another hero's journey. So
yeah, exactly.
It's always evolving. It's always like growing, expanding.
You can cycle through this a number of times in your life. And if you do, then you're on your awakening journey. Definitely. The more times you cycle through it,
or reawakening.
Well, it's levels and levels of truth, isn't it? And you kind of wake up on some level, and then you kind of go back into the normal world for a while, and then you go, oh, but actually I'm still actually in the ego. It's just another version of the ego. It seems to be maybe a less dense version. I'm still in the ego, so now I cycle again. Eventually, the final death and rebirth is the ego is gone entirely, the sense of the separate self, and its world just collapses. That's the ultimate awakening. But you might cycle through this a number of times in your life. So it's another cycle. Just embrace it. And what I'll say is we all students first and teachers second. So I'm at the same time as facilitating and teaching, I'm also a student. Like I need this course as much as you do. There's stuff going on in my life that needs to be solved and let go. And so I'm not some super uber enlightened being yet. It's it's just a process for me as well. And so I'm teaching myself. All the time I say stuff and it just I didn't know that yet. That just came through. It's really the spirit that's doing it all.
I relate to that. When we teach, we learn a great deal for sure as well. Being the student,
The best way of learning is teaching.
You're
teaching yourself.
We play double
So
role.
one of the reasons I developed this course and this follow-up program was because I needed to learn. It's like I'll do the share actually. So I'll do my little share now. So I've been on a spiritual journey for many years. I went through some major letting go at a young age. When I was in my 20s, I had an ego obsession to become a world champion in my chosen sport, which is squash. And I failed miserably. I didn't get anywhere close to that level. I was, reasonable. I was a good player, but nothing, world beating. And I had to come to terms with that. That my entire life I'd aimed for this egoic goal, and that I'd failed miserably. But it's probably one of the best experiences I could have had, because at a young age I had to let go of that whole ego construct. And up to that point, I'd done a lot of personal growth. I got into people like Tony Robbins and Napoleon Hill, what the mind of man can conceive and believe it can achieve, and all those kinds of books. And I'd really bought into it. I was like, no, I'm absolutely in this. I'm going to visualize. I'm going to affirm. I'm going to work at it. And it all failed. It didn't. Actually bring me the result that something at the age of late 20s. Maybe my thought system isn't correct. Maybe I've got something fundamentally wrong. And that really caused me to undo a large part of the ego and be open then to the spirit coming in. I'd also started to meditate, started doing breath work as part of my training for squash. So it was all part of it. I didn't realize actually when I was doing the squash training what it was about. It was actually spiritual training. So nothing's wasted, nothing's lost. I'm very glad I did all that, because it prepared me for spiritual this hero's journey of spiritual awakening. And so then sort of my late 20s, I felt a call to go deeper and started meditating regularly, which made a difference. I started reading books like The Power of Now. Eckhart Tolle's book had just come out at that point. It was the early 2000s. Conversations with God, Neil Donald Walsh's books, Life and Teachings of the Masters of the Far East, the Urantia book, and A Return to Love, and by Marianne Williamson, and various other books. And they were all interesting, but I still felt like something was not quite right. I still didn't have the full truth. So I asked, I said, okay, I want to know the whole deal. Give it to me straight. And then A Course in Miracles kind of came into my awareness, because if you go on a spiritual path, it's mentioned. I was getting quotes from A Course in Miracles. People were mentioning it. I did a workshop with a guy who'd studied it. He said, oh, it's the true teachings of Jesus, of Yeshua, as I call him now. And I was fascinated by him. I thought, I want to know more about this, because I didn't really feel like the Bible did it justice. I'd read the Bible years before, a number of times, read the New Testament a number of times. And it felt like it wasn't complete. Like it was hinting at something, that there was more that wasn't revealed. So knowing that there was this teaching, you know, that was transmitted by Jesus, was quite inspiring. And honestly, at that point, I was still into manifestation. So I kind of wanted to be some kind of miracle worker like he was, you know, raise the dead and walk on water and do cool stuff like that. That appealed to me. So that's why I started studying it. And it took me about 10 years to realize what a miracle was. Actually, there wasn't some active phenomenal manifestation. A miracle is actually a correction in your perception, transformation in your mind. So I started studying it, and I do things pretty intensively. So I'd read it. I'd read a lesson a day. I was reading and listening to the text, of course, every day. So hours and hours of listening. I'd listen to it on audio recordings while I was going for walks and stuff, or doing training. Still doing quite a lot of exercise at that point, and it was like percolating in. It was just these ideas were coming in, and I was awakening, although not fully, but I was starting to learn them. I started to teach these ideas in workshops and retreats. And I ran workshops and retreats in South Africa for many years. So I incorporated the course into that, but I didn't fully get it, honestly. I was getting the theory intellectually, but I hadn't really got to the deeper understanding of it. It only comes from experience. And then it was about 10 years ago, almost, I came to the UK from South Africa to supposedly help a friend build a business. But the reason I came was I knew I needed a change. There was something calling me to sort of take the next phase of the hero's journey. So as a result of that, I met my wife. We had a son, and I moved over here. And in the space of a year, really, my life transformed. I had to let go of the business I built in South Africa. Family life there, a family there. Changed careers, so I wasn't teaching, running workshops anymore. I started doing stuff in the financial industry here, selling card payment solutions and trying to raise capital. And I had a family, and new relationship, moved countries. So it was all pretty overwhelming, huge amount of change in a short period. So fortunately, because of the work I'd done, and I had this teaching of A Course in Miracles I'd been studying for about 10 years at that point, I realized that this was I had to apply these teachings. That was the only way out, the way through this. And so I just went deeper into it. I was okay. Well, I've got to actually start really living these. These aren't theories. This is something that I've got to live in my daily life. And with great difficulty, it wasn't easy. But I think I went through a death and a rebirth. There's the old self died, and the character Jono died. I even remember at some point in it going, "Jesus, Jono, this stuff's going to kill you." I remember that voice very clearly. Like it was yesterday. This stuff's going to kill you. And then the Holy Spirit came in and said, well, yeah, that's kind of the point. The theory. It's about the death of the ego. So that is the whole point, is that the little self of Jono, the character, the hero of my dream, as Yeshua puts it, had to die. And did in that intense crucible of transformation. So when she says, "Can you stand in the fire?" I know what she means. It's like you think you're going crazy and insane, and your life's deconstructing, and what's happening. The known world is disintegrating and being taken into another world, another reality. Very uncomfortable. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, but actually I would, because that's necessary. It was necessary to go through that in order to be reborn into my true self. And what came out of that was this course. So in 2018, I was doing various a number of different things to try and earn a living, and not being particularly successful at it. And I felt like I just lost my way. I was like, well, what am I doing? And I felt a call to return to this, to teaching this. So I found when I taught it, I was more stably rooted in the self. And so sat down with my wife and formulated a plan. Said, well, why don't I teach this online? 2018, pre-COVID, that and it'd been something I'd wanted to do for years, but just hadn't got around to it. I was still running physical workshops. I did a couple of those in Shaftesbury where I moved to, and hadn't created any kind of online presence or process. And so I heard the call, and that was my own hero's journey. This is the product, this course, and this now a 1-year program is a product of my own hero's journey over my life, and over the last 4 years. It's been a profound journey of really going deeper into understanding who I am, and then being able to teach it and express it through this course and program that I've really been guided to create. It's all been guided, and it's been a difficult, intense process. But as of 2 days ago, we actually finished the 1-year program to a high standard, to a standard I'm happy with. And now we start the next one. So the course is how it started with 6 weeks, but I felt the call to based on A Course in Miracles, which most of you know is got 365 daily lessons in it. So it's really a 1-year program. So I didn't really feel it was right just to do an introductory course and not follow it up the 1-year program. So it's a very comprehensive deep dive into A Course in Miracles as the foundational teaching, but bringing in some other tools, resources, teachings from other paths like the hero's journey. We look at Buddhism, Taoism, look at other spiritual teachings, and start to see that it's all really the same. There's actually one fundamental truth that's behind it all. And by doing the course and hopefully the program afterwards, you start to see that it's all actually the same truth. It's all pointing in the same direction, or where it's come from. So you become non-denominational, specialize in a certain teaching. You become non-dogmatic and more open to truth in all its forms, wherever it shows up, and you start to see it everywhere, because it is everywhere. And so this is my own. I developed this actually to teach myself, to awaken myself. But the side benefit of that is that there's a lot of other people who can benefit from it, we journey together as mighty companions on the path. So thank you. It wouldn't be a course if it was just me. The sessions don't happen if there's just one person. It's not a monologue. It needs people to make it come alive. So thank you to everyone who's chosen to join and commit your time and energy and money to it. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to the journey with all of you. Okay, so that's my story. I thought I'd just do a bit more of a share, because given I'm the facilitator, people might be interested in how I came to be doing this. So anyone else like to share? Just briefly introduce yourself and the reason why you're here.
Well, I started, it was about a friend 9 years ago to introduce the book, and I thought, oh, what's this? And I took no interest at all. But she was the living proof of it, because what had happened to her is just so tragic, and she was just living in the moment. And I just thought, I've got to look into this. And so about 3 years ago, tragedy hit me, and that's when I started getting very interested. But it was more it was just inspirational. So I needed this year to put it into practice. And I'm excited about this course, but I am nervous. And what makes me nervous is I'm not used to doing things like this. Because I've always been a free spirit, so that's making me nervous, but I've done it, and I'll see how that goes. So that's briefly my story. Thank you.
And you're a healer and a therapist yourself.
Yes, I do reflexology and all of the holistic therapies, and I really
just say where
enjoy
you
it.
are as well. It'd be useful for people to get an idea, you know, in physical space.
Oh, the physical space. I'm in a beautiful island called Tenerife. However, it's the mind, isn't it? Doesn't matter whether you're in paradise or it's this. Yeah. So, and it's I enjoy my job. Yeah. But yes, I do need to tackle that ego.
And you do what, Reiki healing, do you?
No, it's more just holistic therapies like aromatherapy, reflexology, Indian head massage, a little bit of physio-ki. That's working on the energies and the frequencies. And a lot of people with bad backs and so forth. Yeah.
So physical healing, but yeah, you know, this is the ultimate healer is always the Holy Spirit. So the more you access the Holy Spirit, the more the healing will start to happen. I'll share a story actually very briefly for you and anyone else who's doing healing work. So Eckhart Tolle, probably all know him, you know, one of the best known spiritual teachers in the world. When he started, and he wasn't, you know, nearly as well known as he is now, he would do sort of one-on-one sessions with people. And so one time he was just sitting in prayer, being visited by an ex-nun came to him. She was telling him the story. He was just listening in this very quiet, present way. And then she was like, oh, wow, I can feel the healing happening. She also felt something shifting in her body. And I can feel the healing happening. He was like, oh, really? Okay. And then she said, oh, well, you must be a healer. And so for a while, he sort of thought, well, maybe I'm a healer. And people would come to him with various, you know, ailments and so on. And he did it for a while. And then he realized that it actually was not about physical healing. It was actually, he was much more interested in the mind's healing, you know, and discovering who you really are and finding the inner peace and happiness. So then he put a message out saying, no, I'm not a healer. Any healing happens by as a byproduct, you know, but my primary function is I'm helping you to awaken to who you are. And so, you know, his journey as a spiritual teacher began. And you know, that's healing by default, but not trying to heal the body. So it's actually about healing people's minds. And that's what this course is about, the healing of the mind. So any physical healing that shows up as a result of that is a bonus. It's great. You know, it's not to be denied or made light of, but it's not the main point. It's the healing of the mind that this is all about. Okay, thank you, Elaine, for that share. And maybe I was thinking of doing a retreat in Tenerife sometime. So if anyone's interested in that, just pop something in the chat and say yes.
And there's a beautiful thinker, the lady who introduced me to A Course in Miracles is going to be running it. So that's interesting. She's starting that in the next. The lady who actually,
she's running the center, yeah. So we might run it at that retreat center. Yeah, so you know,
you never know.
All in flow.
You never know.
We'll do it later in the year. So it'll be like a intensive of the course, but in a few days. You know, we might do it in 5 or 6 days or something, like a miniature version of this course, which will be amazing. So yeah, if that inspires you, then just pop something in the chat and say yes, I'm inspired, or I'd like to come, or whatever. So I know. Okay. So anyone else like to share?
Yeah, I'll share. And I like the sound of that, Jono. The sunshine appeals.
Yeah. We might go in sort of August or September when it's not too hot. September maybe.
Yeah, I've been doing your program for about 8 months, I think, and even today I am feeling the resistance I've been feeling through the whole 8 or 9 months I've been doing the program. I'm really fidgeting today. I'm feeling really tired. I feel like got something else to do. So all that resistance is coming up at the moment. But yeah, the calls have always been really rewarding whenever I've come on. So that's really good. Yeah, I'm hoping that this will help me with my career direction, really, because I am struggling in a way to get onto my healing path, the Reiki that I do, the healing with animals. That's the journey I want to do. I want to carry on with. I want to embrace it, and I'm finding myself stuck with taking that forward. I'm in a job that I'm not really happy, and yeah, it's kind of
maybe share your little miracle this morning, because that's the first official miracle of the
yeah
course.
That's what I know, and I really know that's why I'm doing this course. I think because I did that meditation, the hour-long meditation, the theta healing meditation this morning, and at the end of it I was just drifting back into sleep, and I had a really clear dream that I was nicely telling my boss that I wasn't going to work for her anymore. I'd made that decision. I was going to, take a break. And yeah, it was really clear to me, really clear that's what I should be doing. So, yeah.
Do your own thing. Follow the guidance of spirit, So it's that's part of what we'll do in this course. Your inspired purpose that comes out of your true self. It's the whole transformation process that I guide you through. So,
and my true self, I know, is on that healing journey with the animals and the Reiki and EAM and all of that. So yeah.
So we all have, I'll just comment on that. We all have a special function, what Yeshua calls a special function, Course in Miracles, which is our unique function or purpose in this world that expresses the spirit. That is part of our awakening journey. So we all have different talents, abilities, skills, all of that. And the spirit will use all of that in its own unique way to create our hero's journey, your unique hero's journey of awakening. And that's your higher purpose. That's your special function. So that is likely to reveal itself through this course. Oh, Sue just disappeared. I know someone else disappeared. So we cover that as one of the transformational exercises, as at the tail end of the transformation process, because you can't know your higher purpose until you know who you are. The two are related. Joseph Campbell talks about following your bliss. It says follow your bliss, and in fact let's ask you to read this actually. If you can read this quote, let's find. In fact, let's do Campbell. Campbell, there we go. Is everyone who signed up to the course getting the Telegram messages? There we go. If you can read that for us, Sue.
Follow your bliss. If you do follow your bliss, you put yourself on a. Sorry, I've got a bit covered there. Yeah. You put yourself on a kind of track that has been there all the while waiting for you. And the life that you ought to be living is the one you are living. When you see that, you begin to meet people who are in the field of your bliss, and they open the doors to you. I say, follow your bliss and don't be afraid. And doors will open where you didn't know they were going to be. If you follow your bliss, doors will open for you that you wouldn't have opened for anyone else. Makes me feel quite emotional thinking it.
Yeah, I thought that that would be exactly what you needed to read. So you know, it's there for you. It's that's what he's saying. You know, the special function. These doors will open for you that wouldn't have opened for anyone else because it's your unique journey. It's unfolding for you, and the Spirit will guide you in that. So a lot of people go, well, isn't oneness horribly boring? And it's actually, paradoxically, it's not. It's actually the most inspiring way you can live, because some really interesting, powerful, engaging, inspiring things can happen if you listen to its voice in your dream. This is what he's talking about. Your bliss is this higher awareness that brings you joy. And then it's, you know, how it unfolds in your life. And that's what we're all here to find. That's your hero's journey, to find and follow your bliss. So, you know, you're in the right place, the right time. It's all perfect, and it's sometimes seemingly apparent imperfection. So let's just escape from there. Did I not send that? Just looking at, apparently not. Interesting. Well, I had sent it. Anyway, there we go.
Jono, would you be able to put that on the chat? That follow your bliss quote. And then I feel like I
yeah,
read it
sure.
out.
It's already it's in there further back, but I'll post it
Oh,
again.
okay.
You can always go find it.
I can find it.
But there we go. Copy image. I'll just paste it in. There we go.
Thank
So
you.
there you go. It's on Telegram for you. Yeah, thanks for that share. And you're in the right place, and you know that will unfold. I mean, you've already got the guidance. I think we know where it's going, don't we? The dream tells you, but it's a process of working through it and really having the courage to, you know, to find and follow that bliss, isn't it? So yeah, all good. Actually, I had sent that for some reason. It's just deleted. Delete that. Okay. So just a quick logistics. Is everyone on the Telegram group? Yeah, you're all getting the Telegram messages. So and emails. Everyone getting my emails? I've sent out 2 emails so far. One yesterday, one today. Yeah, everyone getting those?
Yeah.
If you have any problems with email, getting emails, then let me know and we can sort it out. I did send out an email whitelist. It's instructions to whitelist your email address. If you're not technical, I'll happily show you on Zoom what to do, so that you make sure you get those emails into your primary inbox every day. So reach out to me if you need help on that. Okay, who else wants to share? Still quite a few people. Kim, how about you do a share for us?
Okay, so I've been, I'm Kim, I'm based in Cape Town, South Africa. I joined Jono's course, this one, in June 2021, so I'm a repeat. So I've been on the program for a bit over a year and a half, or around a year and a half after that. And yeah, it's not always easy to keep up and join. Yeah, just especially because I'm working fully during the day, so there's a bit of a challenge, but I do try and catch up on recordings when I can on that front. And then I'm following the course, so it's the first time I'm doing the full course. And as Jono shared, well, I think 365 days is today. So
yeah.
Yeah, so it's the first time I've done it for the full year. Previous to that, we did probably almost half, and then we started again around this time last year. Yeah, so I'm slowly but surely, like, I do feel the benefits, and yeah, I just find it really helpful, having the sharings, even if I'm not able to join. When I can listen to the recordings, it really helps to get some insights there. Yeah, and I think I recognize more and more, definitely has brought awareness more to how I react to things, or like just thinking about spirit. I feel like I had an intervention yesterday. I went, I'm training for a race, in a cycling race, and I haven't like cycled for so long, and it's been a bit of a journey just to get to the point where I am now. But yesterday I wanted to go for a group ride, and I somehow I got there like really cutting it fine to be late. Just a couple of things went a little bit wobbly. I had to drive my bike there and park, and then I could see already some people leaving, and I was in a rush, and anyway. So when I started cycling and trying to catch up with this group, I don't even realize I was joining them. One of the spokes, I could hear this like tick 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 tick, and one of the spokes, the edge where it joins the bike, came apart. So I had to stop, and I thought, well, now I need to abandon this. And I thought I was going to abandon for something else when I thought I lost my keys. So it was this one thing, and I just felt like, and I was at a point I was just like observing. I got later to a point where I'm just like, yeah, the usual ego stuff is coming up, but I didn't choose to give up, because I just thought, well, okay, I haven't chosen to go with the group. I've gone to, I'm going to try and cycle just locally with my car. So if I can't carry on riding the bike, it's not like I'm far away. And I had a goal to ride for 35 kilometers, and I managed to do that fully without the spoke going out again when I fitted it in. So during the ride, I felt like, well, maybe I wasn't meant to go with that group. It could have been a group that was too advanced for me. I don't know. And yeah, overall it was a good ride, and I got back okay. And then I took it in to be fixed, but I kind of achieved my goal, but just not in the way I thought I would. So I just put it down to divine intervention. That was my thinking around the situation. Maybe that was a miracle in some sense. So I think things like that I'm more aware of. And that's during times it's been helpful during more other difficult, challenging times in my life, but it doesn't, I feel that it doesn't always, you don't think it's going to like fix things straight away, but somehow it's a process and a journey and layering, and I think maybe I was nudged to join again to repeat this course for a reason, and I'm going with it how I feel I need to go with it.
Yeah, brilliant. So it's all another cycle of the hero's journey, and you literally are cycling. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So welcome back, and
thank you.
Hopefully you can maybe Kim, if you can just share, I think that you got you got a lot, but in the first week, you remember you got quite overwhelmed with the amount of material and the number of live sessions and stuff. So maybe just share your insight around that and how you sort of got through that. I think that would be very useful for people.
Yeah, so I remember like that Sunday when we joined, and probably within the first week, and I feel a few others also felt a bit, I think others shared that they felt that, there's a lot of material coming at them, and I felt like, oh gosh, I can't get through everything. And, I just remember how Jono kept on saying, like, just let go of trying to get it right or get it perfect. It's not about that. You do what you can, but just like keep keep going and keep doing it. And I mean, I generally wasn't able to join the day sessions during the week. I'd join the Sunday, and then I'd join in the evening, mostly. But it was helpful that, and even also just during the program as well. It's like, I mean, I have times where I just really just read the one sentence of the lesson in a day. But it's always it's helped us to always keep that connection and not give it up, because I think it's quite easy, and it's probably where the ego wants to come in and go, okay, yeah, well, can't do it now, or you feel like, okay, you're going to fail. Yeah, see, told you. But it's just keeping, and that, I guess, is also a bit more of the flow, and letting go of not trying to digest everything, but just doing what you can do, but just keep going with it. That was helpful.
Yeah. So it's you're never going to get this 100% right. You could probably spend 8 hours a day on this course if you wanted to. So you're welcome to if that's the call. But practically speaking, most people don't have that amount of time. So you customize the course according to your need and the time that you have available. So you decide when you join live sessions. As Kim said, she couldn't do the ones in the day, but she could join in the evenings, and then she joined in the evenings, and got a lot of benefit from it, and practiced the daily lessons, and did it to whatever level she could do it, given that you've got, in your case, Kim, you've got a job, you've got other things going on, you've got a husband and a family life as well. So I understand, so the idea is to try and fit this in to your life in a way that's functional, in a way that kind of integrates and flows. And if you're on the free trial, then the 3 weeks is to work that out. So okay, can this work as a process, and that I can fit this into my life, and this can be a valuable ongoing part of my life. Remember, this is a 1-year program, so the 6-week course is really the introduction to the 1-year program. But you can make this actually work for you, and you could see how this could be a sustainable part of your life. It could really help you and benefit you on an ongoing basis. That's the idea. So go easy on yourself. Don't be too hard. Don't be too perfectionistic. Just I'm going to do what I can, and at the same time not slacking and being obviously avoiding. You got to find that happy balance where you're still doing what you can do. You're not avoiding. Be very honest with yourself, but not beating yourself up because you don't do everything and you don't listen to every session. No one joins every live session except me. It's just not possible for most people. So join as many as you can, and then the benefit of this technology is that the sessions are available on recordings. So you miss a live session, they post it into Telegram immediately. So you can listen to the recording as a voice note in Telegram, or you can join my YouTube channel if you haven't yet done that. Subscribe, and then you get notified whenever I live stream. So you can access the recording on a live stream or afterwards. So many ways you can access the recordings, and you can listen to those whenever you can. So you could be driving, walking, cooking, shopping, and you could still be listening to the recording and allowing the stuff to permeate in, and using what's otherwise dead time from a learning point of view to actually immerse yourself in this field of transformation I talked about. So there's immersion learning. The more you can immerse yourself, the more time you spend on it, the more likely it is that a shift will happen for you. If you spend 1 hour a week, well, there's some benefit, but it's probably unlikely you'll have a massive transformation. But if you can spend 10 to 20 hours in the week, then much more likely that you'll have a shift. It's a function of the amount of time you spend in this field of transformation. So try and customize the course so that you give yourself as much time, time enough to have a transformation, but that you can still do the rest of your life. Okay, and it doesn't impinge too much on work responsibilities or family responsibilities. So thanks for that check. I appreciate that, and just bear that in mind if you're feeling overwhelmed. It's like, okay, well, I'm just doing what I can do, and I'm you basically customize the course for yourself, because there's a lot of material. So you choose, what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, and make it work for you. Okay, who else would like to share? Lynn, do you like to do a little share for us?
Yeah, and I've come online because I thought I'm gonna have to share soon because the dog I'm looking after keeps barking at me, so I think she wants to go out. So I don't remember when I started this with you, sometime last year. Can't remember how many months ago. And
I
I've
think it
already
was about June, July, wasn't it? Sometime around there.
yeah, something. Yeah, I can't remember those. Yeah, it's hard to remember. And I've already had big shifts, but I've got my big subjects that I still want to clear on and feel better about. And I was very lucky that although I decided to do this course, I was gifted it. So it was very miraculous. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, well, that was actually the first miracle, technically, of the course, wasn't it? It happened before the course.
Amazing, so thank
A lady
you.
called Sue, who's not joining us this time around, but she said, I got so much. I think she said I got so much benefit from it first time around. I don't want to spoil it or something, so I don't want to do it. But I'm happy to gift it to someone else. And as a result of Sue's introduction, Sue introduced Sally. As a result of that, Lynn is Sally's housemate. So it's all grown from there, really. So it's that's difficult because I know you needed it. So
Yeah. So yeah, this obviously my subjects are money, because I go in and out of abundance with money. I feel like I've found my bliss work-wise, doing my photography and selling my pictures of nature and wildlife and so on. And now I'm in quite a big fear phase of, if I don't earn more money, I can't carry on doing that. So I know if I keep thinking like that, I'm going to manifest that happening. So I want to clear on that, and relationships. I'd like to heal the pain of that, and release more sadness, because it is sadness that's really come up for me in the last few days. And I know I've been very aware that it was going, something was going to come up leading up to the course, because I know it always does. Stuff comes up for us. So I'm looking. I'm nervous. I am nervous, and like I said to you, I want to come every day, but I'm worried I won't be able to come every day. I do my market stall 3 times a day some weeks. 3 days of a week sometimes. So and I feel
well, what I'd say is if you can't join, you can just listen in. You can either join on Zoom and just mute yourself and listen.
I wondered if I could do that, just not participate speaking, because
no, you can.
There, but just have my ear
in.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Plug it in. And just go and listen in. Or if you prefer, you can live stream it on YouTube and just listen that way. So
okay.
Way. And you just if you mute it, say, look, I'm at a market stall, so I can't really participate, but I can listen in. Then that's fine.
Because I know I get more from it being within the energy, the live energy of the group. Also, when I've listened to the playbacks and benefited massively from some of those, but I feel it even more when I'm in that energy of the live session. So that would be good if I can do that, and I'll just put it on there or something saying I'm at my mind, I can't speak. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so anyone can do that. It's, as I said, I'm very flexible and open. There's no absolute way. It's got to work for you, and that's what flow is about. So join if you can. Even if you're working or doing something like a market stall, like Lynn mentioned, you can still join in the session and get some benefit. You're just not going to be able to interact as much, and just say that, I'm joining. Hi everyone. Say hello. Look, I'm just going to mute myself because I'm at a market stall and I can't read or engage. And then you mute yourself and put your camera off, and you can listen in with headphones. And then there's something about being in the live session. It seems to have more of a transformational effect than if you're outside of it. So that's just how it works. You're in the field, and the transformational field kind of incorporates you if you join the live call. Whereas I think if you listen on YouTube, that's not the case. You're kind of outside of that to an extent. But play around with it and see what works for you. In the end, I'm not here to dictate your experience. The technologies are there. You can choose to use it or not. In fact, I must put that in the chat. So if you go to my YouTube channel, just put it in the chat. You can sign if you're not a member, subscribe already, then you can go here. That should take you there. Click on that link, and then you can sign up. So that's a direct. Was that a direct message? Did everyone get that in the chat, or was that direct? No, I think that was direct. Copy link. No, I have to do a type message. So let's go everyone in the meeting. There we go. Okay, so that should go to everyone. So there's the link. If you're not a subscriber already, I encourage you to go and subscribe. And I live stream these meetings to YouTube. So whenever I start, you'll get the notification popping up on your phone saying starting, and then you can join that way if you can't join live. But I'd encourage you to join via Zoom if you can. Okay, and then just mentioning what you said, Lynn, money and relationships, those are two huge topics, playgrounds for the ego. So we deal with both of them. This is about how to find peace in your relationships, harmony, holy relationships, of course, calls them, and money to let go of ego projections on it, not believe in the scarcity and the lack that are so prevalent in this world and in the ego's belief system, and unlock the flow of money if it's enabling you. It's not about the money, it's about following your bliss, but sometimes you need some money to follow your bliss. So it's about tapping into that flow and allowing it to really getting out the way with your scarcity thinking and allowing it to come through and help you in a miraculous way. And that's already started happening for you because you got gifted this course. So that was just a sign to say, yeah, you can actually trust this. You will be provided for strange and miraculous ways.
Yeah, lots of good things happen, but I do still get in my own way.
Yeah, well, we all do. That's why you joining the course. It's the ego that gets in our way, and that's why it's called the art of letting go. It's letting go of that block to the awareness of love's presence. Okay, who else hasn't shared? So let's ask Christine. Just introduce yourself briefly.
Yes, I'll do it briefly because we're at the end of the day and I don't have much to say other than well, first of all, Christine, I'm from Hart Bay, Cape Town, also in a lovely, beautiful valley by the sea and the mountains. And I know of orally, I have heard about the wonderful work that you did with groups of people in Hart Bay. Just want to commend you on that.
Sorry, with who? The work with who?
Didn't you a couple of years ago live in Hart Bay and work with groups of underprivileged people?
Yeah, I did a lot of work in Hart Bay. I lived there for quite a while, actually, from 2010 till 2017. 7 years.
I heard about you, but I've never met you, so now we can chat.
Yeah,
Wow,
what a beautiful place, Hart Bay. There's nowhere like Hart Bay. I haven't found any nicer place than Hart Bay so far. I miss it so much. I miss it so much. So that's another ego thought I need to let go of. I need to be in my heart no matter where I am in the world. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's a small world and synchronicity.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I don't want to talk much about myself because I think I'll reveal how I'm all ego-based. So better not talk about me, and just to mention that I've closed some doors and that I'm not teaching anymore. So I'm kind of losing confidence in my speaking voice and seeing less and less people. So anything to do with groups of people, I just kind of freeze. So I'm kind of forcing myself to do this course to expose myself to one of my greatest fears. And I want to thank Jono. I appreciate all the work you put into this course. It's phenomenal and it's ongoing, and you're there supporting. I think it's that in itself is miraculous. So thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm not sure what else I would do, to be honest. Someone said to me the other day, so what else would you do? I'm like, yeah, what else would I do, really? Selling, card payment solutions or something like that just doesn't kind of inspire in the same way. It's not on the same level. So it's my own bliss. I'm following my bliss in doing this.
Yes, I want to say that with the meditations, I'm very bad at disciplining myself to do meditation. And the last 25 years I've been working and teaching with auric fields.
Talk about your life alignment. Yeah, you've done life alignment, haven't you?
Groups of people around the world. I mean, we've got quite a following. And I'm very attracted to this transformational field because I think we're always learning, we're always developing, and we're always open to awaken. Yes, life alignment is a vast field. I don't know if any of you have experienced sessions or studied it, but our founder member is Jeff Levine, who is South African but hails from Canada. And we work specifically with aligning the physical body with the emotional, mental, spiritual. So it's complex in that we'll first align a person with their own spiritual alignment, but then they work in a field, office or cyberspace or with other people. So we realize that once we've worked on the body and they go back into their workspace, they can be thrown again. So then we do business alignments. And they also come from a home space, communication with family. So we do home alignments. So those are the three big umbrellas on which we base a very simple modality called body spin. So, and we do a lot of distance healing, and it's a very powerful modality.
Yeah, great. Thanks for sharing that. And sure we'll learn more about that as we go in the course. So welcome aboard, and just shows you you're never too old to learn, because Christina's in her 70s and is still open, and I think that's amazing. So well done, Christine, for choosing to do this and show up.
Thank you very much.
Power to you. Yeah. Okay, who hasn't shared? Is that everyone? Eleanor, if you can do a little share for us, and Jackie, if she's still around.
Okay.
And yeah.
I'm Eleanor Smith from Cape Town in South Africa as well, on the coast.
Quite a Cape contingent, eh? You guys will have to get together sometime. There's three of you. So.
All right.
Eleanor, can you share your video briefly so people can just see you? Is that possible?
No, it's going to interfere with my my sound for now, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, okay.
So, Jonah, I've been doing some online coaching work, or also quantum transformational work, for a number of years, strictly online, since moving back to Cape Town from Johannesburg. And 3 weeks ago, I took out my Course in Miracles book, which I had for about, I think must be 15 years, and I've read through it maybe 12 years ago, but I took it out 3 weeks ago for some reason. And I'm on your forum, your WhatsApp forum, and I saw your invitation there to the hero's journey, and it intrigued me, the hero's journey. And so I went on that. We communicated, and I went on that last week. So I'm finding that you've invited me on this to come and see what it's about. And, in terms of the work that I do, I feel that this is an opportunity for me to dive deeper for myself. When you do the work online, energetically, it can be tiring sometimes. And it's like a renewal, just last week and now today, listening to everyone and being in this transformational space, feels like there's a renewal of spirit. In other words, my spirit is being fed to engage perhaps at a deeper level and share at a deeper level with those that I work with. That's just what comes up now. How it unfolds within the next few weeks, it's something that I will experience and relate as I go along. But I'm very familiar with your work in the past. I haven't done the Course in Miracles. I've read it on my own, and it is a book that can intrigue you very much so. So it's quite a blessing, actually, to be sharing it with a group and everyone expressing themselves so freely, where I feel comfortable. And,
Yeah, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome to the journey. And I think it's a good point that you mentioned. So many of these course books, there's been about 3 million copies sold worldwide, but I would guess that probably 90 to 95% are just sitting in bookshelves gathering dust and are not being used. And if someone does start reading it, almost certainly they're going to look for help, because it's not the easiest book to understand on your own. In my experience, some kind of guidance in how to interpret it, most people require. So that's why a course like this and a program exists. So to help you to understand it better, to interpret it, to apply it to your life, and make more sense of it more quickly. And so you don't have to take 10 years to figure out what a miracle is, like I did. You can actually get it in the first few weeks. Like, oh, okay, actually that's what it is, because it's told to you, it's spoken by someone who's already been on the journey. So you learn from other people's heroes' journeys, and don't have to do it the hard way necessarily. So
yes. So that's why I'm here. I've got a feeling that I'm guided to dive deeper in myself.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's brilliant that you're here, and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next time I'll have a video going. I'll try and sort out the sound.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great.
All right. Thanks.
And then who else? Who hasn't shared? Is it just everyone's shared except is Jackie still with us? Jackie, are you admin? Or was that Elaine? Let's unmute. Who's admin's? Was that Elaine? I can't remember. Admin's iPhone.
Yeah, that's Elaine.
Is that Elaine? Okay, so
Elaine is admin.
Has Jackie dropped off?
I think she's dropped off. She was on a mobile while she was traveling.
Yeah. Okay. So everyone's had a chance to share. So great. So I just thought it was important. It took some time, but then everyone gets to know each other from the start, because you're gonna be hanging out quite a lot together in this Zoom room over the next 6 weeks. So it's good to just kind of get to know who's here, and it's about establishing trust. Saying, okay, these are my my mighty companions on the journey, my soul group, if you like, who are we've all been called together at this time to do this for a reason. So again, welcome everyone. Thank you for putting your trust in this process and choosing to do it. I really appreciate it. It's an honor, and I look forward to the journey with all of you over the next 6 weeks. So any comments, questions, anything arising so far for anyone? Anyone want to share anything, Aurelie?
Sorry, you sent us the schedule, right, for the week. So is it every day, or is there a day off, or is it every day we do have lives, or how I didn't have
every day except Saturday. So there's one day break. Which,
1 day off. Yay.
1 day off. Yeah. Well, I need a break too. It's like, okay,
yeah, exactly.
So one day, and then that's a day of you can reflect and integrate and use it to do stuff that you missed in the week or catch up or whatever. So it's 6 days a week. Monday to Friday is afternoon session is at 12:30 UK time, so that's 1:30 your time, 2:30 South African time. Every day. Also Sundays we'll do afternoon because otherwise it gets too late in the evening. So just one session on Sunday, and then there'll also be evening sessions on weekdays. So from we decided, let me put it out there. Sally and I had a conversation about it. It seems like 5 p.m. UK time, which is 6 p.m. Orally your time, 7 p.m. South African time could be a good time. It means there's not that long between the afternoon and evening sessions, maybe like a couple of hours break, because the afternoon might go for 2 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours. So we might finish that at 3 and then we start again at 5. But it gives you a little break so you can go and do a dog walk, have some food, or do whatever work, and then join again at a time that's not going to be too late. So if we do like a 2 to 3 hour evening session, depending on how much we got to cover, we're going to do the text in the evenings. It's not going to be too late. And for South Africans, then means you finish by about 9:30, which isn't too bad. So I think if that time works for everyone, then that's the time we'll do it. Yeah. So 12:30 and 5 p.m. UK time, which is 1:30 or 6 p.m. Central European time, which is 2:30, 7 p.m. SA time. So Monday to Friday, and then Sundays we'll do a regular 12:30, 1:30, 2:30 time slot. This time slot. And the Sunday, if you can't make any other sessions in the week, do the Sunday sessions, because we're gonna be doing longer sessions and a lot of the transformational work as we work through the exercises in the manual. So I'll show you very briefly. We're going to go through these in the Sunday sessions. So if you miss those, so from part 2 of the course manual, we work through these exercises. The first ones I ask you to do on your own because they're really individual ones, but we'll talk about them next week. And then from week 4 onwards, we get into the real transformational stuff, naming your ego's game, and that's an online session that I facilitate, and then you can, based on the feedback you get in that session, you can then work through the exercise in your own time, and then the following week we do the next one, which is number 7, drawing yourself. And so that's on your own time. But number 7 is finding your true identity. So from week 4 onwards, it's really important that you do the live sessions on Sundays. because if you miss that session, then it doesn't happen again.
And
And
it's
there's
always
a
1:30, yeah, on Sundays,
yeah 1:30
same time. Okay.
Sundays, yeah. So dedicate after 6 weeks to this and say, look, Sunday afternoons I don't do anything else. This is what I do.
The next Sunday, really? 12:30?
Hey, any other questions or course timings, logistics, anything like that?
I thought next Sunday you were going to do 5:30.
Are we going to do 5:30 next Sunday?
We were going to play the transformation game.
Oh yes, that's true. Hey? Correct. Yeah. Okay. So next Sunday we'll just do it. We'll do it later. In the day it'll be starting at 5:30. Thanks for that reminder, because Sally's doing a transformation game which I haven't played, so I'm going to play it and see how that goes, and who knows, maybe we can integrate into the course in future. You never know. So we'll do next Sunday evening, but otherwise it'll be in the afternoon. Okay. Any other questions? Logistics? You're not sure about anything? How it works? When to be here? Is everyone getting my emails so that I know? Yeah, nods. Christine, did you get my email this morning? Yeah, great. Eleanor. Okay, if you're not getting my emails, just reach out to me. So I'm not getting them, and probably help you.
Don't know. I'm not getting your emails.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not. Have you tried applying the email the instructions to whitelist my email address?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So try doing that, and I sent the instructions on Telegram, so you can download them. If you do that, then and check you're on Gmail, so it's probably somewhere in promotions.
No,
in your
I've
promotions
I've
folder.
already searched. I've searched
Have you
every
checked your
box,
spam folder?
all of that.
Okay, so it's not in spam or promotions. Interesting.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
In relation to the whitelisting, I found that too complicated, so I just tuned out. And I just copied your address from the Telegram, or I don't know where I got it, from WhatsApp. You gave me your email address,
Mm-hmm.
and I pasted it in the email box, Outlook Express, and saved it as a new contact.
Okay.
And it works like that.
And that worked in Outlook. So now you're receiving the
Yes.
emails. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
You
also that
sent
you
two
can use.
so far, right? You sent one yesterday and one today, right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Every morning you'll get an email, and then there's the content's also on Telegram, just not as full. So there'll be more in the emails. But the essence will be in the Telegram.
Is it
message
the
as
same
well.
content you said you send on Telegram as in the email?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. Except in the email there's a daily schedule, and in Telegram I don't put it on put the whole daily schedule on there because it gets too much. So the idea is Telegram's like the shorter version, because some people are like, I just want short, sweet. So then you can use Telegram if you prefer. But if you want, to deep dive into the daily schedule and get all the resources like links to the email recordings and guided theta letting go meditation, it's in there every day. So it's kind of a resource center every day that's sent to you. And then the Telegram would be quick. There we go. I can listen to a breath break. You just go into the group and tap on it, and it'll play. So you can use either or both as you choose, but try and make sure you're getting both. So Eleanor will see if we can figure that out. As other people on Gmail get my emails. So it's strange that you're not getting them at all.
All right.
And
Thanks, John. I'll try what the other lady just did. Just copy your email and then see. Maybe just send you an email and you can send me one back. Just to test. All right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Maybe we can also do it before one of the live calls. Just join on Zoom and then you share your screen with me, and I'll see if I can help you to
Okay.
set up a filter. You can set up a filter in Gmail which filters my email address and tells it that it needs to go into the primary inbox. So there's a way of doing that. You can either do it from an existing email, but if you can't find one, then you can filter the set up a filter on my sending email address. I'll show you how to do that. So maybe join, just arrange with me. Join like 5-10 minutes before everyone else, and we can just do that quickly. It shouldn't take more than 5 or 10 minutes. Sometime in the week.
All right. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
So any other questions, comments, queries so far? No. All right. So what I'm going to suggest now, so we're going to go into sort of another phase of this. We're going to look at A Course in Miracles, the introduction to the text, and the preface, which is quite long. So what I'm going to suggest maybe is everyone just take a comfort break for 5 minutes, and then come back and we'll start, part 2 of the session. We'll actually read that and discuss it, and that'll give you a chance just to do whatever you need to do in 5 minutes. Is that okay? Okay, so yeah, it's now almost 5 to 4. So let's be back at 4 o'clock UK time. That's 6 p.m. SA time, 5 p.m. your time on the hour. So we can start again. I'll just pause the recording in the meantime. So put yourself on mute. Okay, is anyone there? Elaine's back. Right. Load shedding from 6 to 8:30. Right. So load shedding just started for you. Okay, well, Christine, if you can, if you can join us on your mobile or whatever, then by all means do.
Jono,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll probably be able to stay this until my time 6:30, and then I'll have to go.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Mm.
This is introduction to the an introduction to the course. So a lot of this Art of Letting Go course is around A Course in Miracles, as you know quite well, having been in it for a year and a half. It's kind of the foundational teaching. So thought we'd look at the preface, which is preface to the whole book that talks about how it came, so that you know how it came, and then what it says, how it came, what it is, and what it says, as a kind of introduction overview to the course. And then we'll look at the introduction to the text as well, which is part of what it says. Okay, so just resume recording. So everyone with us again? Lane, Susie, Sue's back. Sally dropped out. Maybe she has. Okay, so as I said, yeah, this is the preface to the course, which is all available freely online. Just so you know where I got this. This is a copy and paste straight out of this. Let's get to the right tab. I think we're in this one. So I use A Course in Miracles now.com, and you can access the entire course online. It's the just so we're clear, because there are a number of versions of the course. This is the Foundation for Inner Peace version that I use, the 3rd edition, which was the authorized Foundation for Inner Peace was the foundation set up by a guy called Ken Wapnick and his wife Gloria, who originally worked with Helen Schuckman, who was a scribe of the course, to edit it. And so this was the authorized edition of A Course in Miracles by the scribe. And then, subsequently there have been many other versions. There's an original version, there's the Ur text, which is the original text, the manuscript, which was not edited. Then it got edited once. That's called the original edition. Then there's this Foundation for Inner Peace version, which is the most common one. It's a blue book, so you know. The blue book here, it looks like that. So if you do want to buy it, it looks like that in most bookshops. The Foundation for Inner Peace version is blue. Some of the other versions have different colors and stuff, but that's the most commonly available version. You don't have to have the book to do this course, because we actually look at it online and I share the screen, and as part of the process we're translating it into an alternative language to make it more understandable. So the course uses Christian terminology, and often that puts people off because they've got various preconceptions about what that terminology means, things like God, Christ, Holy Spirit. So we translate it into alternative language to get over that little block, and it seems to help people understand it at a deeper level. So that's why we do the translation. So as part of these sessions, and we're going to do that now, if a translation is required, we translate it, we record it, I write it down, and then we have a translated version of that particular section. And that way we're going to ultimately translate the entire Course in Miracles, which is part of the Art of Letting Go kind of work and project. Okay, so this is the preface we're looking at. I'm going to have a look at it in Word. I've just pasted it into a document here, so that if there's any editing, then we edit it as we go. So what we generally do is take turns to read. So everyone reads a paragraph, then we pause at the end of every paragraph, have a little discussion if anything's coming up for you, and then move on. Someone else reads the next paragraph. Okay, so who would like to, well, the first one I'll read. So this preface was written in 1977, response to many requests for a brief introduction to A Course in Miracles. So the first two parts. So the course was published in 1976, first in 3 volumes. The text, the workbook, and the manual for teachers. It was originally 3 parts, and then only later did it get combined into 1 volume. And many people obviously asked for some kind of introduction because they wanted to know more about it. So it was written by Helen Schuckman in response to that, and it's now part of it. So the first 2 parts, how it came and what it is, Helen Schuckman wrote herself. And the final part, what it says, was written by the process of inner dictation described in the preface. So she describes how this process came about, how it looked. So I'm just going to copy that. So what we do then is just edit it and make it into a different color. We make it into a dark gray, and that probably just needs, I don't like these, that long dash, by the way, is American. It's called an M dash with no spaces. I think it's the most bizarre piece of punctuation I've ever seen. It's like a dash with no spaces. I don't get it. But so we'll just change that, how it came, what it is. And Schuckman wrote herself. The final part, what it says, was this inner dictation. So the inner dictation comes from Jesus, Yeshua, as we call him. The reason why I changed his name is, again, it's a translation. So a lot of people have various associations with the name Jesus because of exposure to traditional Christianity, often not that positive. So change his name and you just get around that, because his name actually wasn't Jesus. His name was Yeshua. Jesus is the anglicization of that name, Yeshua. So this is all about going back to the core, to the source, getting beyond the illusions of names that seem to cause any obstacles to the awareness that they're pointing to, and just using terminology that that works better. Okay, so who would like to read the next how it came? So the first part, this is telling us how the course came about, which is useful to know the history. So again, Sally, can you kick that off for us? Course in Miracles.
Course in Miracles began with the sudden decision of 2 people to join in a common goal. Their names were Helen Schuckman and William Thetford, professors of medical psychology at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons in New York City. It does not matter who they were, except that the story shows that with God, all things are possible. They were anything but spiritual. Their relationship with each other was difficult and often strained, and they were concerned with personal and professional acceptance and status. In general, they had considerable investment in the values of the world. Their lives were hardly in accord with anything that the Course advocates. Helen, the one that received the material, described herself Psychologist, educator, conservative in theory, and atheist in belief. I was working in a prestigious and highly academic setting, and then something happened that triggered a chain of events I could never have predicted. The head of my department unexpectedly announced that he was tired of the angry and aggressive feelings our attitudes reflected, and concluded that there must be another way. And as if on cue, I agreed to help him find it. Apparently this course is the other way.
Mm,
A nice story, isn't it?
very nice. Yeah. So it was a meeting of minds in a common purpose. They were apparently on their way to a disciplinary hearing. They were driving through New York City on a way to another disciplinary hearing, which happened frequently because there was so much conflict in the department. And he just, he was frustrated and said, why, this is crazy. There must be a better way than this. And he was quite surprised when she agreed with him, because they'd had their own share of conflict. He was the head of the department, a guy called William Thetford, and she was sort of working with him. She was a research psychologist, so they were highly academic, intellectual people, and but it wasn't working for them. And so it was a meeting of minds in the common purpose, which is the purpose of awakening to who we really are. They didn't know that at that point. They just wanted more peace. It was a cry in the darkness for peace and love, and it was answered by Jesus, or Yeshua himself, as she'll describe how it came. So there's a miracle in the way it came. I think it's very significant that there was a joining of minds, because in the joining of minds in a common purpose, then Yeshua said, at some point in the Bible said, if two or more minds join in my name, then I will be there. And that was literally what happened for them. He came in because they chose a common purpose, and they basically volunteered in that moment when they said yes. Bill was like, I want to find another way, and she said, I'll help you. There was a meeting of minds, and they chose a hero's journey in that moment, and then this voice came in. So she goes on to describe how this then unfolded. So, and I'm just going to change. There's not much to translate in these first ones, but God, let's be consistent. I'm just going to put translated pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so I have actually sent out the glossary of terms, just so you know, as a separate document. So you can reference that document at any point if you're not sure what a particular term means. But we're going to make it easy for you this year, because we're going to translate the entire, done most of the workbook last year. We're going to do the text this year. So it'll be translated for you, and we'll have those translated versions available. So what am I looking at? The course, where is it? Instructions, glossary of terms. That's what I wanted. So there's the glossary of terms, which I sent you on email, and also it's on WhatsApp. So if you're not sure of a term, you can look in there, and it's probably going to be covered in alphabetical order. And as I said, we're going to be actually applying these terms in the translations to the alternative terms to create an alternative version. So we will produce another version of the course ultimately out of this process. There's already a number of versions. This will be an alternative, but as far as I know, it's the first time that it will be translated into an alternative language without the Christian terminology. I don't think anyone's done that so far. So groundbreaking stuff that you're part of. Okay, so let's carry on then. Well, the intention was serious. Sue, if you want to read the next Read that and then Helen's first person account, if you don't mind. Is it big enough, or should I make the screen a bit, the writing a bit bigger?
No, that's fine.
I'll zoom it into 120%, shouldn't we? There we go, just slightly bigger. Okay, so from although the intention was serious.
Okay. Although their intention was serious, they had great difficulty in starting out on their joint venture. But they had given the Holy Spirit a little willingness that, as the course itself was to emphasize again and again, is sufficient to enable him to use any situation for his purposes and provide it with his power.
Okay, so I'm going to just translate that. So some of those terms like, Holy Spirit just need to be changed. Do you remember what the Holy Spirit is?
No, I don't. But it's weird because since I've been doing the course, I'm really comfortable with the term Holy Spirit now.
Mm. Yeah. Well,
what is the alternative to that? I can't remember.
the alternative is the remembrance of love.
Oh, okay.
That's what the Holy Spirit is. So it's the memory of love in your mind that then reinterprets every situation from the perspective of perfect love or oneness. So it's got this quite unique ability to reinterpret our experiences. And that's what he means by the Holy Spirit. So remembrance of perfect love.
That they had given the remembrance of perfect love, a little willingness that of the course itself was to emphasize again and again, sufficient to enable him to use any situation for his purpose.
And so him becomes it, you see.
Oh, okay.
So it removes the gender, because I mean, I've never been entirely comfortable with hims and hises when it's not, this isn't gender specific. God is not a person. There's no male or female. So it is much more of it's a better pointer to the neutral presence that it is. It's not gender specific because it has no duality. And it also gets over, if you're female and you go, well, why is it all male? And that's just the convention he's used. Traditionally, he's used traditional Christian terms because that maybe initially that makes it understandable because people are like, okay, I know what he's talking about because there's already that Christian terminology in the world. But I think it's time to change that and make it more accessible and more understandable for people who are not necessarily Christian, and those who have been Christian and walked away from it because they were like, no, this, that I just don't resonate with traditional Christianity. They can now, access this and go, oh, okay, well, it's just a remembrance of perfect love. Okay, well, that's not so scary. It's my own memory of perfect love that lies in my own mind. It's not some alien presence that's sort of coming over me or taking control of me. But they had, so instead of, and also what we make it is simpler. So instead of given the remembrance of perfect love, the little willingness, they had been willing just, they had been, how about just a little bit willing so the translated bits put in italics, and just a little bit willing to listen to the remembrance. That's what he means by give the little willingness. Just a little bit willing to listen to the remembrance of perfect love. That, as the course itself was to emphasize again and again, is sufficient to enable it to use any situation for its purposes and provide it with its power. So maybe just read that translated sentence again, and just when you read the translation, just kind of feel into it and go, does that actually make a difference? Does it help me to understand it or connect with the words? Remember, words are pointers, symbols twice removed from reality. So they're pointing you to the truth. They're not the truth themselves. So be aware of, what the feeling is when you say it.
But they have been just a little bit willing to listen with the remembrance of perfect love, that, as the Course itself was to emphasize again and again, is sufficient to enable it to use any situation for its purposes and provide it with its power. Yeah. Yeah, no, that flows better as well. So just a little bit willing to listen. That makes it more human, I think.
Exactly. So some of the language is quite formal. Give the Holy Spirit the little willingness. Well, what does that mean? Give the Holy Spirit the little willingness. It means you're willing. There's a part of your mind that's like, yeah, I'm just a little bit willing, like they were, to say, okay, there must be a better way. That was the little willingness that Bill Thetford had, and then she was willing to join him. So it kind of, it removes it out of a domain that can seem to be a bit kind of untouchable, like unreachable. The language is a bit removed from our human experience, to actually being very practical. Yeah, I just need to be a little bit willing to listen to this voice, which is in my own mind. And that little willingness is sufficient. If you have the little willingness, you're just a little bit willing to listen to an alternative voice, then it's enough for its power to come in. Enough to enable it to use any situation for its purposes and provide it with its power. And how about infuse? That's kind of nice. Infuse. So again, does that translation make it more impactful? That's the question. If it doesn't, we don't do it. Infuse the situation with its power. Does that work?
Sufficient to enable it to use any situation for its purposes and infuse the situation with its power.
As opposed to provide it with its power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Work for you?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay.
Is it important, Jonah? Is it important that we get the semantics 100% correct? I think.
No, it's not important. We're doing a translation, so I'm just like, okay, is everyone happy? That makes sense. Because if it doesn't make sense, then we won't put it in the translation. See? Okay. So it's just, I quite like the infuse, because it's like, oh, okay, this
infuse
situation can infuse the power, can kind of flow through that sense of flowing in. You see, so then the word just evokes maybe a slightly different experience than provided its power.
Okay.
Might seem to be more like something separate that's providing it with its power, like some kind of overlord idea, which is often the misconception of what God is. Whereas infuse it with its power, okay, well, it's actually in the guts of the situation. It's going to come in. It's going to bring this power in to the situation.
Infuse. It's just a strong, powerful word.
Yeah, exactly. And words are powerful. They ultimately, words are just symbols twice removed from the truth, but they can point us to the truth, and we're using words to do that. So let's try and use them as effectively as possible. And it's a translation that might, end up being read by many people. So okay, well, so then I'm checking in the group, does that work or not? So it's not just me. He thinks that. And power really should be capitalized, because it's coming from power is the power of God. Anything that comes from God is capitalized in the course. So it tells you, the capitalization tells you that it's of God's spirit and not of the ego. And again, sometimes they get that wrong in the course, so we change it. Okay. So to continue Helen's first person account.
So carry on.
Yeah, you can read that if you want.
To continue Helen's first person account. 3 startling months preceded the actual writing, during which time Bill suggested that I write down the highly symbolic dreams and descriptions of the strange images that were coming to me.
Isn't that just perfect that you're reading that? You only had a dream this morning. So funny.
Yeah, it was highly symbolic. Oh, I could feel it. Although I had grown more accustomed to the unexpected by that time, I was still very surprised when I wrote, "This is the Course in Miracles." That was my introduction to the voice. It made no sound, but it seemed to be giving me a kind of rapid inner dictation that I took down in a shorthand notebook. Writing was never automatic. It could be interrupted at any time and later picked up again. It made me very uncomfortable, but it never seriously occurred to me to stop. It seemed to be a special assignment I had somehow, somewhere agreed to complete. It totally represented a truly collaborative venture between Bill and myself. Much of its significance, I am sure, lies in that I would take down what the voice said and read it to him the next day, and he typed it from my dictation. I expect he had his special assignment too. Without his encouragement and support, I would never have been able to fulfill mine. The whole process took about 7 years. The text came first, then the workbook for students, and finally the manual for teachers. Only a few minor changes have been made. Chapter titles and subheadings have been inserted in the text, and some of the more personal references that occurred at the beginning have been omitted. Otherwise, the material is substantially unchanged.
So that gives you just a snapshot of how this actually happened. She had
interesting.
Yeah, so you understand the kind of miraculous nature of it. So after that invitation, that fateful day when they were driving to a disciplinary hearing and they agreed to find a better way, Helen started having these quite vivid dreams. She dreams of her being in a robe. She saw herself as a white priestess, and she couldn't really understand them. But because they were into psychology, they understood, there's interpretation of dreams, Jungian psychology, etc. So it didn't freak them out too much. And so she'd started writing down the highly symbolic dreams and descriptions, the strange images that were coming to her. And she started having kind of psychic experiences as well. So it was recorded that during this phase, they went to a clinic called the Mayo Clinic. It's quite a famous clinic outside New York. And she'd had a kind of an image of some kind of a castle, and she was expecting that she would find it there. And then she was like, "Well, where's the castle? I saw this in my dream, and it's not there." And they searched. She said they went and they searched everywhere around the Mayo Clinic, and they couldn't find this castle. And then Bill Thetford was sitting in the waiting room, and he opened a book about the clinic, and he saw this photo, and he said, "Hey, Helen, check this out. This looks like what you described in your dream." And she looked and said, "Yeah, that's exactly what I saw." And it was the old building. It was an old sort of castle, church. Was it a church or castle? I can't remember. But it was this old church that the Mayo Clinic had been built on the site of. So she was actually seeing into the past. Just didn't exist anymore. So those kinds of experiences, started happening. And then in October of that year, I think she got the initial thing where they agreed that they wanted to find a better way. It was in April of 1965. In October of that year, this voice started speaking to her one night and just said, "This is a Course in Miracles. Please take notes." And she was freaked out. She phoned Bill and said, like, what should I do? I'm now it's speaking to me. Am I going crazy? And he said, "Well, just write down what it says and bring it in the morning, and we'll see. And so she brought up she wrote down the introduction, of course, and we'll proceed. We'll do the introduction today. He said, well, Helen, no offense, but this stuff isn't from you. This is profound. This isn't gibberish. This is amazing. And she said, yeah, I know. It was freaking me out. Like, what's speaking to me? And then very soon after that, the voice revealed itself as Jesus. So like, I'm Jesus. And it's not hard to figure out if he starts talking about his disciples and his crucifixion, who it was. We all know the story very well. So, and it freaked her out. She couldn't quite get her head around it. Like what, she was an atheist, academic, highly intellectual, and then, this kind of, these mystic kind of experiences are happening to her. And so she needed Bill to help her. He said a lot of the time, he had one hand typing, she'd read and he'd type. He said he had one hand on the typewriter and one hand on her shoulder going, it's okay, Helen, it's going to be all right. So it was a joint assignment. As she said, I wouldn't have been able to do it without him. And it's interesting that Yeshua chose the two of them. I think it was a perfect choice, really, although they didn't seem to be likely candidates. They were intellectuals, they were academic, they understood about research and writing papers and doing it properly, so they would do a thorough job of it. And that's what they did. And they then edited it, and so they were the ones who were going to bring this authentically, as he dictated it, into the world. So there wasn't an accident that he chose them. But they had to invite him. I think if they hadn't had that the invitation, then it probably wouldn't have happened. So it was by their own invitation. And as she said, most of the material is largely unchanged. So they did some editing. There's a couple of editions of this with a guy called Kenneth Wapnick, helped Helen to edit it. But largely, especially in the first 5 chapters were changed quite a lot, because there was a lot of personal material that came in, personal advice to edit, but all that largely unchanged. Not much editing actually took place. They put in subsections and headers and that to make it more readable, but it's pretty much the same as the original text. So it's directly from Yeshua, which is what I like. It hasn't been tampered with and interfered with by people over thousands of years. Okay, so next one, you may as well finish this too. The names of the collaborators.
Okay, the names of the collaborators in the recording of the course do not appear on the cover, because the course can and should stand on its own. It is not intended to become the basis for another cult. Its only purpose is to provide a way in which some people will be able to find their own internal teacher.
So they didn't claim personal credit, which I think is important. She realized she was just the scribe for this great teaching that was coming from Yeshua that needed to be stand on its own as A Course in Miracles, coming from spirit, coming from source. No author in the physical sense. Not intended to become the basis for another cult. And there have been people who've used it as that. There have been sort of a couple of cult-like course organizations that have grown up. But generally, it avoids that because it's a self-study course. So we study it on our own. It's our own mind training process, and then there's groups that spring up to discuss it. But the nature of it being self-study tends to avoid the cult issue, because you can read it yourself and discover and explore it for yourself. No one is telling you. A cult is normally one sort of master figure who ends up dictating to everyone else, saying this is what you should believe. Well, the Course is saying the opposite. It's like read for yourself and interpret it for yourself, and study groups and this kind of a online forum are just helpful in revealing its true nature and understanding, helping to understand it more. Okay, so happy with that. That's how it came. So we're clear then what it is. Let's ask Kim to read, as he's still with us, Kim. So if you can read before you go, as its title implies, and then read to the end of the second paragraph there. Kim, are you still with us? Okay, maybe not, maybe Kim's. So let's ask Susie, if you can read as its title implies and to the end of second paragraph there.
What it is, as its title implies, the course is arranged throughout as a teaching device. It consists of 3 books, a 669-page text, a 488-page workbook for students, and a 92-page manual for teachers. The order in which students choose to use the books and the ways in which they study them depend on their particular needs and preferences.
Okay, so just telling us factually what it consists of. What I like about the structure is that it covers what a good course should cover. You've got the theory, which is the text, so that's a theoretical understanding. You've got a workbook, which is practical application, the application of the ideas in the text so that you can actually apply it to your mind and your life. And then the 92-page manual for teachers is like FAQs, frequently asked questions. Okay, so you got some more advanced questions. Well, you have FAQs. You're going, Kim. Okay. Thanks, Kim. Hope to see you soon. Have a lovely week. Okay, so next one, the curriculum the course proposes.
The curriculum the course proposes is carefully conceived and is explained step by step at both the theoretical and practical levels. It emphasizes application rather than theory and experience rather than theology. It specifically states that a universal theology is impossible, but a universal experience is not only possible but necessary.
So pause it there. That's a very good point. Universal theology is impossible. So theology never agrees. That's about belief systems, dogma. This is why the religions of the world don't agree, because they have different theology. Theos is God, logos is study. So it's a study of God. And it's often intellectual. It's theoretical, and the different religions don't agree on theology, which is why there seems to be all this disagreement. But then he says a universal, so that's not possible to find a universal theology, but a universal experience is not only possible but necessary. So he's telling us here that he's pointing us to a universal experience that's way beyond belief, beyond dogma. It comes down to your personal experience, which is what all the mystics and saints and avatars in history have experienced and have shared then their wisdom from their experiences. That's what the distinction between a theologian and a mystic is, personal experience. The theologian knows the theory of whatever they're a theologian of, say a Christian theologian. They could tell you the theory, they've studied it intellectually. But the mystic knows experientially what the spirit is that it's all pointing to, because they've had the experience, the actual experience of it. Whereas the theologian all too often is not, and it's just an intellectual idea in their mind. God is an intellectual concept rather than a felt experience. So he's pointing us, he's saying this is where this course is leading us, to universal experience. In the end, beyond words, beyond theology, the theory is useful to facilitate the universal experience. It's the only reason why he's teaching us the theory, because he knows that we need to undo some of these dogmatic beliefs that are blocks to the awareness of love's presence and this universal experience. Okay, so any thoughts on that? And maybe Sally, if you just briefly share, you've had some quite profound experiences over the last 9 months, haven't you? Which I presume it would have confirmed to you the truth of this statement.
Yeah, that it's all experiential, and you can't describe it with words, can you? You can't think it out. It doesn't make sense. I'd love to have shared it, but I couldn't put it into words. So it's just, yeah, you have to have those experiences, don't you, to be able to know what they are.
And then in those experiences, more of the truth was revealed to you. And it wasn't something that was taught to you. It revealed itself in the experience.
And it was definitely not even true. It goes beyond truth, doesn't it? It's just like there's no doubt.
Because it's in your own experience. You cannot doubt what you've experienced. You can doubt beliefs. Someone can tell you something, and that's all intellectual and theoretical, and you can doubt that. But in your own experience, you experience pure formless awareness of perfect love firsthand. How can you then doubt its presence? How can you doubt that it exists anymore?
Yeah, it's interesting doing this course, and I've dabbled with it for years, and then heard all the truths being shared, but until I actually experienced them, I wasn't convinced. I was like, there was doubt, show me. I like to see it myself, but now I have. It's like, all right, fair enough. Course in Miracles is full on. Absolutely. Yeah,
I mean, that's the case, isn't it? You don't really know the truth until you've experienced it. So most theologians, if they haven't had the experience, they have all their own doubts going because they don't really know. They just studied it. They've gone to theological school and they've been taught this, and someone's told them, well, this is the mystery of the Trinity and all these concepts, and they've learned it. But it's just intellectual ideas, no actual experience, and then it's just the domain of mind and conceptual thought, which is still the domain of the ego.
Yeah,
the pure experience, the universal experience of God's love takes you beyond the ego, and you cannot doubt it anymore because you've experienced it.
Yeah, a lot of times I've seen that it's in my head. I'm intellectually understanding it, but I don't really feel it and I don't know it. So once you've fully embodied it in that sense, it's not quite the right word, is it? When it's when you've experienced it, they just aren't the words, are they? But I could see.
I mean, you said head, so your head is, typically it's associated here with the sort of top, your third chakra, maybe this one, and it's very heady. It feels like there's a lot of mind thought going on. We all know that experience, and it's actually not a nice experience. The more you go into head space, you actually disconnect from the feeling, which lies down below in your heart center. You feel in your gut and in your heart.
Yeah.
So it's dropping your attention down into the heart center and feeling that. And then you say embodying, you felt it as a whole body experience, didn't you?
Yeah. I think once it got down to my gut, in the EAM, we call it the hara. Once it got down there, then I knew it. And then there's no doubt and there's no, it's nothing. It just
that's why I say gut feeling, or you feel in your heart. Do you feel it with your heart? Is it heartfelt? These are all words that we use to the symbols of the experience that you have when you really experience something profound. And so that's where this course and this whole program is pointing to, an experience. And the mind stuff and the theory we study, and that's all part of bringing you the experience. So Yeshua knows that you're not just going to go from your conceptual, pretty narrow intellectual beliefs that are egoic to a universal experience of God's love. It's not just going to happen like that generally. So there's a process of mind training, and that's what he's carefully worked out. This course is this process of training your mind, meeting you where you are, in your intellect, in your mind, in your head, all that stuff, and he meets you where you are. He says, okay, well, that's where you are. So let's talk about that, and let's start taking you from your existing perception, very, heady, mind-oriented of the world and yourself, into more of this universal experience. And that's a process, that's a journey. That's what the hero's journey is about. They say, the longest journey is only 30 centimeters. And that's between your head and your heart. To actually make the journey from there to there is the hero's journey. And then you integrate, whatever insights you've had intellectually. It's about integrating them into this universal experience he talks about.
And what comes to my mind, or what comes to me, is that as children, we do the opposite, that we have a knowing, of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Usually we can feel it, we play, we laugh, and then gradually we become more mentally taught through school and whatnot. So really, we're just reversing the process, aren't we? And going back down.
Yeah. Which is why Yeshua said, you must, to enter the kingdom of heaven, you must be like a little child. So it's going into the innocence, going into the openness, the innocence, the openness, not knowing, the state of not knowing. Children don't know, so they're open to learn. I don't know, but I'm open to learn. We learn more in our first 7 years of life than probably in the rest of our lives combined, because it's just like we're open, we're sponges, we're absorbing. So it's pointing us to well, can you just go into that open mind state? Say, okay, I'm beginner's mind. I don't know. I don't know anything. So I'm open to new ideas. And Yeshua says at some point in the course that you must question every single value and belief you hold in order to do this course. So he's asking us to question everything and open our minds to a radically different interpretation of reality, radically different truth that'll come in if we open to it.
What occurs to me is quite often people will, or I did, think things through, but never quite get the guidance from a deeper level. So I'd get the guidance and I'd overwrite it with my mind and go, oh, no, it's nonsense. I can't do that. Couldn't possibly do that. And there's something about needing
to trust that feeling. You trust your mind.
You have to have that deeper feeling, don't you, that the Holy Spirit is giving you, that is a knowing, is absolutely surety. And you have to be out of your mind to do that, don't you? You have to be loaded, isn't it? But
if someone says you're out of your mind, say, oh, well, thank you. That's great. I appreciate that. It's a compliment. Because it is. You're out of the ego mind then.
Yeah. I was just thinking about Sue and her job thing, about how she probably has lots of little moments where she knows what she could do, but there's a the mind overrides it and mind goes, no, can't do that, no, can't do that. But when you drop down a bit lower into your what we call hara, there's the answer is there, and that's beyond the mind. That is the guidance that is absolutely sure. It's there, Sue.
I know. When I go down there, it feels really scary. When I go down to that place, it feels really scary.
The ego's scared, but down there is the sure answer. Sure guidance.
So part of this, you see, there's some blocks in there. So part of this process is letting go of the blocks so that you can listen and you can really feel that. And he's saying, look, you're probably not going to have the universal experience straight away. If you had the universal experience already, you wouldn't need the course, would you? Because you'd already be enlightened. It'd be like, enlightened people don't come on courses like this because they already get it. So, you recognize, okay, we're in our minds. He meets us in our intellectual minds, in our egos, in this world that we've invented, because that's where we think we are. So he's got to meet us where we are in order to take us on a journey out of that. And it's a journey from the theology, the intellectual constructs and concepts and ideas and beliefs that we have, into this experience, the universal experience of truth, which when you have it is so, it's unmistakable. You know that something profound has happened and you never be the same again. And when one of these universal experiences happens, well, you don't know. So what he's saying to us is, well, look, do the mind training, just practice with me, doing these daily lessons and read the text, and it will happen when it's meant to happen. The experiences will come as a natural, consequence of your work. Because I can't teach you the meaning of love, but I can teach you the blocks to the awareness, how to overcome the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. And that's what we're doing with this course. Learning to overcome the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. Okay, so happy with the universal theology, universal experience idea, and the shift from the one to the other.
Just a question, Jonah.
Yeah.
There's a reference here of a manual, page 77. Is that a different section of the book, or is it something?
Yeah. So the manual is one of the three main sections of the course. Manual, page 77, is where it's referenced to. So if you go to page 77 of the manual, you'd find this in the manual. Yeah. So it's just referencing it to later on in the book.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure. Okay, so although Christian in statements, carry on reading that.
Although Christian in statement, the course deals with universal spiritual themes. It emphasizes it is but one version of the universal curriculum. There are many others, this one differing from the early one in form, from them only in form. They all lead to God in the end.
Okay, so they all lead to, let's just translate that into they all lead, and this is where it becomes, you see how the translation can reveal things. They all lead to pure formless awareness of perfect love. In the end. Because that's the experience. It's the same experience. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. When you look at accounts of mystic experiences throughout history, they say the same thing. It's the same experience, pretty much. So they all lead to the same experience, which is what he's talking about, a universal experience. So God is not intellectual, theoretical, conceptual. God is known in your own experience. It's your own pure formless awareness of perfect love. When you're fully in that awareness, then you know God. But you cannot know that intellectually and conceptually, because that's just an idea. So for most people, God is a conceptual idea.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest. I think that's the biggest stumbling block, isn't it? Because the more I read into it, and if it wasn't for, I smiled a bit. They all lead to God, because God was never, But when you put pure formless awareness of perfect love, you kind of like smile, thinking, yeah, I understand that, but not God. And I think that's the biggest block, isn't it? Because of your own.
Oh. So that's why we changed the language, because it's like, okay, well, God, what for most people that's a conceptual idea in their mind. God is, they've got all kinds of associations. Usually in most Western society, that's going to be the God of the Christian religion, because we all grew up with that. And a lot of us rejected it and said, I don't believe in this God. This is an insane God. This is a controlling God, not a loving God at all. So we reject it. And then we come, that word is loaded. God, the word God is loaded with all kinds of preconceptions and false ideas.
I think we'd feel so different if you put they all lead to dog. We can all relate to dog instead of God. But just meaning, you know, because just seeing that there, it's just so, like you said, so loaded. And that's where it is. Because
they all lead to the same awareness. If it's just a pure formless awareness of perfect love, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. It's actually everyone's own awareness. This pure formless awareness of perfect love is everyone's true awareness, and it's going to lead them back to their true awareness, which we share. It's the same awareness, it's the same experience, universal experience. So then you see how the translation can really help to break down some of these conceptual barriers. God, and you know, that's how we undo the ego. So that's, you know, that's one of the reasons why we do it. Because it's just pointing us more clearly to that which is really beyond name. I mean, you can't really name this because it's pure awareness. But for me, pure formless awareness of perfect love is a better pointer than God. I came up with the name after having, you know, a mystic experience on day 9 of a Vipassana retreat. And I couldn't really, that was the best word I could describe it. That was pure formless awareness. That's what I experienced. So there we go. It's not a loaded word. It's an open word. Pure formless awareness is like the state it points to. It's open, it's empty. And most people wouldn't have encountered it before. So it's not something that they would load with their own preconceived ideas, which is helpful. Then. Love people have ideas of, but if you say perfect love, I think we all kind of understand, okay, there's an unconditional love. You could also call it unconditional love. But it sounds nice. That's all. Perfect love. Yeah. Okay, so perfect love is perfect oneness, which comes when you're in pure formless awareness. You experience that. Hence, the pure formless awareness of perfect love is God. Okay, so any thoughts, comments, questions on that?
Oh, did you want me to continue?
If you'd like to read one more paragraph, I'm just going to turn on my light because it's getting rather gloomy.
Yeah, I need to do that too. The text is largely theoretical and sets forth the concepts on which the course's thought system is based. Its ideas contain the foundation for the workbook's lessons without the practical application the workbook provides. The text would remain largely a series of abstractions which would hardly surface to bring about the thought reversal at which the course aims.
And then we can translate that if you like. Suffice means would hardly be sufficient.
All right.
No.
Yes, I think I said surface.
Yeah, suffice, yeah. So again, that's, you know, which would hardly be sufficient. To bring about the thought reversal at which the course aims. Okay, so any ideas on that?
No.
So he's just saying, you know, the workbook is necessary if you're going to apply this in practice. Otherwise, it would just be largely a series of abstractions, which would hardly suffice to bring about the thought reversal at which the course aims. So you need to apply it, in other words. Application is essential.
It'd make a fantastic movie. That'd be your next thing, Jono. Once you get all this.
Yeah, make a movie.
Yeah, honest.
Well, what I'd like to do is run a retreat, and then you actually record that, and you make a movie of the experience of the retreat. Seen it done. Tony Robbins did it, and I watched it on Netflix. And I was like, it was powerful, but you know, it was there were 2,000 people on it or something. It was like a seminar. So imagine a retreat where there's only maybe 10 to 20 people, and then you interview them, and there's a whole journey, and you go on the hero's journey with them and an experience, and shot in Tenerife, beautiful location. Could be really good to show people, like, okay, so this is, then the movie becomes a showcase for, like, this is what's possible for you too. You watch it and you get inspired. Yeah, so who knows? Who knows? I get excited. What's interesting that comes out of these sessions is all kinds of ideas, inspired ideas just pop up.
Who knows? Everybody will know your name, Jonathan Quayle.
No, it's not about Jonathan Quayle. It's about
I know, but what I'm saying is, because you started it off by changing, and who would have thought that you'd pick, out of how many years the book's been out, to know that you've changed it to the pure awareness. I actually like unconditional love, because I think perfect, people are always, there isn't perfect, is there? So I quite liked it when you says unconditional love.
Well, you can change it.
I'm not going to suggest that you change every single thing now, but I do like unconditional love. There's something about perfect, isn't there?
Yeah.
I agree. Unconditional
perfect
love
implies unconditional. It's like there's no conditions.
Yeah.
It's just perfect. No conditions, no limitations. But it's quite poetic, because you say the peace of perfect love. It's beautiful. It just flows. It flows beautifully. The peas, and so try and make it a little bit poetic as well.
Or you're trying to change the Peter Piper pickled pepper into perfect love.
Okay, so the workbook. Someone else want to read that? Please, 365 lessons. Let's ask. How about Elaine? How about you read that?
Yeah. The workbook includes 365 lessons, one for each day of the year. It is not necessary, however, to do the lessons at that tempo, and one might want to remain with particularly appealing lesson for more than one day. The instructions urge only that not more than one lesson a day should be attempted. The practical nature of the workbook is underscored by the introduction to its lessons, which emphasizes experience through application rather than the prior commitment to a spiritual goal.
Okay, any thoughts on that? Questions? Not more than one lesson a day should be attempted. Okay, so we're going to do one lesson a day. That's the tempo. We move on after lesson. If you want to go back to a lesson, and sometimes we do refer back to lessons in subsequent lessons or days, but it's one a day. And if you go, well, I didn't quite get that. I want to do the lesson perfectly. Just move on. Ken Wapnick's advice, he was sort of the original teacher of A Course in Miracles. He said, look, you're not going to get it perfect. Just do it and move on. And then, you can do it again the next year. Just keep cycling through the workbook. I've done it 17 years. You just keep cycling through it. And the next time it comes around, you'll get it maybe at a deeper level. And so it becomes this ongoing mind training program that you can do, and each time you do it, it's like a miniature version of the hero's journey. You're going through another cycle every year, and it's an amazing process to stay aware, stay in your true awareness, and also then facilitate the undoing of the ego continuously. And what's also interesting is you read a workbook lesson, and that you've read it 17 times before, maybe more. And yet you read it and it's like reading it from fresh, like from scratch. it's not actually that familiar. You go, oh, did I read this last year? And it sort of has this perennial nature, and that's the perennial philosophy, perennial nature of truth. That it's evergreen, and it's always inspiring. So you can keep doing this course in the workbook and reading the text, and you'll find new and fresh inspiration. So it can be a lifelong path. You can draw inspiration and learn continuously. And in a different time in your life, you might find a lesson particularly meaningful because it really applies. So your experience of each lesson will be different, even if it's the same lesson. Your experience, year on year is going to be different. It's got these deep levels of significance. That's a characteristic of any authentic spiritual teaching. Deeper levels of significance. As you go deeper into it, you don't get bored. You actually reveal more, and it becomes even more interesting and more inspiring and more exciting, which most books won't do. But the course is the one that I know that does do that. I've read it over and over again, and it does reveal these deeper levels of significance. Okay, any questions about that? A lot of banging going on somewhere. I don't know who that is, but maybe I'll just mute.
I quite don't know. I quite enjoy the fact that they encourage one lesson per day, because ultimately, if I understand it correctly, it is to emphasize experience through application rather than a commitment to a spiritual goal.
Yeah.
Which, kind of, if one sits with that thought, it's quite something to ponder on.
Experience through application. So it becomes your own. It's not a dogma. It's not a theory. He's asking you just to believe, which distinguishes it from, say, traditional Christianity. They give you a dogma and they say you must believe this. This is the teaching. Jesus was the only Son of God. He died for your sins on the cross. There's no evidence of that. It's a dogma that's taught to you, and you're asked to just believe that. Whereas this is like, no, he's not asking us to believe anything. He's saying apply the ideas and then see what happens, and then you'll know from your own experience that they're true. So yeah, much more experiential, practical, and therefore powerful in your own experience. So there's a huge noise going on. Who is that? Massive racket going on somewhere. Who is
Orally.
Is it orally?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's mute orally. It's like crunching away.
That was the sound of love, Jono.
It's the sound of love. Orally's back.
I am here. I'm just busy multitasking. I'm listening to you guys.
Right. So yeah, just mute yourself if you're not speaking. Can you read for us already, or
No, I'm on my phone, so it's really tiny. Really tiny.
Okay. So that's fine. Don't read. I'll just mute you. So okay, just stay muted. Some of the ideas. So who's reading next? Eleanor, do you want to read first some of the ideas the workbook presents?
Okay, I'm reading out of the book. Some of the ideas the workbook presents you will find hard to believe, and others may seem quite startling. This does not matter. You are merely asked to apply the ideas as you are directed to do. You're not asked to judge them at all. You're asked only to use them. It is their use that will give them meaning to you and will show you that they are true. As being forewarned here, in a sense.
Yeah. So he's saying just use them, apply them, and then you'll see that they work. So he's not asking us to believe any dogma, any faith, say, just blindly believe. He's saying, well, look, just experience it for yourself. Try it out. See if it works. And then you will know that they're true because it will work.
Asking the fact to be neutral, going through the book.
Yeah. So you might not believe the ideas. You're saying, look, okay, it doesn't matter. You probably won't fully believe a lot of them, but it doesn't matter. Just apply the ideas as you're directed to do. So it gives us very specific mind training exercises to do in the workbook and says, okay, just think this way and do the exercise. And he's saying, well, just do it. And you'll see as you do it that it works, because it will start changing your mind by changing your thoughts. And this will show you that the ideas that you are practicing are true. So you learn by practice. Some people are, well, I don't know this stuff, so I'm never going to get it. Well, so of course you don't know it. That's why you need practice. It's like anything. It's like someone saying, well, I don't know how to play tennis, so I'm not going to try because I don't know how to play tennis. And you're like, no, you need to practice in order to get better. And then you'll learn how to play tennis as you go. It's the same idea. So you'll learn the art of letting go as you practice it and apply it in practical situations to your life. And that's what the workbook helps you do day by day in a very kind of structured, systematic way.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read the next one.
Remember only this: you need not believe the ideas, you need not accept them, and you need not even welcome them. Some of them you may actively resist. None of this will matter or decrease their efficacy. But do not allow yourself to make exceptions in applying the ideas the workbook contains. And whatever your reactions to the ideas may be, use them. Nothing more than that is required.
It's actually making it really simple for us, isn't it? It's like saying, well, look, we're not hard. Just follow instructions. Paint by numbers or connect the dots exercise. You just like connect the dots, go from one dot to another. Do this every day, connecting the dots, and then the picture starts to reveal itself, and you will start to see that this actually works.
Yeah, making
and
it
just
easier.
Don't make exceptions.
Making it easier not to judge, not to think about it too much, not to this and that.
Yeah.
Just
Don't overthink it. Just do it.
Yeah, takes that right off your shoulders.
Yeah. And if you do it, then you're on the process. He's a master teacher, so he's designed the course to do what he wants it to do, which is to awaken you. If you follow the guidance, if you follow his instructions, that's what it will do. So saying, look, just get out the way and just do it. Just follow the instructions. None of it. If you find resistance, it doesn't matter. Just do it. Keep doing the workbook. Keep practicing as I've directed, and you will see for yourself that it works ultimately.
It does.
And usually there's a very present benefit. You have a shift in the moment. You use a lesson. You have a shift. There's a little miracle, and you experience the benefit right then, real time, which tells you, okay, this is true. I'm onto something, because I feel better. I feel more peaceful. I feel lighter about a situation that was really troubling me, and now I'm not that troubled.
It does say, whatever your reactions to the ideas may be, use them. So irrespective of what the reaction is, use them. I mean,
yeah. So observe. If you've got resistance, use the resistance. Okay, so
okay, all right.
The resistance is arising, and I use that as part of the lesson. Nothing more than that is required. So really, he's making it really, really simple. He's saying, look, this is actually really simple. It's a connect the dots or paint by numbers exercise. You just follow the instructions, and I will guide you. And the process has been worked out for you. You don't have to have designed this. I've designed it to awaken you if you follow the process. And it's a done deal. You can't fail if you keep doing it. And I'm testimony to it. It took many years, but I just kept practicing the workbook, and it's like, okay, well, sooner or later the ideas start to drop, and the truth does arise, and you do wake up. Okay, and then you want to read the last, finally, the manual for teachers.
Finally, the manual for teachers, which is written in question and answer form, provides answers to some of the more likely questions a student might ask. It also includes a clarification of a number of terms the course uses, explaining them without the theoretical framework of the text.
Okay.
I've always been so curious about the manual for teachers. Ever since I got this, I bought this book many, many years ago. Not sure. I think I may have read through it.
It's manual for teachers is fascinating.
Yes.
There's some great stuff in there as well. So we study it all. The 1 year program is we study all of it systematically and progressively through the year. We do the workbook. That's one lesson a day. As Kim said, we just came to this is actually day 365, but I had to shorten it by 2 days in order to start on time. So we just did the final lessons repeated 5 times. We just did it 3 times. So there's that happening. And then concurrently, you study the text to start with, then the manual for teachers. Then there's other bits like the clarification of terms and the supplements. There's some supplements that Helen Schuckman subsequently wrote called the Purpose Processes and Practices of Psychotherapy and the Song of Prayer. And we study that at all. And all that takes almost a year. The theory takes almost a year. And then the workbook takes a year. So it's a 1 year program. If you chunk it down, so we do one section of the text or one section of the manual for teachers every day. You chunk it down, it's going to take a year. Fits nicely into a year. So that's the 1 year program. The 6 weeks is the introduction to that 1 year.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go to someone else. Let's cycle back to Sally. Will you read the course makes no claim to finality, and then second paragraph, and then they'll take us to the end of this subsection.
The course makes no claim to finality, nor are the workbook lessons intended to bring the student's learning to completion. At the end, the reader is left in the hands of his or her own internal teacher, who will direct all subsequent learning as he sees fit or she sees fit. While the course is comprehensive in scope, truth cannot be limited to any finite form, as is clearly recognized in the statement at the end of the workbook. This course is a beginning, not an end. No more specific lessons are assigned, but there is no more need of them. Henceforth, hear but the voice of God. He will direct your efforts, telling you exactly what to do, how to direct your mind, and when to come to him in silence, asking for his sure direction and his certain word.
Okay, so a bit of translation maybe we can do, and that's the last one. So this is in the epilogue, which actually we didn't read. It was an oversight. I should have included in the last day, but never mind. We'll fix that next year. So this is in the epilogue. This course is a beginning, not an end. Alternatively, no more specific lessons are assigned, for there's no more need of them. Henceforth. So again, we can change that. Henceforth means from now on. Just a little bit less formal. We change the buts to onlys. So here, only. The voice for God. So that's the voice for perfect love. And he becomes it, so it will direct your efforts, telling you exactly what to do, how to direct your mind, when to come to. It's in silence, asking for its sure direction and certain word. So sure, and direction, maybe we could translate as guidance. What do you think?
Yeah.
Sure, guidance. And word is message. So, and it's certain message. You were saying, interestingly, you have certainty. When you know it experientially, you're absolutely certain, which is what he's pointing to here. The certain message is that love is present, that you are love. You are this pure formless awareness of perfect love. And when you know that experientially, then there's no doubt anymore in your mind. You know that that's the case.
Mm.
The only way you're going to know it is if you experience it. If someone tells you you're love, and it's a theoretical idea, concept in your mind, then you don't really know it. And you won't really understand it. I'm love, but I'm actually experiencing a lot of other things. Anger and fear and frustration, hatred and attack thoughts and whatever. Well, then I don't know myself as this loving awareness. So it has to be experiential. Okay, so maybe read that again in the alternative.
This course is a beginning, not an end. No more specific lessons are assigned, for there is no more need of them. From now on, hear only the voice of perfect love. It will direct your efforts, telling you exactly what to do, how to direct your mind, and when to come to it in silence, asking for its sure guidance and its certain message. Very comforting.
A bit more flowing. Okay, so that's what it is. It's describing what the course is, the structure of it. There's three main parts to it, which we're going to study over the next year. Okay, so what it says. Nothing real can be threatened.
Shall I read it?
Yeah.
I love it. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Therein lies the peace of perfect love.
You see what I mean about the peace? That just sounds lovely. The peace of perfect love. It just really, really flows.
And that's what happens when you get the message and it's clear, isn't it? That it just feels peaceful.
Yeah. So we might actually just take a little, given that it's mentioned it, let's just have a look at the introduction. So very short, just a paragraph preceding that. Do you want to read that, Sunny? This is A Course in Miracles.
Yes, I love this one too. This is A Course in Miracles. It is a required course. Only the time you take it is voluntary. Free will does not mean you can establish the curriculum. It means only that you can elect what you want to take at a given time. The course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be taught. It does aim, however, at removing the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance. The opposite of love is fear, but what is all-encompassing can have no opposite. This course can therefore be summed up very simply this way: nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God.
Okay, so we'll just do that line by line. There's quite a bit in here to unpack. Just going to copy this, so we'll translate it, and alternatively, so this is A Course in Miracles, or how do we translate miracles?
Correction?
Yeah, it's quite in A Course in Corrections. It's not as poetic, but actually that's what it's about. It's a course in helping you make corrections in your mind and in your life.
Sounds a little bit like school when they went through your book and put red marks all through it. No, you've done that wrong.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's not
I
as
like the
inspiring
word
as a miracle, but it's actually more descriptive of what you're actually doing. You're correcting your mindset, correcting your false beliefs. So it's a course in corrections.
Can we say that this is a course?
Sorry?
Can we say this is a course in alchemy?
Yeah, well, the correction is transformation, isn't it? So alchemy is all about transformation, changing one thing from another, lead into gold. So it's a course in transformation or correction. Correction is that transformative process where you take an error and you transform it, and it's no longer an error. So yeah, you could use that. I'm not going to translate it as that because that's a bit too esoteric for people. We want to make it very clear. But it's a course in corrections or transformation. Transform. Alchemy is the essence of transformation from one form to another. So we're still dealing in form, but it's a correction in the form. Correction in perception. Perception is not ultimately true. It's not the domain of knowledge. But we must start by correcting our perception, transforming our perception from incorrect to correct in order to know the truth of who we are.
Very powerful translation as well, perspective to look at it that way. You think miracles may be something in my mind.
Yeah, well, exactly. Miracles. I didn't know what miracles were. I think a lot of people get confused. Because again, we've got a preconceived notion of what a miracle is. So I thought miracles were the things Jesus did in the Bible. On water, turn water into wine. It's like, cool, I like to do that. So it's all about phenomenal manifestation. And then you realize, studying this course, it took me like 10 years to get it. I kid you not, that it was actually about a correction. A miracle was a correction in belief and in perception. That's what a miracle is, which takes it out of the domain of phenomenal manifestation and something otherworldly and possibly unattainable to like something, well, I can do this all the time. I'm always capable of correcting my thoughts and my perception. In fact, that's what I should be doing. Every time I make an error, I should just correct it. So, and it's also comforting. You're saying, yeah, of course you're going to, mistakes happen in this world. There's going to be things that arise that are not coming from truth, that are coming from the ego, but you can always correct it if you're aware enough. So it's training us in how to, do this correctly. Okay. So yeah, you see how one word changed. That brings in a whole new understanding, dimension for that sentence. That's the value of doing translations. So it is a required course. What does he mean by that?
You've got to take it at some point.
Yeah.
It's a part of life. Doesn't matter how many lifetimes we have, we'll have to do it eventually. Might as well do it.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. He's not even saying in one life. It's a required course. The hero's journey is required. We're all going to go on it. We're all on it in some form. The hero who's not heroic at the moment has just got stuck. Where are we? So, by the way, did all of you do this? Did you get this and sign it, print it and sign it? Put it up because it's your own reminder, just to commit. Where are we? There we go. That's what I was looking for. Hero's journey. There we go. So some people just never really go beyond the refusal of the call. Unfortunately, they get stuck at refusal of the call, and the journey doesn't really unfold because they just refuse to hear it. So we all get called, but whether you listen is up to you. So that would just be, people who're not on the hero's journey. They just got stuck in the first stage. But if you're doing this course and you're up for the corrections, then you're saying, well, the hero's journey is correcting my misperceptions that form my normal world. So my world, my reality is the sum total of my perception, doesn't it? The world is not outside of me. The world is my perceptual reality, made up of the thoughts and emotions and the beliefs that underpin it. So, when I leave the known world, I go into the unknown. I'm transforming my beliefs and my perceptions. So I'm correcting my misperceptions that I thought were normal and real, and I'm correcting them and seeing that they're actually not. And ultimately, that is a required course, because the normal world, the ego's world, is not true. It's actually false. And so it needs to be corrected at some point in everyone's mind. That's why it's a required course, because the truth remains true even in the illusion. Fortunately, if it wasn't a required course, then we'd all be lost in time and space forever. But it's a required course. It means at some point we must wake up from the dream. Okay, and number 3, only the time you take it is voluntary. So I'm going to put in a 4 there. I think that would benefit it. Don't you think? 4. Only the time you take for it is voluntary. Or only the time when you take it. Only the time you take when you take. Maybe that's better. What do you think? Only the time when you take it is voluntary.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. So you choose when you're gonna listen to the call effectively. Call's coming. Okay, yes, I choose to listen. Then I'm choosing to undertake this hero's journey, and that's up to me to choose. I can refuse the call, but the call will remain. The call will continue for all time. So I'll have many opportunities to listen to that call. And often, sadly, people need the call to be really painful. They need to go through a lot of pain before they're willing to listen. So, analogy, kind of funny analogy. Someone's beating their head against a brick wall repeatedly, and they're bleeding, and they're just blaming the wall. And they're going, no, it's the wall. Bang, and they do it again. And sometimes, people are very stubborn, need to do that over and over and over again. And really, their forehead's in a complete mess, and skulls cracked, and in order to listen, say, okay, I've got to stop doing this. This is crazy. But yes, you're saying, look, just stop doing it. You hit your head once, just recognize that that's what you're doing, and you don't need to suffer that way. So you can stop doing it. And that's what his course is designed to help us do, to stop banging our head against the wall and blaming the wall and expecting things to somehow change. Keep banging my head against the wall. Oh, I'm in pain. Well, yes, if you bang your head against the wall, you are going to be in pain. That's what happens. So he's just saying, well, stop the banging, because it's your intent that's doing it. And you just don't know. You're not conscious enough to know that it's actually you that's hurting yourself. So sometimes we need pain in order to be ready to take it. But as I said before, the path of mastery is, okay, I don't need a lot of pain. Just minor discomfort can do it. I don't want to be uncomfortable. I want perfect peace and love. So that minor discomfort is enough of a catalyst to make me, choose to do this. Okay, number 4.
Free will does not mean that you can establish the curriculum.
Okay, I don't think that needs any translation.
It
The
means
curriculum is the curriculum of learning who you are. Okay? So who you are is set in truth. That's beyond what you can change. Oh, Lynn's come back. That's nice. Free will does not mean that you can establish the curriculum. Okay? So he's stating that up front. Curriculum is set. The hero's journey. This archetype is set. This is why Joseph Campbell identified. Okay, so this is what it is. This is the archetype. You can't set this. This is how it is. This is the curriculum for everyone. You can only choose when you want to take the journey yourself. And free will does not mean you can establish curriculum. It means only that you can elect what you want to take at a given time. So maybe instead of take, maybe we'll say learn. How about that? And you can elect, maybe choose instead of elect. I think choose is friendlier language.
there isn't really choice, though, is there? It's choice always reminds me of duality.
Well, but in order to escape from duality, we must choose. That's what he's saying.
That's not choice, all right.
In order to escape from the apparent choice between the ego and the Holy Spirit, we must choose the truth and deny the illusion. So this is the course in choosing correctly. And by choosing correctly consistently, we ultimately undo the idea that there is a choice, you see.
Okay.
Because it all collapses into one. You go, well, there's no choice. I've chosen spirit and truth so consistently that my mind is rooted in that awareness, then there's no more choice. I just know that that's the only reality. That's who I am. Choice, yeah, it does imply an illusion. But remember, he's addressing us at the level of the dream. He's saying, yeah, this is where you are. You think you've got a choice. So you think you can choose truth. You can't, but you can choose what you want to learn at a given time.
Yeah.
That's your choice. Yes, I choose to learn this fully now. I embrace this. I'm going for it. Or no, I don't want to learn this now. I refuse the call. And I don't learn this now. And I see that over and over. There's people who said, I'd like to do the course, but not now. So it's their choice to say, okay, I'm not ready now.
And it's tempting to come off the call now after 5 hours and go, no, I'll do it later. It's like,
you're swaying. You're like,
I'm getting really uncomfortable in my body. I need some exercises and stories.
Okay. Well, stand up. You can walk around if you want.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But we're nearly there. We haven't got long to go. So free will does not mean that you can establish the curriculum. It means only that you can choose what you want to learn at a given time.
Or decide. Not about decide, the word. You can decide when you want to take it.
Only that you can choose, decide, elect, and decide what you want to learn at a given time.
Yeah, takes away the duality.
Decide rather than choose. What do you think?
Yeah, I like decide.
Yeah.
Takes away that aspect of duality. There's a reek of duality in it. When you have choice, that means it's more than one.
Well, in decision, there's always more than one, isn't there? You've always got that's why it's a decision. It's implicit that there's another choice. So you can't get away from it. There's always duality. It's just he's saying choice, and then you collapse duality. So another way of framing this, it's a course in correct choice. Making correct decisions. You do that over and over again. In the end, you collapse the idea that there's a choice, and you realize there is no choice. It's the reality as it is. But I quite like that. It means only that you can decide what you want to learn at a given time. So you choose to learn things, or you don't at a given time. And those if you've shown up today and you're still here 5 hours later, you've chosen to learn this now. There's a conscious decision. Say, yes, I want to learn this. Okay, next one. The course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love.
The course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be taught. You just have to explain it. Yeah.
So he's framing, what I like about this is he's framing the scope of the course. He's saying this is the scope right up front. I'm not teaching you the meaning of love, because I can't teach you that. Love is beyond what can be taught, which is quite useful. So he's saying we're staying within the domain of time and space and perception. You want to look at this timeline of consciousness, another view of how this all works. He's saying I can't teach you this. I can't teach you the blue stuff, knowledge, love, source, oneness, eternity. I can't teach you that. That's beyond what can be taught. But I can teach you how to remove the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is what happens on the level of form. In time, you get experiences, and your ego wants to interpret them for you in a way that's not helpful, in a way that gets you stuck and causes pain and mental, emotional, physical pain. And it's removing these blocks, which is the ego psychological and emotional attachment to your self-concept, that then reveals this truth to you. So to flip back here, does aim, however.
It does aim, however, at removing the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance.
So you see, he's framing. He's saying, look, we're dealing here on this level of reality. We're going to go into this illusion, your apparently world of time and space that you think exists, and we're going to look at all these blocks that show up to the awareness of love's presence, which is the ego. It's the belief in a separate self and the separate self's existence and reality in your mind and life. That's what the block to the awareness of love's presence is. So he's framing and he's telling us where the course is directed, right? He's reaching us in the dream. We're on the timeline. We're identified. We think we're the separate character, the special character, living in a dream world, going from birth to death. And he's meeting us there, and he's saying, but what I can show you how to do through this course is remove these blocks to the awareness of love's presence. The blocks are in this diagram are the arrows, the red arrows, downward arrows, which are the ego psychological and emotional attachments to the events and circumstances in our lives. So it's not the events themselves that are the blocks, it's your interpretation of the events and circumstances. That's the problem. And that's what blocks your awareness of this loving presence, this loving awareness that's always there. And he's then going to help us to undo these blocks, remove the blocks, simply make them disappear. So there's really only this arrow. The blue arrow is the Holy Spirit's interpretation of the situation. So the blue arrow connects us with our source. We go, out of this very limited awareness into pure formless awareness, and then we reinterpret the situation from that perspective. And so we have a different perception of the situation that's now completely transformed. There's a change of mind about the situation because we're perceiving it from the perspective of the Holy Spirit or oneness. So it's got the function out of the dream into this awareness, and then coming back from that awareness and reinterpreting the situation and giving us a new perspective on it, a new perception of it. And that's transformative. That's what transformation is, or correction is.
I just had a little correction. That was interesting.
Yeah.
My body
Yeah,
was
sure.
really, my body was really fidgety. It was really uncomfortable, and just suddenly it stopped, and the peace came in, and it was cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Feel comfortable
So
again.
you got through it. Part of this exercise, I mean, it's, when you sit for so long, and your body gets uncomfortable, is to overcome that and go, okay, well, it's just the body. It's my mind's interpretation of that problem. Do I make that into a problem, or do I just observe, okay, my bum's a bit sore, and there's a feeling that I want to move, and then you just observe it and go, okay, well, that's all right. I don't have to react to that. I don't have to respond to it. I can just still be at peace. I can sit here for, as long as it takes.
I had the thought I was determined to beat ego, that it wasn't going to get me off the call, and then it just went.
Yeah, well, there you go. So there's a miracle. You made a choice. There's a correction, and then peace came in to show you, okay, well, actually, when you choose correctly,
yeah, wow, that's
in the guidance, and then your so-called physical reality changes, because it was the mind that was causing the physical disturbance. Right? See.
Yeah.
So part of the transformational exercise in this retreat is to sit through these long sessions and not get fidgety, and just go, okay, I'm sitting in the field of transformation for as long as it takes for this process to happen. And there's a going out of the comfort zone, and going, your mind says, oh, 5 hours, that's too long. Or is it? Who decides that? We've got all these preconceived notions and limitations. Well, who says?
Yeah.
One session we did was 10 hours. I think that's my longest. We did take a couple of breaks, but that's a long session. But it was transformational. It was the naming of game session. It was the most powerful session we did in the whole course. And the people who stayed were like really pleased that they did, because they got a life-changing experience.
Well, this is life-changing for me, because I've had it ever since I joined the course, that I'd get fidgety after a little while.
Really?
Longer. The periods got longer. At first of all, it was like 2 hours, and then I could get up to 3 hours and maybe a bit longer. But this is really, really impressive. This is the
longest you've ever been, I think. 5 hours.
Yeah, but it's physically totally relaxed, peaceful. Yes, it's
okay. You could sit here for another 2 hours if necessary. Just okay, let's so that's what we do. You go, well, there's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else better that you could do than this work right now. So then just stay in it and do it. If you have some logistical issue that comes in, you have to go walk the dog, as Lynn did. Lynn came back in, but she dropped out again. Lynn, are you there? Oh yeah, Lynn's back. Great. Did you listen to the call while you're on the dog walk?
No, she didn't. I tried to get her to.
No, because I didn't have earphones with me, so it would have been stuck in my pocket, because I've got my camera in one hand and the dog in the other. So no, that was too many. No, but Sally when I got back, I messaged and you're still on the call, so that's why I'd come back on.
Well, get some headphones.
I will, really,
really
definitely.
those I put a picture on the group of those stereo headphones. Those are the best.
Oh, okay.
Because then the meditations, the binaural beats, really stereo, because of the stereo effect. Both ears need to hear the different beats, so they work for the meditations, and also for the calls. Those plug-in ones get very uncomfortable after a while.
I couldn't wear big ones on my market stall, though, could I?
Right?
I couldn't wear the big ones on my market stall.
Maybe not on your market stall. Well, maybe you might. You're like, hey, we want to see the space cadet.
I We're already
It'll
seeing
be like
it.
a talking point in the market. Yeah.
Yeah, pink ones, Lynn. I've seen nice pink ones.
I need tiny
Yeah.
ones. The ones I've got hurt my ear holes, so I need smaller
Yeah.
ones. But I'll get
Yeah.
some.
Yeah. So just get the logistics sorted so you can, you
Yeah.
can listen to these calls and recordings and meditation. But I get the larger ones for if you're at home or something, because they
Yeah.
wrap around, they don't hurt your ears as much. So they're padded, and for the meditations, they're great. The binaural beats.
The
Yeah.
Mickey ears, the Mickey ears.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the, really one of my secrets in doing this course, because I've had to go through some serious sleep deprivation to get all the work done, was I put on these headphones with binaural beats, and it's like takes you deeper into a deeper meditation or sleep than you would otherwise get. So you can then manage with less hours of rest. It's hugely powerful. You just stick it on, and once your mind gets entrained to it, it's like you just go into this deeper state very quickly. So I could slip into, in 2 hours, I could slip into like a deep sleep type state and get rest that maybe other people would take 6 hours to get. So it's powerful. That just a pair of headphones is better than any, with the right frequencies, is better than any drug.
I know when I've used headphones before for binaural meditations and stuff, that's when I see more visual things, because I don't see them very often, but I have done. Of course, for me it's animals, but I've had like a big cat coming out of the grass towards me and things like that, whereas I don't normally get visuals like that.
Well, it takes you down into a theta state, and in theta is the frequency of dreaming and imagery. So if it drops you into theta, but you're conscious, then you have these visions and so on.
Okay.
Which can be helpful. They're pointers. Remember, it's all symbols. The images are not ultimate truth, but they can point you in the right direction.
Yep.
So you can open to that, and then beyond that, if you go into delta, that's deep sleep. That's like no thought. That's pure formless awareness. So the highest kind of meditation is I'm in delta, but I'm aware. I'm not asleep. I'm actually just in that awareness, conscious of it, but not asleep.
Okay, headphones it is.
Good pair on Amazon. They only cost you 20 quid.
Okay.
And it's definitely worth it. And then in the morning, what it does, it creates a little cocoon. So if you've got noise or stuff going on around you in the house, doesn't matter. You cocoon yourself, and you in your space, and it helps you to go inward rather than get distracted. And ultimately, you should be able to meditate without getting distracted by external noise. But to start with, it can be really helpful.
Yeah, I'm not there.
Training was to help you to go within and block out everything else and go into your own, your own inner world.
Okay.
Using the
I don't know if you have those Action stores or shop over there, but in the UK, but here we have Action, and you can actually find those same headphones for 10 euros. I mean, cheaper than Amazon, and they're just as
Amazon,
good.
right?
I've not heard of that, but
we don't have them. But maybe some of the high street stores, like what do we have here? That are electronic in nature. There's one.
Curries and things.
Curries, and they would have them, or Amazon. I mean, there are loads of types on Amazon. I just say get the ones that have ideally a cord rather than just Bluetooth.
Yeah, I don't want
the Bluetooth connection can go in and out, and also then there's a frequency now.
Yeah, that's what I don't want.
Yes, you don't want that. You actually just want a standard cord with two. I got one with just one. With just one. So my headphones have just one cord coming out of the one ear. I'll show you. So there you go. You can see. Rather than two, because the two, then if you're meditating, it starts to get difficult. You know, you've got cords all over the place, and sometimes I use it lying down. So then I've got cords hanging across my body. So
Okay.
yeah, what is this brand called?
But
The
why you
inside-
say Bluetooth is not good? Bluetooth one?
Well, it can drop the connection. So it can be intermittent because it's not a fixed connection. It's going via the airwaves. So I've noticed that. And also it's transmitting a signal into close to your ear. It's like a mobile phone. So you don't want that.
Oh, okay.
It's like holding a mobile phone to your ear. I don't know if it's quite as bad, but you know, actually this doesn't. This is just going via cable. So you don't have any of that, and it's more reliable. You won't get the signal dropping. And also the Bluetooth ones will take batteries as well. So then you've got to spend money on batteries, whereas this just works. So sometimes a cord is, well, I think a cord's better. So yeah, just get yourself kitted out with the right, you know, equipment. They're not expensive, and really, you know, hugely helpful. I probably wouldn't be able to do this course without my headphones, to be honest. Actually produce it, because it was essential in helping me rest deeply in a short period of time. Okay, so where are we? Back to more metaphysical matters. It does aim, however, at removing the blocks to awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance. So he's framing the course, and he's telling us exactly where it's set. It's set in the domain of time and space, where we have these blocks, and it's aimed at helping us remove them. So he can't teach us who we truly are. He can only help us to remove the blocks to the awareness of that truth. So we're not trying to learn who we are. We're trying to learn what we're not and remove those blocks. Another way of framing that, if you look at you know, the idea of sculpting rather than painting, you know, so some teachings will say, well, you're going to paint your life as like a masterpiece, and you're going to paint it and it's a blank canvas, and you create something amazing. But actually, this is more about sculpting. When Michelangelo was asked how he sculpted the David, probably the greatest sculpture ever, he said, all I did was I took away what wasn't David. That was my job. I cut away what wasn't him, and what was left was him. Very interesting process. And the fact that he sculpted the greatest masterpiece ever, I don't think it's an accident. He saw it differently from other sculptors. It was just cutting away what wasn't authentic to reveal what was true. So we remove the blocks to awareness of love's presence, which is all of the stuff that's not truly us. And what's left is our true self, which is our natural inheritance. And we don't have to try and become that or develop that or grow into that, because it's already there. That's the essential teaching. It's already there. Growth then looks like letting go. Growth is in this framework. Growth is not becoming more of something. Growth is actually becoming less of what you're not, and cutting away what you're not. That's what growth looks like. Which is a different conception from, let's say, the personal growth teaching. It says, no, you know, you're dysfunctional, you're deficient as you are, but you can grow and you can become more, and you can become someone better. You can improve yourself. But actually, in truth, you're just becoming, in that process of growth, you're actually becoming more of what you already were. And you come to realize that you're not becoming a better self. You're actually just removing the false self and realizing who you always were. Does that make sense to everyone? Quite an important distinction to make. So that's what distinguishes this from the many other parts. Saying you can grow into something better. Well, what does that imply? You're not okay as you are, doesn't it? So all the personal growth teachings imply that you're not quite okay as you are, but come and follow this teaching and do this and do my course and workshop and seminar and whatever, and then I will show you how to become a better self. But it's predicated on the idea that you're not okay as you are. So it actually reinforces the idea that you're not okay as you are, you're not good enough, and that you're going to be perpetually seeking to improve yourself. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which of course plays nicely into a business model, because it's like, oh, but you know, we've only given you course 101, now there's 102 and 103 and 104, and you're going to advance and we're going to teach you. when actually it's really simple. You already are perfect. You just gotta let go of the blocks to the awareness of that.
Amazing,
Which is
putting
what
it
this
this
course
way.
is doing.
Absolutely amazing, because with personal development, it's always about reaching out to reach your true potential. So it's a perpetual something out of your reach in a sense. But putting it this way, removing the blocks, it's really self-correcting, you know.
It makes it much more
Amazing.
attainable. You go,
That's a
I'm
miracle.
already perfect. I just got to remove some blocks, and it's already there. It's within me. So I don't have to grow and become some larger than life, you know, expanded self. I actually just need to become more of who I really am, which is already there. And I've just got to get rid of the stuff that's clouding that, that's veiling that, that's obscuring. So it's a different mindset, and it will give you very different results. The personal growth idea, you're never going to be satisfied. It's perpetual seeking. You're seeking, striving to become better, and there's no finish line to that. It's endless. If you look at what the Buddha said 2,500 years ago, the second noble truth of Buddhism, he said desire, and one of the primary desires is to be more than what you are currently. Well, that's desire, and that is the source of all suffering. Desire will cause you to suffer, because what you're saying to your mind is, I'm not good enough as I am right now, so I desire to be more. Therefore, I've got to keep working to be more, but that's never ending. As long as you're working to be more, you're not accepting who you really are is perfect, and you never get there, because by your desire, you deny your perfection. You see that?
Yes, that's already a miracle in itself. Just that perspective. You can see the business behind the business, and other, you know, that's out there with personal development, and how much we've spent for decades on personal development, which brought us here. The course in correction.
I mean, nothing's wasted, because I did that for years as well. And then at some point you go, okay, this isn't serving me anymore. You know, I realized when I failed so miserably, I applied all the teachings. I really did, you know, I did it to the max that I could. I was visualizing every day. I was doing my affirmations. I had like all this stuff, and it just failed. I didn't do it. So I was like, well, how can it fail? If it, you know, if what it was saying was true, then I should have achieved my goal, and I didn't. So maybe I'm missing something. Maybe my understanding isn't complete. And that then, you know, opened me up to the spiritual path, which is like, well, actually, I'm already perfect. I remember reading Eckhart Tolle, Power of Now. He was saying, well, don't visualize the future. And I was like, what? All of these books that I've read said, do visualize the future. And you know, make this future happen. And the more you focus on it, the more it'll happen. And he's saying, no, well, don't go there. I'm like, okay, well, that's a bit of a contradiction. So clearly I can't do both of these. You know, I'm either going to do it or I'm not going to do it. And for a while I was conflicted, but more and more, you know, the teaching, spiritual teaching made sense. It's like, okay, well, you don't have to create another reality. You don't have to do this, because actually who you are now is already there. It's perfect as it is. So you don't need to visualize that. You just need to accept it, just be it. And that makes a lot more sense. And it was much more peaceful. As I found a lot more peace than I'd ever had when I was stressing, straining, and striving about being a champion squash player. I was always in the future. It was always like the next thing. You know, I remember some of the things, like crazy things I did. I was like, wow, that's just crazy. I remember one time it was over Christmas. I think it was Christmas Day. It was Boxing Day or something. And I was on a holiday, and I had the opportunity to go water skiing. And my wife's husband then said, no, come, you know, I've organized this. No, I've got to train. I've got to train because like one day I'm going to be world champion. But in the moment, I missed out on a great experience. Why? Like, because I was totally in the future. And so I was doing my training, like going, one day, you know, this is important because one day I'm going to be world champion. And in the process, I missed life. I missed a whole lot of present experiences. It could have been interesting, exciting, joyful. But, you know, it was all part of the learning. You look back on it and you go, yeah, it's crazy. But But that's the delusion of the separate self. Always being in the future, never being now. Kind of waiting. You know, I was like, my life will be, I'll have made it when I'm the champion, and then everything's going to be okay. That was the perception. So of course an illusion, because even if I'd done it, I probably would have found everything wasn't okay. You know, there were still issues. I still, okay, I'm world champion now, but now everyone wants to knock me off. Now everyone wants to beat me. And you know, it's there's always well, there's only one way to go when you top dog, you know, it's down. And you got to maintain that. So then you got to, you know, train, and there's the fear of losing. And so actually I probably would have found that it wasn't all that I thought it was, even if I'd achieved it.
Just this perspective actually just is a miracle in itself, it's a correction in itself, it's a change in itself, because it brings all those blocks. We're talking about removing blocks, tumbling down. I'm thinking of the law of attraction, for example. You know, because when you're already perfect and you've got no blocks, you that's it. You know, that's
you already are. You don't need to attract anything.
Exactly.
You just are what you are, and naturally you will attract
so many of
experiences
those
that are positive and miraculous into your field, because that's what you are. You attract what you are, not what you desire. That's the key insight.
Do you know what a big it is, that law of attraction?
Yeah, and some law of attraction teachers do teach that, to be fair to them. You attract what you are, okay, but then why even bother with seeking anything outside of you? Why go into, oh, well, I want to manifest this or do, because it's not important, is it? What you are is important. And then what you need truly will come out of what you are. So you don't need to even attract. And Yeshua, Jesus explained this in the Bible. He said, you don't even have to ask, because your Father, your Heavenly Father, already knows what you need. Just like he knows what the sparrows of the air need and the birds need. He knows what you need. So you don't even need to ask. Just be connected, just be in that source energy, and then everything you need will come. So it was like another level of the law of attraction, isn't it? And that's what the miracle is. The miracle is saying you already are that. Whatever you need for your unfolding journey to awaken to yourself will be given to you, will be provided. Whatever you truly need. So don't try and manifest. Consciously directed miracles can be misdirected, can be misguided, he says. Don't try and do it, because then usually your ego's coming in and saying, oh, well, you think you need this and you think you need this, when actually you don't. You just need to show up as you are in your essence, as you truly are, and you're guided by the Spirit in what to think and say and do. And then the ultimate law of attraction, which is miraculous, starts to work for you. And you find yourself in the domain of the miraculous. It's synchronicity, it's flow, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. Things just show up that are helpful, and you didn't consciously manifest them. You didn't intend them. You didn't desire them. There was none of that. It just happens for you. And that's a lot more interesting, I think, than consciously creating it. Don't you? I think that's just fascinating. You never know what's going to show up. Life's interesting and exciting.
Just drops all that stuff. You kind of understand a little bit more at the deeper level of what these great teachers like Buddha and Yeshua, what they really taught in that simple form. And your eyes were so blind to it because of all the things that you were exposed to, and that you know, like, for example, the law of attraction and many others, you know, in that particular world. Those blocks just kept tumbling down for me.
Great. What, right now?
Right now, as we were speaking.
So that's how it works. That's a miracle right now, in real time.
Blocks and blocks just fell down.
Yeah, just going, actually,
just
see,
with gratitude.
What you do is you see through the illusion, don't you? You go, okay, that was just an illusion. It wasn't really true. I might have believed in it for years, and yet in a moment of clarity, of insight, you see the truth and you go, okay, I can't believe in that anymore. And then you're done with it.
It's like they say, God comes in simple things.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Love comes in simple things, in a simple form. I mean,
Yeah.
those things for, yeah, the
Yeah.
experience of it.
Yeah.
It's so much this evening of the experiences.
Yeah. And so it's the simplicity of these teachings that, you know, is so beautiful. It's like, okay, this isn't complicated. If it's complicated, then it's not the truth. The truth is very, very simple. So simple that it's difficult for most minds to accept because it's that simple. So we want something more complicated. You know, it's like, oh, well, give me the, I'd rather have the, you know, the 12 steps to this and the, you know, the 7 keys to this and the, not just one thing. Because there's really only one thing you need to learn, and that's how do you let go? How can you let go of these blocks? That's the one thing you've got to learn. That's the key skill. That's the essential skill that we all need to learn. And there's many, you know, many teachings and many paths that don't even mention that. They don't even talk about letting go or forgiveness. As you get more into the spiritual realm, you do, it shows up more. People do start talking about forgiveness or acceptance or surrender or whatever. But in some of these, you know, these more egoic teachings, it doesn't even enter. You can read a whole book and they never talk about letting go. So they're missing the point. Okay, so the opposite of love is fear. Why don't you read that, Eleanor, since you had the miracle? Opposite of love is fear.
The opposite of love is fear, but what is all-encompassing can have no opposite. And I'm smiling as I'm reading this. I think it's just the vibration of gratitude in my heart, maybe, yes? This course can, yeah, we'll stop there. Did you want me to stop there?
Yeah,
Opposite of love
stop there,
is
because
fear.
that's quite an important phrase. I mean, he's saying in one sentence, he's taking you from one reality to another. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the first part of the sentence is duality. Okay, so apparently there's an opposite to love, and that's fear. But what is all encompassing can have no opposite.
Correct.
So he shifts you from duality in the first part of the sentence to non-duality in the second part. And you got to get used to that because he does it all the time in the course as we study it. He's doing that all the time. And that's the transformation, taking you from duality to non-duality and shifting you, meeting you where you are. Apparently you think love, there's an opposite to love and you call it fear. But actually in truth, what is all encompassing can have no opposite. So actually there is no opposite to love. Love is all encompassing, therefore fear does not exist. And he says this course can therefore be summed up simply in this way.
What does that mean, all encompassing? What does that mean, all encompassing?
All encompassing, it means universal, it means everywhere. It's everywhere all the time.
Love. Perfect.
All encompassing.
Okay, thank you.
It encompasses everyone and everything. It encompasses the entire reality. So it's like that, and some philosophers call it ground of being, the ground of being. It's that which is everywhere, and you cannot go beyond it. It's that which underlies everything. All encompassing, love. It's this pure formless awareness. But you cannot deconstruct it. You can't go beyond it. It's everywhere all the time, but you're just not always aware of it because you have these blocks to its awareness. So the course is then aimed at removing the blocks so that you can become aware again of just what's true, what's already there, what's all encompassing, and actually has no opposite. And I saw that very clearly, you know, when I had a mystic experience at the end of my 9 days of Vipassana meditation. It was so blindingly clear to me that this was everywhere. It was all encompassing, that there was no real opposite to it. And all the opposites were just a veil of illusion that we'd invented to justify the thoughts and emotions that are the substitute for this all-encompassing presence. And I really understood what the veil then means, the veil of illusion, cast over the all-encompassing nature of reality by our minds. So you think of there's this universal light, and it's everywhere, and then we create a little bubble of darkness. We take a cloth or something of black, and we kind of wrap ourselves in it, and we go, right, now I'm in the little bubble. And I've forgotten the all-encompassing nature of the light that's everywhere, but it's veiled by my perception. But it's still there, I just can't see it.
Yeah, I love what you're sharing, Jono. I remember actually this experience after the 11, 12 days of Vipassana. It was like I felt completely disconnected from the outer world, and it was such a big gap to readjust after that into the external world, like to get back. Like it was quite an adjustment and a readaptation to get back out into the external world, because we're in that bubble for like 12 days or 11 days.
Yeah. And the value of that experience is that it shows you another reality, and then hopefully you take that and you can then come back into the world, like the hero's journey, and be in the world but not of the world, as Yeshua says. You're no longer of it. Your mind has been shown another reality, but you can operate in the world without believing that the world is true. And that's what we call to do. That's the miracle worker, or the enlightened person, the avatar, knows that they're not really here, not really in the world. Their reality lies in spirit. But while they're here, they can be a channel. They can be a clear channel for the spirit to come through them into the world and do its work, which is always about spreading love. So what is all-encompassing can have no opposite in truth. And he does this a lot. He's meeting us in duality, and he's taking us into non-duality, and that's the transformation. He did this same thing. There's a couple of places in the Bible where he did it. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Same kind of statement. Before Abraham was, in time, referring to time, linear timeline. I am, second part, is transcendent, is timeless. And of course, no one understood it. The scribes and the Pharisees and Sadducees were like, I don't get it. What does he mean? What are you saying? You existed in time before Abraham? You're older than Abraham? They thought, because they were interpreting it on this level, on the level of the timeline. And actually what he was doing was taking them from that level into that in one sentence. But they didn't understand that because they didn't understand this. So then you can't understand it. Okay, and then this course can therefore be summed up very simply in this way. You want to read that for us, Anna?
Okay. This course can therefore be summed up very simply in this way. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. Very emotional moment for me. I'm experiencing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole teaching there summarized. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Quite profound.
Absolutely.
But to really understand that, it's been said that if you fully understood those three lines, experientially understood them by knowing the peace of God, then you would need you wouldn't need to do the course.
Beautiful. Much gratitude.
So we study the course so that we understand that at a deeper level. And we go, so what does he mean by that? And so we know it in our own experience rather than intellectually, theoretically. it's very difficult to make sense of that intellectually. But the words are pointing you to what's beyond the intellect, beyond words, which is the whole point. So it's kind of like a Zen koan. You can return to this over and over, and you can say, okay, well, let me have a look at these lines again, and let's see what they mean to me. Let's see what the experiences that I get from these lines. And then that shows you, can I on a deeper level, it's not just intellectual now, can I really get what he's saying here? Nothing real can be threatened. So my true being, my true nature, my true awareness cannot be threatened. It is eternal, it's immortal, it's untouchable, it's invulnerable. It is not moved, shaken, affected by anything that happens in time and space. Nothing real can be threatened. Because if it could be threatened, then it wouldn't be real anymore, would it? And then it would be subject to change. So reality cannot be threatened. Reality is unchangeable. That's what he's saying.
This also impacts the ego, who always feels that there's negativity out there and bad thoughts and all kinds of things that, low frequencies that can create harm.
That's the ego's belief, and threat.
That takes it away.
Yeah.
Just this, that's like mind-blowing in a sense.
Yeah, literally, yeah. So you're blowing the ego's mind away. It's a whole thought system that you're blowing away here, saying actually it's not true.
Yeah. You can't be threatened by the world out there and all the things that's happening out there. And whatever.
Because your true awareness is beyond that. It can never die. And it can't be threatened. So whatever happens in time and space to a body doesn't matter, because your awareness is immortal and eternal and invulnerable. And if you root yourself in that awareness, if you're aware of that awareness, then you won't feel fear. You realize you can't be threatened. You'll be fearless.
Sure.
It's only when we attach, when we identify with our form identity, with the special self that's in time, that's attached to a body and lives on the timeline, that we can experience fear. Because then we identify ourselves as something we're not. And that is subject to change and time. I mean, we know, timeline, everything decays. In time, everything decays, ages, and eventually dies. So clearly the body, if you identify with the body, can be threatened and will ultimately die. And what he's saying is that, this is not of God. So therefore the body and the whole material world is not God's creation. That's the implication of this. It's nothing unreal. What can be threatened and is temporary and changes, then is unreal, right? The real is what's permanent and cannot be threatened. The unreal, which is the opposite, seemingly opposite, fear, is impermanent. It doesn't last. And therefore, what he's saying here, nothing unreal exists. It doesn't really exist. It has no fundamental existence. If it's impermanent, how can it exist? You see? Because it's not always there. It comes and it goes. It changes. So if something's coming and going and changing, did it ever really exist? Do you see the criteria he's laying down here? He's saying here only what is permanent is real. And whatever is impermanent is unreal and therefore doesn't exist. And when we understand this deeply, then we have the peace of God. Herein lies the
peace of God.
The peace of perfect love.
Yeah.
Because when you understand this, then you're rooted in the perfect love that knows no threat. It cannot be threatened by the unreal because it doesn't acknowledge it as real. Perfect love knows that only perfect love is real and true. And so that's the awareness he's trying to train us to come into by removing the blocks to that awareness. That's the simple methodology of the course. Herein lies the peace of perfect love. And when you sit in that peace and you know yourself as perfect love, then things like law of attraction and wanting to manifest stuff and is meaningless. You don't need to do anything, do you? Because you already have everything. So why do you need to go and create something more than everything? It's impossible. You can't really create more than everything. That's the delusion of the ego. Actually, what you created was less than everything. A lot less than everything. And then we live in the limitation and the lack and the loss and the suffering of less than everything, less than what's all encompassing. We wonder why we never find happiness here. Because you can never find happiness in a dream of lack and loss and limitation. It's never going to happen.
Perfect love.
You'll only
beyond
find it in the truth.
You know, when they read, herein lies the peace of God that's beyond all understanding.
Yeah.
Because the mind won't understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what he's saying here. You know, your intellectual mind is going to struggle. The dualistic intellectual mind is nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists, is a bit of a mind blower for it. But you have to go beyond that mind in order to understand it. So it's beyond, you know, as the biblical quote says, the peace of God that surpasses all understanding, which says again, you know, coming back to the universal experience we looked at, it's a universal experience, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. A required
Not
course.
intellectual understanding. It's the experience that will bring you the ultimate understanding. And it's characterized by peace. When you're perfectly peaceful and there's no sense of threat, when all that threat that the ego has created in your mind has been removed, then you will know peace, the peace of perfect love that surpasses all understanding.
That is why it's a required course.
Yeah.
Kind of emphasizes, you know, highlights that. Why is it a required course? A universal required course.
Yeah. Because there's a yearning in all of us for peace and love, and this is the only way to attain it, is to learn this course. It's saying, you know, it's a call to adventure, isn't it? Right here, it's saying, well, join me. You know, it's a required course. You need to take it at some point, so why not now? And I will show you through your studies of this course that nothing real can be threatened and nothing unreal exists. And I will bring you the peace of God. If you will just be willing to trust the process. And you're learning here from a spiritual master who attained this. He attained this state in his life, and he demonstrated it so clearly. So he's a good teacher. He knows the way. Okay, so that's the introduction. Any thoughts, comments, questions on that? No? Okay, so let's turn back to, where are we? Actually, I was in the right thing. I'm just going to go up. So we've got what it is, what it says. Where are we? Okay, so there we go. So this is how A Course in Miracles begins. Okay, we've just done the introduction. Anyone else want to read? This is how A Course in Miracles begins. It makes a fundamental distinction.
This is how A Course in Miracles begins. It makes a fundamental distinction between the real and the unreal, between knowledge and perception. Knowledge is truth under one law, the law of love or God. Truth is unalterable, eternal, and unambiguous. It can be unrecognized, but it cannot be changed. It applies to everything that God created, and only what He created is real. It is beyond learning because it is beyond time and process. It has no opposite, no beginning, and no end. It merely is.
Okay, so let's do a translation. We'll unpack that as we go. And doesn't I'm just busy typing and stuff. Can someone message John Reynard and just tell him where, because he wanted to join. He said, "Are you having a session tonight?" I said, "No, we'll probably be finished."
Okay.
But actually, we're not.
I'll message him.
Message him and say, if you want to join us, it's happening now. Okay, so this is how A Course in Miracles begins. Makes a fundamental distinction between the real and unreal, between knowledge and perception. Okay, so this is what we must distinguish between reality and unreality, knowledge, which is reality, and perception. So have a look at this. So reality lies in the blue, knowledge, perfect love, and unreality lies in the red, and the timeline from birth to death with all the experiences in between. He's making a fundamental distinction between those realities. Okay, knowledge is truth under one law. Sally, you want to continue?
You want me to? Can somebody else do it while I text John?
Are you texting John? Okay, yeah, right. So how about orally? Knowledge is truth under one law, the law of love or God. So maybe we could just make that law of perfect love. Knowledge is truth. So there's only one law, the law of perfect love. Truth is unalterable, eternal, and unambiguous. And so there's no contradiction. It's completely unambiguous. It's not changeable, unalterable. It's eternal. Maybe change unchangeable instead of unalterable. What do you think? Unchangeable might be a bit easier on the tongue. Can be unrecognized. So we cannot recognize it, but it cannot be changed. We'll make that altered. Applies to everything that God created. So God is pure formless awareness, the perfect love. And translation for created is
Extended.
extended. Yeah. Or shall we make it extends? I quite like the present rather than past, because actually it's extends always. Right now it's extending to you. You have awareness because it's extending to you.
And only what it extended is real.
Then we'll make it present tense. It extends is real. Because it didn't extend, it's not in the past, is it? It's present. Only what it extends is real. Yeah, and finish is beyond learning.
It is beyond learning because it is beyond time and process. It has no opposite, no beginning and no end. It merely is.
So he's telling us very clearly, where. Remember, this was the part that was given by the same process of inner dictation as the rest of the course. So Yeshua's telling us very clearly what it is. Summary of it. Beyond learning. Beyond time and process. So there's no process in eternity because it just is. There's nothing for it to become other than itself. Process implies a movement from one state to another, doesn't it? So in time, we have process. We have the process of transformation. We have miracles, or a process. Awakening, a process. But in truth, there's only love, and that just simply is. It's the isness. It's quite a nice, another name for it, the isness. What is? Muji is a teacher in the Advaita tradition. Muji just calls it the what is. Again, because it has no, what is has no dogma attached to it. It's a simple pointer to what is true, what is reality. No beginning and no end, it merely is. And you can kind of feel that arising, can't you? It's just like can you feel the energy? It's just like the isness just sitting there, just being itself. So just close your eyes briefly, breathe in and just connect with it. So notice what you feel in your heart. So can you feel the isness right there, right now?
Mm-hmm.
Can everyone feel it?
Yes.
Yeah. To notice what it feels like, because that helps you discern the difference between that, the truth, and the illusion of the ego. Which by contrast feels very limited and contracted, constricted. Isness feels open and expansive, spacious, light, free. Again, words don't really describe it, but connect with it in your experience. Because that's how you know then what's true and what's not through your own experience. The more you have these kinds of experiences where you can connect with it, the more you start to know it. You go, oh, I know that state. Yeah, that feels good. That's the truth. And if the ego comes and arises to cover that over, then you notice that and you go, oh, that really doesn't feel good at all. It feels like awful by comparison. So therefore, I choose isness. I choose to move back into the state of isness, where all is well, everything is perfect. Okay. The next paragraph, the world of perception. Who wants to read that? Your lust and isness. So he was like blissing out there. Susie, will you read that for us? The world of perception.
The world of perception, on the other hand, is the world of time, of change, of beginnings and endings. It is based on interpretation, not on facts. It is the world of birth and death, founded on the belief in self, scarcity, loss, separation and death. It is learned rather than given, selective in its perceptual emphasis, unstable in its functioning and inaccurate in its interpretations.
Does that need translation? I'm not sure it does. It kind of stands on its own. So read it again.
The world of perception on the... Is that what you wanted? Oh, you reading it?
Yeah. No, you read it. World of perception, on the other hand,
is the world of time, of change, of beginnings and endings. It is based on interpretation, not on facts. It is the world of birth and death, founded on the belief in scarcity, loss, separation and death. It is learned rather than given, selective in its perceptual emphasis, unstable in its functioning and inaccurate in its interpretations.
I think that could be perceptual biases. What do you think? Emphasis is a bit.
Yeah.
Selective in its perceptual biases. So we have perceptual biases, and we perceive and we go, that's reality, but actually it's based on our own beliefs. It's not reality at all. It's just what we choose to perceive. Unstable in its functioning and inaccurate in its interpretations. So it is learned rather than given, selective in its perceptual biases. World of perception, and world of perception is inaccurate in its interpretations. So we interpret reality and we think that's reality, but it's an interpretation of reality. That's what he's saying. And this is very unstable. There's no certain truth there. It's all very unstable and prone to error. If inaccurate implies it's prone to error, and very selective in its perceptual biases. Learned rather than given. So it's the world we've learned, the world of illusion we've learned to replace the truth. And now we must unlearn it, because we've learned it so thoroughly. We must thoroughly unlearn it, or let it go, in other words. When you let it go, when you let go of your belief in these things, your belief in scarcity, loss, separation, and death, you've got to let go of that belief and its effects, which are this unstable, perceptually biased world that's prone to inaccurate interpretation. You must let all that go to open to the isness, the what is. Okay. Any comments on that? Questions? Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. It's
Okay.
the world of the ego mind.
Yeah. And it's created a reality accordingly. The reality is seemingly real. That's why it's difficult to get out of it, because it seems to be so real. But it is based on a false belief, a false thought, which is what he's helping us through this course to see. That this entire world is based on one tiny mad idea that's false.
So this is the art of letting go of all of that.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you actually let go of the entire world that you believed in, that you thought was reality? And you do that by letting go of the self concept that you believe inhabits that world. You see that? It's the self concept that's the problem. Because you have a self concept that believes in scarcity, loss, lack, limitation, death. And that self concept keeps you experiencing what it believes. Which is why we come back here over and over and over again, experiencing seeming reality of this illusion, because we've made it real in our own minds.
Yes.
Okay.
I think back of the paragraph that says some things will be hard to believe. Apply the ideas, don't judge them. Just let it go, let it be. Deal with them as it comes up. I said earlier on, forewarn. Well,
Yes.
this sums it up. This particular paragraph sums that up.
Yeah. Yeah. So everything's got to change. He's saying this course requires that you question every single value that you have, and that you every single belief that you have. Which is too radical for a lot of people. They don't want to do that. If you're going to come to the awareness of ultimate truth, then you have to. Because every belief that you have that's false reinforces this false thought system based on scarcity, loss, separation, and death. And the pretty dismal reality that it's invented, which we now live in, and we call that the world, call this so-called reality. Fortunately, he's saying no, it's not, and it never will be a reality, because no matter how much the ego has tried to undo and destroy true reality, it cannot do that. Truth is beyond what can be touched, destroyed, harmed in any way. Okay, so Eleanor, do you want to read the next one? From knowledge and perception, respectively. I think let's read it in the alternative, and we'll translate it as we go.
Who did you ask to read, sorry?
I just asked Eleanor to read. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
From knowledge and perception. You can read that paragraph. Okay, maybe Eleanor's gone. I don't know. Let's ask someone else. Eleanor, you back?
Yes,
Yeah.
I didn't unmute my button.
Yeah.
From knowledge and perception, respectively, two distinct thought systems arise, which are opposite in every respect. In the realm of knowledge, no thoughts exist apart from God, because God and his creation share one will.
Okay, so pause there. I'm going to translate this. God is. Remember what God is?
Yes, perfect love.
Yeah. We actually, the full name of God is pure formless awareness of perfect love. So if it's not going to block the flow of the sentence, then we use that. From pure formless awareness of perfect love. If there's already an of in there, then I'll just use perfect love, because it sounds clumsy to say the pure, of pure formless awareness of perfect love. It doesn't really flow. So,
So the world of perception, however, is made by the belief in opposites and separate wills, in perceptual conflict with each other and with God.
okay,
What
so just pause it there. What pause? What we got to translate as we go. So we got to finish the rest, you see, and it's pure formless awareness of perfect love, and its creation is. Anyone like to share what's creation?
Us.
Hmm?
Everything.
Creation is we translate it as extension, actually. So it's the extension of the mind of God, of this pure formless awareness of perfect love. And share one will. So instead of will of God, you translate it as awareness. Yeah? Share one awareness.
Okay.
Instead of will. So read that sentence again, from in the realm of knowledge, in the alternative, and see, that makes a difference for you.
So I've got the book here.
Yeah, just read it on the screen. Can you read it on the screen?
Where's your cursor?
Yeah, I've
From
highlighted for you. In
All
the
right.
realm of knowledge.
In the realm of knowledge, no thoughts exist apart from pure formless of perfect love, because pure formless of perfect love.
Sorry, I haven't put awareness there. Sorry, awareness. No. Pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Because pure formless of perfect love and its extension share one awareness.
Which makes sense. If it's pure formless awareness and it's extended, then it would be the same awareness, wouldn't it?
Yes.
It wouldn't be a difference in
Maybe
awareness. It's one awareness. The
Correct.
idea that it's extended is just to help us to connect with it. But in truth, it's one awareness. That's all there's ever going on. It's just one awareness, and we are that awareness. Everyone is that awareness. In truth,
is this the same? Like, for example, we were made in the image of God, an extension of Him, or of pure awareness, pure formless.
But I don't like the word image, because there's no image in pure formless awareness. It's not an image. It's an extension of that which has no limit, really. And there's no form to it. So we are that same awareness. And it's everyone's the same awareness.
Very powerful, yes.
Oh. So you see how the translations kind of bring more of that awareness into your awareness, which is the whole point. They connect you with the
okay. The world
feeling.
of
Okay, it makes sense. Just be the same as what it is. It's pure formless awareness, and that's all it is. Okay, Nun's got to go home. All right. See you all soon. All right. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Okay, so the world of perception.
The world of perception, however, is made by the belief in opposites and separate worlds, in perpetual conflict with each other and with God.
Belief in opposites and separate worlds. Okay, so the will we translate as does that really work? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll translate it as minds.
One pure formless, one pure form of awareness. That's the word.
Yeah, so I mean, the separate worlds or minds, separate minds in perpetual conflict with each other and with God.
Yes, that's the world. The world of perception is the paragraph that we've just read. The world of illusion.
Yeah.
The world of illusion, however, is made by the belief in opposites and separate.
Yeah, separate minds. So we think
Yeah.
I'm separate from someone else. Everyone's got a separate mind, and they're always in conflict. That's why we have so much conflict in this world, because they have different ideas. They don't believe the same things, and then we have perpetual conflict in this world.
And with pure form of awareness.
Yeah. So this is always in conflict with that fundamental awareness.
Yeah.
It just knows that it's one awareness. It doesn't know about two awarenesses. It only knows the single awareness that it is. So this is totally, transcendent. It completely undoes the ego at its core, which is the only thing that's going to work. It's radical, goes to the root of it. Okay. So next one, what perception sees and hears.
What perception sees and hears appears to be real because it permits into awareness only what conforms to the wishes of the perceiver. This leads to a world of illusions, a world which needs constant defense precisely because it is not real.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yes. That's the world of illusion.
Perception senses. Let's include all the senses, not just sees and hears. What perception senses appears to be real because it, how about sees, hears, and senses? So we've got all of the, so the domain of your sense perceptions appears to be real because it's a setup. He's saying it permits into awareness only what conforms to the wishes of the perceiver. So we wanted to be deceived. We want to believe in a separate self. That's our wish. So therefore, we invent a world of limited perception, call them sense perceptions, and we want to believe that. So we choose to be deceived. And what we see and hear and sense actually conforms to the wishes of the perceiver. Only what conforms to the wishes, or how about is in accordance with. So we desire a separate world, and then we create that world. And we see it, we perceive it, because that's the world we wanted. So it all comes down to, what do you want? What do you desire? Truth or the illusion?
It's a world which needs constant defense, precisely because it's not real.
Yeah.
Constant defense.
Yeah. So you've always got to be defending, haven't you, against something or someone? Something's out to get you.
Mm.
You never feel safe in this world. From the moment you're born, you never feel 100% safe. Unless you attain enlightenment, of course, in which case you would. But in your human self, you never feel perfectly safe, do you?
No.
There's always a defense.
That's right. That's the fear. That's linked to the fear factor.
Oh, yes. From the moment you're born, it's like, oh, now I've got all these needs. I've got to be fed. So babies cry from the start because it's like, well, where am I? And I feel like I'm being deprived. All my needs aren't being met. So I don't feel perfectly safe. Because it's not a perfectly safe world. It's an illusory world. It's based on the idea that you aren't safe. It's based on the idea of fear. And that you can actually be hurt and threatened and attacked. And ultimately destroyed and killed, because that's what happens. Eventually we all die. And so then we try and defend, and we go, well, I'll try and defend against that seeming reality, seeming inevitability of that reality. So we have all kinds of defenses we invent to try and make ourselves feel safer. Goes on and on, you know. So protective clothing and insurance policies and vaccinations and pills and money and status and on it goes. These are all defenses to try and keep us safe. This world needs constant defense because it's not real. Because it's threatened by its own self. The ego ultimately is self-destructive. And impermanent. So it's not nothing it invents can last. It's impermanent by nature. The Buddhist terminology, they call it anicca. Everything's impermanent, changing all the time. And the impermanent is unreal. The impermanent is illusory. Only what is permanent is real. That's the distinction that he's helping us to make here. Okay. So any thoughts on that paragraph? What's he saying in summary there? Anyone, doesn't have to be Eleanor. Can anyone summarize?
For me, it's about highlighting again the world of illusion that's linked to what the ego creates in the mind.
And two distinct thought systems. So that's an important word he's used here. Thought systems. That's what we've got. Two thought systems. It's a different system of thought based on a different premise. So the one premise is that we are one, and that's the only thing that's true. That's the thought system of the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love. And the thought system of the ego is a thought system that believes in separation, based on separation. So there's no, we're separate. We're actually separate awareness of separate minds. And then it goes accordingly. It creates reality according to that, which is the world of separation and illusion. It needs constant defense because it is not real. Okay?
Yes.
So let's move on to the next one. When you've been caught in the world of perception, let's read the alternative. Who wants to have a chance to read? Let's ask Sue. Sue, you still there? Can you read for us? When you've been caught in the world of perception.
When you've been caught in the world of perception, you are caught in a dream. You cannot escape without help because everything your senses show merely witnesses to the reality of the dream. God has provided the answer, the only way out, the true helper.
Okay, pause there. I'll just pause. Let me just translate this. So, so you're caught in a dream. He's saying, cannot escape without help. Everything your senses show merely witnesses the reality of the dream. See, so it's a setup. What he's saying is to set up to have sense perceptions, and now it's very difficult to escape because of that. So down here, beautiful form of someone is perfect love. So where are we? God, beautiful form of someone is a perfect love, has provided the answer, the only way out. Provided, maybe has given the answer. I think that's simpler. or maybe not even has given, gives. How about that? Very simple. Gives the answer. The only way out, the true helper. And that's the Holy Spirit. So I'm going to continue. Is the function of.
It is the function of its voice, its Holy Spirit, to meditate between the two worlds.
To
You can do
mediate.
this. Oh, sorry, yeah, mediate. To mediate
Mediate.
between the two worlds. You can do this because who he
It can do this. So
It
this is
can
Holy
do
Spirit.
this.
It's Holy Spirit, or let's just translate Holy Spirit as remembrance of. Perfect. Perfect. Its voice. So its voice is the remembrance of perfect love, which obviously remembers love, perfect love. That's obvious. That's what the Holy Spirit is.
Right,
To mediate between the two worlds. So if we go and have a look at our little diagram here, we show that the mediation between the two worlds. This arrow is the mediation, isn't it? So we raise ourselves up from the dream of time and form into this awareness. Holy Spirit helps us do that because we remember this perfect loving awareness. And then from that perspective, that experience, we now can reinterpret what's going on. And we see it differently. So our perception has changed. So that's the mediation function that it plays. It's like an interpreter or translator of one reality into another. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So it can do this.
It can do this because while on the one hand, he knows the truth, on the other, it also recognizes our illusions, but without believing in them.
So it recognizes the illusions. It can see from this perspective the illusions. It sees the drama, sees the ego psychological attachments, sees the experience. It recognizes that all of this is unreal. The red stuff's unreal. And so it's above the battleground. It's not of this reality. It knows that it's all false, and keeps reminding you of that fact. When the ego wants you to make it real and wants to root you down onto the timeline to make that life experience very real and increase your psychological and emotional attachment to the self, and therefore the life that the self seems to be living, the separate self. See that? Recognizes our illusions, but without believing in them. So that's really useful. It recognizes them. Recognize means rethinks, doesn't it? Recognize. Cognition means to think. So it recognizes, rethinks them, it reinterprets them, sees they're just illusion, but doesn't believe in them. It says, well, this really, you don't have to be all emotional about this. You get upset because it doesn't really exist. It's unreal. And that's the single reinterpretation it's asking us to do. Nothing unreal exists. And nothing real can be threatened. Herein lies the peace of God. They in those 3 lines, that's the forgiveness process. That's the reinterpretation. Applied to every situation that you perceive. Which is why we needed mind training, because to apply it universally without exception is our challenge. Okay, the next one is the Holy Spirit's goal.
The Holy Spirit's goal to help us escape from the dream world by teaching us how to reverse our thinking and unlearn our mistakes.
So just pause there. Let's just fix that. Remembrance. It's the remembrance of perfect love's goal.
Remember, it's a perfect love's goal.
Maybe we just make it simpler.
What is
It's just simpler, fewer words. Help us escape from the dream world by teaching us how to reverse our thinking and unlearn our mistakes. So this is a course in unlearning. You know? It's the undoing, it's the cutting away of what's not true. You're learning not to paint a masterpiece in the illusion, but you're learning to unlearn all of your mistakes, all the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. And reverse our thinking. So it's a complete turnaround of your thinking. That's why this course is challenging, because you've got to totally turn your thinking around to another direction, the opposite direction from what you've been thinking up to now. Okay.
Forgiveness is the remembrance of perfect love's great learning aid in bringing this thought reversal about. However,
So forgiveness, how do we translate forgiveness?
Oh, I don't remember that one. Oh, I do.
Yeah, it's in the title of the course.
Remembering, isn't it?
No, what's the title of the course?
Letting go. Letting go.
Yes.
Letting go.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Letting
go. Yeah? The reason we use letting go is because it's just so obvious. You can't really misinterpret letting go, can you? Whereas forgiveness, people are like, well, what does that actually mean? I forgive you. What does that mean? To forgive you. And people don't know. What does it mean to forgive someone? Actually, what it means is you let go of your negative thoughts and emotions that you're experiencing towards that person or thing. That's what letting go means. So yeah, just make it very explicit. Okay. Letting go is the remembrance of perfect love's great learning.
Go is remembrance of perfect love's great learning aid in bringing this thought reversal about. However, I don't know, I can't read it.
So it's just, it does that from time to time.
The course. Okay. However, the course has its own definition of what letting go really is, just as it defines the world in its own way.
So it's like you've got to learn a different language, really, when you're studying this course, because it's got a very unique interpretation of the world and of words and meaning. So it's got a very, very specific language that goes with it, which is what we're learning here. And the translation of the language is so that you can understand that language better. Just as it defines the world in its own way.
I love the way.
So you're saying this is a very different course, right? This is there are no assumptions here. The beauty of this course is he doesn't assume reality. Many courses go, well, we assume reality is this way, and then we go from there, yeah? Makes an assumption. Let's say you're doing a personal development course, I don't know. It makes all kinds of assumptions, doesn't even question those. says, right, so this is a course in making more money, let's say, or in having a great health or good relationships. It assumes that this world is real. It assumes that that's a desirable outcome, that actually you are going to be happier when you achieve the outcome. And those are all assumptions that the course would rest upon and doesn't question. So he's saying, no, we've got to question everything. We question all these fundamental assumptions about reality, so that we come to the truth that's beyond the assumptions. And only then will we have the peace that we yearn for, the peace of God that surpasses all understanding.
See, they use the word forgiveness, but when you're using the word letting go, it takes you deeper. It's not just a word. You need to dive deeply to let go.
Yeah.
You can't just use it loosely, wishy-washy. Forgive, letting go. This is the idea out there. Just let it go. Just let it go. Excuse me. There's so much that has come out this evening that you have to go deep. Take a look at it.
Yeah. So it's a cool. The translations hopefully help you go deeper into the understanding of what it really means. Letting go is very simple, very straightforward. Forgiveness is probably one of the most misunderstood words in spiritual circles and just in the world. If you say to the average person, what does it mean to forgive? Well, it means I don't judge people. It means I don't feel anger towards someone. I don't resent them. But it's kind of not. It's not a clear definition for most people. I wouldn't define it clearly. Say, well, forgiveness means to let go of your negative thoughts and emotions towards anyone or anything. That's what it means. Very simple, very clear. Let go of those negative thoughts and emotions. So if you're thinking the thoughts, you're experiencing the emotions, you haven't let go yet. Those are still there. And when you've let go of your negative thoughts and emotions towards someone, then you've truly forgiven them. So now it becomes very doable. So, okay, well, to truly forgive you, I've just got to drop my own stuff, let go of the thoughts and emotions. Then I've forgiven you, irrespective of what you've done. Otherwise, it's kind of becomes undoable. It's just one of those eternal challenges that you're never gonna. How do I actually forgive someone perfectly?
Yes. I remember, in the beginning stages many years ago, how we went for healing and we had to write like 1,000 lines of I forgive so and so, I forgive so and so, I forgive so and so. At the end of the day, after writing pages of that, I'm not quite sure whether it worked at all. If I'm just considering.
Well, if you didn't understand what it meant, the word meant, I forgive. Well, did they even tell you what it meant?
No, you just had to write these pages,
But that's pointless, because then it's just like parrot fashion and repetition, but there's no deeper understanding of meaning. Okay, so let's do a teaching then on what forgiveness means. And then you could just write out a better word and say, okay, well, let's use another word that points you more directly to the meaning, which is what letting go is.
Well, it says here the course has its own definition of what letting go is. So I take it that it goes very deeply into it further on, as you go along.
Oh yeah, I mean the whole course is a course in forgiveness. It's a course in what forgiveness means. How do you actually forgive? That's what the course is about. So it's a another could have been called a course in forgiveness rather than a course in miracles. The miracle is the transformation of perception that is the result of forgiveness. See, they're totally intertwined.
Which is, like you say, the art of letting go. So simplifying it even more, the art of letting go is the art of forgiveness.
Yeah.
is the miracle in itself, Course in Miracles.
Yeah. So it's understanding all of this. And a lot of people struggle with, understanding A Course in Miracles because it's challenging. The terms and the language can put them off, and then they don't get it, and they can't penetrate beyond, the blocks that they have. So the art of letting go is designed to remove those blocks and make it reveal the true meaning, the essence of what the Course is teaching. And so we're not changing the meaning, we want to reveal the true meaning through changing the words. That's all. And if it substantially changes the meaning, then it can't be correct. So, that's what we just got to be aware of when we're doing the translation. But if you stick to translating words, then generally you're going to be fine, because you just change the word, and it then reflects the deeper meaning of that word, if it's a good translation for that word. And then you string it all together and you read it, and they kind of, oh, okay, well, that kind of makes sense. So maybe read the whole paragraph then, and the alternative. I don't know, see how that reads for you.
When you have been caught in the world of perception, you're caught in a dream. You cannot escape without help, because everything your senses show merely witnesses to the reality of the dream. Pure, formless awareness of perfect love gives the answer. The only way out, the true helper, that's the Holy Spirit. It is the function of its voice, its remembrance of perfect love, to mediate between the two worlds. It can do this because, while on the one hand, it knows the truth, on the other hand, it also recognizes our illusions, but without believing it. That is, believing in them. The remembrance of perfect love's goal is to help us escape from the dream world by teaching us how to reverse our thinking and unlearn our mistakes. Letting go is the remembrance of perfect love's great learning aid in bringing the thought reversal about. However, the Course has its own definition of what letting go really is, just as it defines the world in its own way.
So maybe that, you read it in the alternative and more reveals itself.
Yes. It does simplify.
In essence, what's he saying there? I mean, what's the key summary of the paragraph?
The remembrance of perfect love, which is the Holy Spirit, is the one that will assist in reversing our old thought patterns. It's the only way that will help. It is the only thing that will help, is to unlearn all those mistakes, to make the corrections, and letting go, as part of letting go, the forgiveness aspect of it.
No, letting go is the mechanism of the Holy Spirit intervention in this world to help us to bring this thought reversal about.
Which takes me to, when I think of the Holy Spirit, I think of the breath that flows through us. 4/7/365, without us, unless we consciously bring our attention to it, our awareness to it. That to me is,
Which is why the breath, the breath is a tool for bringing awareness into the mind, true awareness. And that's why it's synonymous with life. People in a lot of the ancient languages, breath and life are the same. It's the same word. Because as you breathe and you become aware of that, become aware of the very essence of your life, which is your own true awareness. Okay, so next one. World we see merely reflects our own internal frame of reference. Who wants to read that? Let's ask, how about Elaine? Elaine, you still with us? Or maybe not.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, I'm here actually.
Yeah.
Just I
Okay,
was
well
dog
done.
walking.
Yeah,
Yes.
well done.
Where am
Okay.
I? It's because I'm on the iPhone. The world we see, is that the one?
Yeah, well, we see.
Yeah. The world we see merely reflects our own internal frame of reference, the dominant ideas, wishes, and emotions in our minds. Projection makes perception. Makes perception. We look inside first, decide the kind of world we want to see, and then project the world outside, making it into, in it the truth as we see it. We make it true.
Okay. So just pause there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's
Yes.
unpack that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The world we see, the world we perceive, really, because it's not just sight. We're not talking just about physical sight, are we? The world we perceive. So that's all of our senses. The world we perceive merely reflects our own internal frame of reference. Dominant ideas, wishes, and emotions in our minds. Okay. So what he's saying is our perception is a product of our minds. Dominant ideas, wishes, and emotions in our minds. So we have a look at where are we? Let's go back to LG course manual. Instrument for peace. There we go. So we have the layers. Result of thought, belief, emotion, perception. Yeah. So the dominant ideas, beliefs, sits in the level of core belief, and then we have thoughts, and we have emotions, and we have perceptions that come from those ideas. Our perception is not really caused by the external world. Our perception comes from our interpretation of what our senses bring us. So it's actually, perception is an inside job. That's what he's saying. It's not anything to do with the external world. It's a combination of, external sense perceptions, which seems to be external, but it's your interpretation of them that's the thing. It's the key thing. And that interpretation is up to you. You can change that.
Just bearing in mind also that our internal world has been programmed by the external world, from childhood on, from your parents to your schools to your mates.
Yeah, if we look at the integral model, Ken Wilber, let's pull it up here. It tells us, these are the quadrants of reality. You've got an inner world, subjective world of sensations, subjective, and then the external world is the material body, the brain, anything that you can see or touch, or observe scientifically in time and space. And these are the so-called, quadrants of reality. And so our perception is made up of the senses. We perceive seemingly external objects, seemingly objective, but actually it's our interpretation of what we perceive with our senses that makes up our reality. So you cannot ignore the internal eye, the interior self in perception, because it's actually the dominant factor. It's what interprets the sense perceptions and gives them the reality they seem to have. So that's our internal frame of reference, otherwise known as our ego. Right? Your internal frame of reference, if it's based on the idea of separation, being a separate self, is the ego. It's a frame of reference within which everything else happens. Do you see that?
Mm.
It's like the thought system that leads to everything else. Foundation of reality. Except that if it's the ego, it's not the true foundation of reality, it's a false one. Okay? Happy with that, everyone?
Mm-hmm.
And then he says projection makes perception. Projection makes perception. What does he mean by that?
It's like a movie. Your mind, like a projector on a screen.
Yeah. So we project from our beliefs, and that projects out onto the screen of time and space, which is a 4-dimensional screen, 3 dimensions of space and time. And our beliefs are the filters. It's like the movie, the film that's going before, running across the light. In the old projectors, it was like a stream of film that would run sequence by sequence. And so the film is our frame of reference, dominant ideas, desires, and emotions. That's our ego, which then takes the light of our true awareness and it fragments it and distorts it and projects it out onto this 4-dimensional screen, which we seem to be living in. So we're living in the screen. And our job is to become aware of that and disconnect from it and say, I'm not really the character in the dream, although it seems to be very real. I can go backtrack, follow the light, which is my true awareness, past the blocks, which is the film, the dominant ideas, desires, and emotions in your mind. It's your frame of reference. So that's what's created the projection, and track it back to the light, which is your true awareness beyond that. And that's what the letting go process does. It takes away the covering, the veil of illusion, the film, away from the light. So there's no burying. That light is shining clearly in your mind. And you no longer need to engage in the self-deception of projecting and then perceiving. So we project our false beliefs onto the screen, and then we perceive them from the seemingly separated perspective of the separate observer that's now separate from the projections, which are in fact in our own minds. See that? So that's how the illusion works. We project and then we perceive simultaneously. And if you watch Inception, if you watch that movie, he explains it beautifully. He says, it's like we projected the dream on the one hand, and then we perceive it, and the dream becomes so real we don't know we're dreaming. But we want to get in the gap between projection and perception and start to become aware. That gap is awareness. That's the Holy Spirit coming in and starting to become aware of.
So you move into observer
What's
state.
going on. We can perceive completely differently. So what did you say, Eleanor?
So you move into the observer state then.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
So you're able to observe it without the ideas, desires, and emotions in your mind that have projected it coming in and interfering. Because normally what happens is we project from the dominant ideas, desires, and emotions in our minds. That's our ego. And then the ego perceives it for us as well and says, oh, well, there you go, you're right. You're showing that you're right. Yeah, okay, so you believe that the world is a scary place. And there you go, you've got evidence that it's a scary place, and then you believe that. Now you have fear, and your belief seems to be justified, which of course will mean you project more of it. You project more things that are seemingly scary and threatening so that you can believe that they're real. And so it's a self-perpetuating feedback mechanism. As we see here, I have fear in my mind, I have a false self-concept that will project out experiences onto the 4-dimensional screen of time and space, certain experiences, which then come back to me, and I perceive them as the seemingly separate self. I perceive them as real, but actually they're just confirmation of my own belief that I projected out, and now I'm perceiving as outside of me. So that's how this mechanism of illusion works. Projection, perception, and it's a self-reinforcing, self-perpetuating system. Until we get in the gap, and we say, hang on, there's a higher awareness that can come in and break that pattern and say, well, I'm getting the feedback from my reality, but I don't have to believe it. So the Holy Spirit comes in and breaks that reinforcement cycle. You see that? Cuts it and says, no, actually, you don't have to believe this. You don't have to buy into whatever the projection is, because actually you created it. This is just a sign of a false belief that you yourself have and have projected out there. So now that cuts through the reinforcement of the ego and starts breaking the chains of the mind of projection and perception that bind your mind into the reality of the illusion. You see that? So the higher awareness comes in and reinterprets this feedback that you get from the world and says, no, it's not true. It's not real. Nothing unreal exists. And nothing real can be threatened. My true self cannot be threatened. So I break the reinforcement cycle of the ego this way. And that's why letting go, forgiveness, is so powerful, because it breaks this chain of the mind, the self-perpetuating, self-reinforcing cycle of the ego that's used for your entire life and every lifetime to reinforce itself. And it says, no, the objective world as you see it isn't real. It's not real. So therefore, why are you believing it's feedback when it's not real? When it's just a setup. You've been set up to believe this by this projection of your own mind. So don't believe it. And then if you break that reinforcement cycle, you're free to choose another belief, to choose different thoughts and emotions, states of mind and perceptions. And that frees you to finally know your true awareness, because you're liberating your true awareness then, and that reveals itself. If you let go of what's false, what remains will be true, and the truth will arise in your mind, and now the truth will infuse the world. So you start to project and perceive differently, don't you? You'll now project a happier world, a happier dream, because there's no need to create pain and suffering anymore. You don't believe in that. And then you perceive differently from this true self. So you have gratitude, and you perceive gratefully, and you perceive that these things are actually beneficial, beneficent. You perceive a happy dream because you changed your mind fundamentally. And so now you project out and you perceive differently. And this is law of attraction on steroids. Do you see that? Because you've changed who you are, you naturally change your reality. What you project subconsciously changes because you've changed your fundamental belief about who you are. So you no longer need to project fearful, scary, upsetting things, because you know that you are perfect peace, and those fearful, upsetting things have no value to you at all. And if they do come in, then you simply deny them. It's okay, well, that's not react fearfully. Let it go. And so you cut the reinforcement cycle between projection and perception by letting go. Do you see that?
Yeah. And
you start using this self-reinforcing nature of the inner worlds and the outer worlds correctly. So I have a correct belief, therefore I start projecting correctly. I have different things that I project, and I perceive it correctly. And even when something, seemingly untoward happens, that's out of accord with your new belief, you just go, well, that's just another opportunity to let go. I'm just going to let go of any residual belief that I have that's been shown to me in the projection. And that's the way that you undo that belief. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So but by denying the projection of the belief, you're denying the belief itself. Do you see that?
Yeah, the art of letting go. Let it go.
Yeah. And that's, so what you're doing very profoundly is you are rewiring, you're changing your beliefs. You're fundamentally changing your beliefs. You're unlearning a whole lot of false beliefs, and you're replacing them with the truth, with true beliefs.
The alchemist.
If you keep doing that, the self-perpetuating cycle that's positive, it's beneficial, is called miracles. So now I change my mind, I perceive it correctly, that changes my belief, which in turn creates different projections. So now I start to see beneficial things happening. I start to see miracles and synchronicities showing up in my dream instead, because I've changed my belief. And then I perceive that from the corrected mind, and I go, oh, well, that's just confirmation that this belief must be true. Oh, I should do more of that. That strengthens the belief. So now it becomes, this feedback mechanism is used positively by the Holy Spirit to awaken you out of the dream. Ultimately, so you go out of this, see the lines going out of the dream, that transcend the whole model. You go beyond duality. There's no individual, collective, or interior or exterior in perfect oneness. So this is a model of the matrix, but it can be very helpful to understand this and how it actually works, how you can use this positively in your favor rather than negatively and destructively in the hands of the ego. And that's what here in this paragraph. So projection makes perception. I project my beliefs, then I perceive them as real. Okay, we look inside first. Elaine, do you want to continue?
Oh, yeah. We look inside first, decide the kind of world we want to see, and then project that world outside, making it the truth as we see it. We make it true by our interpretations of what it is we are seeing.
So let's pause there. Well, pause.
Yeah.
So we look inside first, decide the kind of world we want to see, and then project that world outside, making it the truth as we perceive it. Okay? So he's telling us this is what we do. The kind of world we want to see, and then that we perceive it as such, because that's what we want to see. Truth as we perceive it. And we make it true by interpretations of what it is we're seeing. Of what we are seeing. Let me just make it simpler. So our interpretations of reality give it the reality that it seems to have. So we live in a perceptual world based on interpretation, not fact. So if anyone says to you that's a fact, no, it's always an interpretation. Just by the nature of projection perception, there's always interpretation going on. No one can be fully objective because there's interpretation going on in perception all the time. So scientists say, oh, we're objective. No, they're not, because they've got perceptual biases. So they interpret the results they get according to those perceptual biases. This is why in quantum mechanics, I've seen there's no reality in the absence of observation. So the observer fundamentally affects the experiment.
Correct.
Because they come with their perceptual biases in place, and so then they project a different reality, which is why that's the truth. So this is really, quantum theory that he's teaching. Quantum theory is saying the same thing.
Ain't you hear people saying, this is my truth? You've got millions of truths. Each one has got
and that's one of the laws of chaos that he talks about. He says in the course, one of the laws of chaos is that there's different truths. How can that be? How can that be the case? Then it wouldn't be true, would it? My truth's different from your truth. Hang on, maybe both of them are on the same truth. And there's one universal truth that exists whether you believe it's true or not. You can believe whatever you want, but the truth will remain unaffected by your belief. Fortunately, thank God for that. Imagine if the truth could be damaged by our belief. Well, there'd be no way out then, wouldn't there? We'd have a false belief and we'd be stuck in it forever. Okay, so we make it true by interpretations of what we are perceiving. So perception and interpretation go hand in hand. That's what he's saying. Okay, you want to continue, Elaine? We are using perception to justify our mistakes.
Yeah. If we are using perception to justify our own mistakes, our anger, our impulses to attack, our lack of love, in whatever form it may take, we will see a world of evil, destruction, malice, envy, and despair.
Okay, pretty clear.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can.
All.
Every now and then we call that a stick sentence. So there's the stick and the carrot, and he's giving it to us straight. He's saying, okay, so this is what will happen. If you use perception to justify your own mistakes, anger, impulses to attack, lack of love in whatever form it may take, we'll perceive a world of evil, destruction, malice, envy, and despair. Okay, it's an inevitable consequence of believing in your mistakes, believing that these are reality, and that you want to keep this anger, these impulses to attack, lack of love in whatever form it may take. We will perceive a world of evil, destruction, malice, envy, and despair. Right? So he's telling us very clearly that your perception has a huge effect on the reality you seem to live in. You want to live in this evil, destructive, malicious, envious, desperate world, then just carry on using your perception to justify your own mistakes. And you're guaranteed to get that result. He never leaves us there. He gives us the stick and says, okay, so that's pretty awful, but we're not going to leave you here. There's a remedy, which he gives to us in the next sentence.
Okay. All this we must learn to forgive, not because we are being good and charitable, but because what we are seeing is not true.
Okay, so to change that form, must learn to let go. Okay. So again, makes it very clear. Learn to let go because we're being good and charitable, because what we're seeing is not true. Very important point. You're not forgiving because I should be a good Christian and the Bible tells me to forgive, but actually I've still got anger and resentment in my heart. I must learn to let it go because what I'm seeing is not true. I recognize, that fundamentally it's not true.
Jonah,
Yeah.
what comes to mind are many workers out there who work in the inner world, who does grid work and that kind of thing. And so what's happening, according to many understandings, is what's happening on the planet Earth today is because there's that warfare out there with, war. And you want to tell me that if I'm listening to and just, contemplating what I'm hearing here and reading here, that's all perception, based on someone's perception. These leaders have each their own perceptions. And at the end of the day, there is no war, there is no this, there is no that, is what they're projecting out there.
Yeah, it's all a collective projection. It just seems to be very real because we all believe in it.
If somebody's moving.
Collective delusion.
thought this much. I've kind of
And
felt something.
he's telling us none of it is true.
Because
And what
everything
we're
is
seeing is not true.
perfect.
So you
Oh,
believe
yeah.
in the reality of all that, whatever it is, Illuminati, and there's people out to get us, and the world's very fearful. You're making an illusion true. That's what you're doing. It's just another form of the ego's belief.
And then they don't get out of it. You don't get out of it. When you're perpetually doing that, you're perpetually doing great work.
No,
Perpetually
it's
working
endless.
on
Because if you want to
back
believe
over
that, then you'll see evidence for your belief, and you'll interpret the world in that way. And there's no escape. If you choose to, using perception to justify your mistakes, your anger, impulses to attack, lack of love in whatever form it may take, it's all that. You want to continue, and then you say, oh, well, I'm justified because these people are evil. These are the, evil incarnate, and we've got to fight these people. What are you doing? You're splitting your mind. You're making them into something else than you. They're not the same awareness as you, then. They have some other awareness. You perceive yourself as separate from them. So it just perpetuates the world of the ego.
So there's no need for healers. It's about really learning how to let go, and you really can't heal someone else and so forth at the end of the day, because they're perfect. They don't really need healing. They just need to get rid of the blocks.
You can teach someone, if you can teach someone how to let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, then you're healing, you're helping them to heal your mind. You can't really heal them directly, but you can teach them how to heal their own minds.
Yeah,
by
work on the blocks.
learning this art of letting go, by learning how to let go.
And change the way we express ourselves, and not use those words. You need healing, and it cannot be a good thing to be telling people all the time, you need healing here, you need healing there, you need healing, you need the ancestors healing, you need all kinds of things. It's like a mind blow.
Yeah, because you don't really need healing. You just need to wake up to who you are.
Words. You change your vocabulary completely.
Yeah. So there is no need. Remember, spirit is perfect, pure formless.
Nothing complicated, nothing unreal exists. Therein lies the peace of God.
Yeah. So this is, it's another level of understanding and teaching that is non-dual, that goes beyond so many other teachings, thought systems, whatever. There's many of them. There's thousands of different variations of belief systems, and this just kind of cuts through all of them. It says, look, it's all illusion, all of it. Not one of these dreams is true.
Is that why Buddha's
dream is a dream is a dream? Whatever version it takes, whatever form it takes, it's still a dream.
Some form of integration for sure.
Just breathe, just breathe. It's okay.
No, that's
fine.
fine.
Said to Neo, he said, just breathe, Neo, just breathe. And he's
I have asked for this. You've got no idea how I've asked in my meditations. And so, you've asked for it, and so here we go.
Yeah, well, exactly.
It will change
Ask and you shall receive.
As well when I'm working with my clients. We do the ancestral clearing and all of that.
Awareness to them.
Just dealing with them very differently.
Yeah, because you can't really heal them, but you can show the truth to them. You can help them to understand who they really are, and you can help them to learn how to let go.
Transformation is a form of what they call healing.
Yeah, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Healing is transformation. Right. That's what it is.
But it's got without all the stuff that goes with the word.
Yeah. The magic healing is saying, I'll heal you. I'm some kind of special healer, and I have powers you don't have, and I'll heal you of an illness or ailment you have. And then you haven't really healed anything, because the person's thought system is still the same. The ego is still intact. So it's not really worthy of the word healing. True healing is the transformation of the mind. True healing is forgive. That's the word. It's the only thing that's worthy of the name healing.
It's not, you know how I feel. Don't even use the word, use just a different word of, I love the idea of carving away, letting go, take the blocks away. You know, carve away what is not yours. So what's yours is it's who you are, stands in its pure form.
Yeah, it's revealed. And it's already there. You don't have to become that. You just have to reveal it. It's already there. Which then takes away all the straining to be something more. Well, I can't be more than what I already am. It's not possible. In fact, I can only be less than what I am, you see? I can only cover that over with various blocks, but it's actually less than what I am. It's not more than what I am. So by cutting it away, we become less from an ego perspective, but we become, more from the spiritual perspective.
That's right.
We become what we really are.
A different understanding of the words of Joshua when he says, give me your cross in inverted commas, give your burdens. Kind of, it's this, carving away, take away the illusions.
Yeah.
So that you can be free, carry lighter.
Yeah. And that's the only way, there's no other way. Whether you do it through A Course in Miracles or you do it through another path, there's other paths that also talk about letting go, forgiveness. And any authentic path does talk about it too, and the degree to which it's authentic is the degree to which it dwells, it focuses on the idea of letting go, in my opinion. So the good spiritual path, let's take a Vipassana Buddhist, someone rooted in the Vipassana, which is the experience of Buddhism. That's a path of letting go of the meaning you give to your sense perceptions. Okay, so that's useful, very useful. That's why it's effective, because you're letting go in the practice, always letting go of the judgments, the beliefs, the interpretations around your sense perceptions. Okay, so you're letting go. And it's effective because of that. Or Advaita, you take a self-inquiry approach. You say, who suffers? Ramana, who's, probably the greatest proponent in the last century of Advaita, was like, he just asks people, who suffers? So you come with a story and you suffer. He says, who suffers? Who's the one who suffers? And then you inquire and you go, oh, actually, who is suffering here? Who is the self that's suffering? Oh, maybe that self is not real. Maybe it's all illusion. And then he brings you into the peace, because you're so rooted in that, and you experience the peace of perfect love, and you go, oh, okay, so maybe that's real. Maybe only that's real, and all the other stuff, who suffers was illusion. It wasn't real. It was just made up in my mind. So whichever way you do it, there's always a letting go, isn't there? So letting go of the thoughts and emotions that cause you to suffer, and a letting go of the self-concept that's sponsoring them. Okay? So we've distorted the world. Elaine, do you want to carry on?
Where am I? Is that?
We've distorted the world.
We have distorted the world by our twisted defenses and are therefore seeing what is not there. As we learn to recognize our perceptual errors, we also learn to look past them or forgive at the same time. We are forgiving ourselves. Look past our distorted self-concepts to the self that God created in us and as us.
And distorted the world by twisted defenses, and therefore seeing what is not there. So perceiving, we change seeing to perceiving. Perceiving what is not there. We learn to recognize our perceptual errors. We also learn to look past them or forgive. So you see, that's what he's saying. Forgiveness is looking past the errors. You don't make the errors real. And you look past them to the truth. You overlook them and you look at the truth instead. So instead of getting rooted and stuck into the red timeline, and you focusing on the errors, you overlook them, you look past them, and you go above them into pure formless awareness, which is beyond them. And you experience the peace that comes from that. Then you look back at them and you go, well, these aren't real. How can I believe in these anymore if I've experienced a state of freedom from them? They cannot be real. And that's the process of correction that we call forgiveness or letting go. Mediation of the Holy Spirit between the worlds of illusion and truth. Past them or forgive. So that's useful. We'll keep that because that clarifies what forgiveness means. Looking past them. At the same time, we are forgiving ourselves. So what is forgiving ourselves? How would we translate that, do you think?
Letting it go. Yeah.
So if we're forgiving ourselves, we are letting go
of the errors.
We're letting go of our false self-concept, aren't we? That's what forgiving ourselves means.
Mm.
So you see how simple that becomes then. How do I forgive myself? Again, people are like, how do I actually forgive myself? It's not clear. Many teachings, they use the terms, but they don't explain what that actually means.
I think David of Meister often use the word letting go of grievances. So let go of your grief, let go of grievances as well.
Yeah. But when you let go of your grievances, you're letting go of your self-concept that believes that you were victimized, that believes you were unfairly treated. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's always a letting go. All letting go is a letting go of your false self-concept. And that's what it really means to forgive yourself. Because you invented a false self-concept to replace your true self. And that's what we ultimately got to let go of.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. That's self-deception.
Yeah.
Letting go of our false self-concept, looking past our distorted self-concepts to the self that God created in us. That's what it means to forgive ourselves.
No, that's profound, yeah.
So we bring things into a balanced state, a state of peace, wholeness, wellness.
Yeah, I wouldn't say balanced because there's no balance in truth. There's nothing to balance between. Balance implies duality, but it's a whole state. It's complete unto itself. See? So there's no lack. There's nothing missing. No scarcity. No lack.
Yin and yang.
No, beyond yin and yang. Yin and yang are dualistic.
That falls away. Yeah, yin and yang.
It falls away. Yeah, there's no balance. You don't balance illusions.
Yeah.
In this teaching, you discard illusions. You realize there's nothing to balance. In perfect oneness, there's only oneness. So the idea of balance is a dualistic concept. You must have two things to balance. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, does it?
So we don't have masculine and feminine aspects within ourselves.
Not really. No. There's only truth and illusion.
Yeah, the vibration. Frequency.
Only what is true and what is false. Those are the only things that seem to exist. So it's honing it all down. He's getting very clear. He's saying, look, there's only two thought systems. The truth, which is perfect oneness, nothing else, just one single awareness, one pure formless awareness of perfect love. And then there's illusion, which is everything else.
The lack. So the lack is when you're not in your true self, is when you're in that illusion, yeah. That's what you just said.
Yeah. Lack comes about when you disconnect from this awareness, which is whole and complete unto itself, is perfect in itself. You disconnect from this willingly. We chose to do this. We had a separate identity, which we named, and we said, I want a separate self. Show this diagram, which will be new to Eleanor, but some of the others not. So I want a separate self. I want to be separate. I desire separation rather than oneness. Right? That's the thought of separation. It's led to the fall or the descent into hell. I choose to be a separate self. And from that decision comes all the consequences that we're so familiar with in the ego's world. So now I have seemingly a separate ego consciousness, belief in separation, the devil, Satan, whatever you want to call it, which is now the foundation of my thought system. And I must believe that I'm an individual. Individual, in division and duality, yeah?
Right.
Individuality. There we go. So I'm in the division of, I'm a split mind and I'm in duality. I'm not in oneness anymore, I'm in two. I'm split in parts. And I identify myself as the separate part, separate identity named. That's sin.
In divide, duality. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's not truth, that's illusion. But I believe in that. I wanted to believe in an illusion. I thought this individual self would offer me more than my true awareness. And then I go down the ladder. Every time I make a step away, I go down the ladder, and the arrow lines, the dashed lines, are the sign that we then have amnesia. We forget. It's like a block. It's a veil that we can't remember as we come down the ladder. So we don't remember that we chose to separate. We don't remember we chose an individual identity, and we don't remember that underpinning that individual identity is guilt and sin. Because why? In order to be an individual self, we must believe that we have destroyed oneness. And so now we feel guilty for that terrible crime. And that's where guilt comes from, and the idea of sin, the original sin. So I'm sinful at my very core, the ego believes, because I exist only because I destroyed love. You see that? And so that accounts for the guilty, sinful nature of the ego and why it's always going to create fear. Because if I'm guilty, then I must deserve to be punished. So I have a false expectation of punishment appearing real. And that's fear. Now I project that out, and I perceive in the world things that can seemingly attack me and punish me. Because that's the way I set it up. That's the consequence of my belief in an individual self. So now I have sin and guilt and fear, and obviously fear leads to the belief in attack, the concept of a fearful, wrathful, separate, vengeful God. It's terrifying, and then we run away from all of that. It's terrifying for the mind. So what does the ego do? It says, no, I'll save you. Come with me. And it projects all of this out into an illusion, and it makes up another world, which we call the physical universe. We literally went out of our minds into a physical body, seemingly physical reality in that projection of guilt and fear outwards, which was the Big Bang. An explosion of energy of epic proportions that none of the cosmologists can explain. They can't explain why. You ask them why, they can't tell you. They have no idea. They just assume it happened, and then they go from there and say, well, after time zero, now we can track it, and now we can tell you how it happened. Well, that's not really relevant, is it? Why is much more important. Why did it happen? Because when you understand why it happened, then you've got the key to reversing it. And why it happened was because you desired separation. You wanted to be a separate self. So that becomes the key then. let go of that desire, and you undo the entire projection of the mind we call the physical universe. And the universe disappears. And all of the stuff that came with it, fear, guilt, sin, ridiculous idea of a fearful, vengeful God, all of the separate forms of matter and energy populating the universe, the evolution of those increasingly complex and sophisticated separate forms of life, all of that gets undone. And you no longer believe that you're living as a seeming individual, as a victim of an unfair, cruel world, living a helpless, innovative little life, which is hell, of limitation, lack, loneliness, and suffering before you die. You can't believe in that anymore. You see that it's just false. It's a false idea based on the false idea of separation. And so all of its consequences, guilt, sin, fear, attack, accusation, blame, complaint, all of it must be false. You cannot believe in any of it anymore. And then you undo the whole thing. It's gone as one. You return to your truth, the true awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love, and it's undone. And the reinterpretation of the ego's dream, all of this, by the Holy Spirit or the awareness of oneness, is what this course is about. So when these things happen, projection of your false belief in separation and your victim identity, can you reinterpret them and realize that none of them are true and only oneness is true, and let them go and not react mentally and emotionally to them, and give them a reality, because that's what the ego wants you to do. And that, he's saying, is the only way out. You have to reinterpret the ego's dream with the Holy Spirit or the awareness of oneness in order to get out. You have to climb back up the ladder you came down, reinterpret all of these miscreations, till eventually you recognize that this thought of separation is simply not true. And when you understand that, then you're healed, go back to pure formless awareness of perfect love and the dream. Does that make sense? We'll do this in another session. I'm just kind of giving you a quick overview, but this is like the overview, the introduction. So we'll dive into this in individual sessions as well. Okay. So moving swiftly on, sin is defined as lack of love. Who would like to read that? Orally, how about you read that?
Sin is defined as lack of love. Since love is all there is. Since love is all there is. Since sin in the sight of the Holy Spirit is a mistake to be corrected, rather than an evil to be punished.
Okay, so just pause it there.
Yeah.
Because I'll just do the translation. So maybe we can make that flow a bit better. Since love is all there is, sin in the sight, maybe sin in the perception.
Of love.
So in the perception, so sometimes we can say it better, in the perception of the remembrance of perfect love, because it's just not, I don't think it's a very well-formed sentence.
Sin is a mistake to be corrected.
Yeah, in the perception of the holy, so we can even turn it around. So we go.
Illusion. Sin is illusion.
Yeah, sin is illusion. It's a mistake. It's a mistake to be corrected in the perception of the remembrance of perfect love. In the perception, in the remembrance of perfect love's perception. So we just turn it around a bit, and sin is a mistake to be corrected in the remembrance of perfect love's perception, rather than an evil to be punished. Okay, does that make a bit more sense? Do you want to read that again, Orly, and the alternative?
From the beginning, sin is defined as lack of love. Since love is all there is, sin is a mistake to be corrected in the remembrance of perfect love's perception, rather than an evil to be punished.
Yeah, does that make a bit more sense? Flows a bit better.
Wow, this is, I'm experiencing a miracle, a synchronicity, another one.
Yeah.
With a conversation I had tonight. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like you said we always read what we're meant to be reading, but it's so true.
Yeah.
Like the synchronistic moment again of a miracle. I just had another aha moment reading this.
Yeah. So you had a conversation about sin. I mean, share
Yeah,
it if
my
you want
mom
to.
was actually talking about punishment, like she was saying that my husband needed the punishment.
Yeah.
So it was really clear what came through, like in her perception, like me observing her perception
Yeah.
of punishment. So she believes in sin, and it was like, wow, it's such a revelation. It was like, you remember you put that word the other day, revelation, in that blue circle that you just showed me.
Yes. Yeah.
So it was just a revelation that I just experienced. Yeah, it's very interesing how this is unfolding.
Perfect love, but it's an insight. What you had is an insight, which is a miracle. It's a correction of perception. It's an insight that is part of the correction process that ultimately will lead you to an experience of revelation, a pure formless awareness, a perfect love experience. If you keep doing these corrections and having these insights, then it leads you to that experience where you're ready for revelation. Your mind is in a revelation ready state. Is he saying, look, I can't teach you that. Revelation will come when you're ready, but I can teach you how to remove the blocks to the awareness of love, which will bring the revelation. And that's what we're doing here. And every time you have an insight, an aha moment, it's like another little block went. You just let go of something else. And once you understand it, then it's no longer real for you, is it? You just go, no, I can't believe in this anymore.
Yeah, no, it's showing me, you're right. It's showing me how unreal this is. Yeah, it's showing me, we read it before about nothing, what was it? Nothing
real can be threatened.
Yeah, nothing real can be threatened and nothing unreal exists. So yeah, it was actually showing me this as well, that it wasn't real.
Yeah, and that's a miracle, because then you're correcting your beliefs in that moment of changing your perception, and you see the falsity of it, and you go, oh wow, that's a miracle. I see through the illusion of sin. It's not real.
Yeah, that's why I see this revelation as a miracle.
Yeah. No accident that you're reading the paragraph either.
I know, it's
well, that's you like I warn you, as the forewarned, you will have miracles on this course. It's just inevitable. You can't put yourself into the field of the miraculous, the field of transformation, and not have stuff happening. It will.
Yeah.
Is what you want, but
exactly. It's what you believe.
The status quo, your current status quo is going to be disturbed. It has to be.
Yeah, it's been disturbed already. Yeah, so it's for the corrections, though.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's all heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
Is sin not interpreted as separation when we're doing it as, of course, when you're doing it, or no?
Yeah, well, sin is defined as a lack of love. So a lack of love is a lack of oneness, right?
Yeah,
it's a lack of pure formless awareness. So
when you're changing the words, I thought you were going to change sin to separation, so that it's the way that you do it on the course. But it's okay. I just seen you change some.
Yeah.
Some words.
Well, sin is a difficult word to translate. So the best translation I've come up with is sin is a belief in error made real, and therefore it's real and it's punishable. That's quite a long phrase for a simple word.
Yeah.
Which if I put it into the translation would get very clunky. So we just
Jono, I'm going to have to come off the computer, but go on my telephone because obviously my husband's up at 3 a.m, so I need to move out my room. All right, so I'm just going to go
okay.
onto my on my phone. All right,
Yeah.
because I'm on the laptop. But I'll be with you
That's
shortly.
fine. Just disconnect and come back. Yeah. Okay. Our sense of
Since there's just love or there's fear. So sin is fear.
Yeah.
Same fear, really.
It's
I mean,
it's all
I love
connected.
that. There's just love or fear, and everything else will fall under those two things.
Yes. Yeah. That's what he's training us to see. There's only two categories of things. Well, it's what's coming from love, which is one thought system, and what's coming from fear, which is a placeholder for this entire idea of separation and guilt and sin. And sin and fear go together, right? If I believe I'm sinful and I'm guilty, then inevitably I'm going to fear punishment. So the way out, to not be fearful, is to go look at the reason for your guilt and your sin. Okay, well, I feel guilty and sinful because I believed I've destroyed God, or love, or oneness, or pure formless awareness. But I can't destroy God. You see, that's a delusion. How can I believe I've destroyed? What's the problem? So sin is based on the delusion. You see that?
So fear is a mistake to be corrected.
Yeah, all of it's just a mistake, rather than evil to be punished. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Which is so relieving. It's okay, I just made a mistake. It's a tiny error, a tiny mad idea entered my mind once upon a time. And because I believed that idea, then time became real. And I put myself in this crazy position of being a separate self and trying to figure out this world and trying to make this separate life work. But fortunately, I can realize it's all a delusion and none of it's true. So I can be free of it. I can just correct the delusion and realize it's all a mistake and return back to my true awareness, which has always been there, but just been covered over. If that doesn't make you feel joyful, then nothing will. It's liberation, it's freedom from everything the ego's invented.
Much easier for me, for example, when working with clients to have those two thought forms. Yeah, it's either love or fear, and calibrate on there. What falls under fear? Everything else, all the illusions, the incompletion, the weakness, the anger, everything falls under. People can calibrate. Yeah, they can do their own calibration much easier. You have those two. Fear is the lack of love, period. And what falls under that is all the illusion. There's an illusion to be corrected. Calibrate then. What falls under that? We use power versus force.
Power versus force. Yeah, you can calibrate. So everything below the level of 200 on the scale is the red stuff in here.
Exactly. That's
everything
all the
below level of 200 is what's red here. Calibrates negatively. Is life destructive? It's negative, life destructive, and the negative can't bring life. It's always going to be destructive of life. So your only choice is to let it go, see it for what it is, and let it go. And then you start calibrating above the level of 200 because that's life affirming and enforcing, and that's always coming from love. Okay, so let's go back to here. Where were we? Our sense of inadequacy. Aurelie, do you want to continue?
Yep. Or sense of inadequacy, weakness, and incompletion comes from the strong investment in the scarcity principle that governs the whole world of illusions. Oh my God, this is crazy. I keep having this synchronistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
You
I've been releasing actually that belief in scarcity. So it's
Yeah.
amazing that I'm reading this because
Yeah.
it resonates. Yeah.
So we believe we have strong investment in the scarcity principle that governs the whole world. And so we feel inadequate, weak, and incomplete.
Yeah.
And that's our separate self. That's the victim identity that feels helpless, enervated, is living a helpless, enervated little life.
Yeah.
Limitation, lack, loneliness, suffering, and eventually it's going to die. It's all a bit depressing, really. But that's the ego's identity. That's what it's given us in place of pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's, no, you're this, you're in this red box, don't you forget it. You are enslaved by the external world and there's no escape, and you are going to suffer and you will die. And I'll give you little scraps of pleasure to try and make your life a bit better. You can, but the pain is always going to be there, and eventually death is inevitable. So no wonder anyone's vaguely sane in this world.
Yeah.
But most people repress this. They don't want to look at this. So they just kind of carry on and try and make the best of a bad deal. And don't really want to look at this entire thought system that's actually governing their self-concept and their lives and the entire world. They don't want to look carefully enough because it's scary. You look and you start to see the truth. It's revealed like this. And it's like, oh my God.
But it's not
Everything
that scary once you
Oh.
start doing this releasing. I mean, it's just letting go. It's nothing really scary, actually. It's just, yeah, it's just
becoming who you really are again. That's all. So
Yeah.
you're remembering who you are and you're letting go of what you're not. Is that really that scary when what you think you are is a nightmare? This is crazy, insane nightmare. You're laughing. It's crazy. I mean, like, you believe you're a victim of this cruel external world. You believe in limitation, lack, loneliness, suffering, and death. I mean, it's just terrifying. What a horrible reality, when actually, in truth, you're pure formless awareness of perfect love and nothing ever went wrong. It's all perfect. And you're eternally happy and peaceful and just in bliss. Why would you choose any of this if you could just have bliss? Well, it's a good question. There's no good answer, is there? Why would you choose a nightmare of separation when you could have eternal bliss?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Which
Yeah,
is
but
why
it
he tells
takes
us over
just
and over, the ego is insane.
It just takes the realization of it, though. That's the
Yeah.
thing. You just need to realize that you are in this illusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That all of it's illusion. And then he says, from that point of view, sorry, Eleanor?
The scarcity principle is the result of striving after wealth and richness and wealth and money, and all of that has been based on the scarcity principle. And similarly, the lack of having any material wealth, poverty, also based on the scarcity principle.
Yeah.
This investment is a massive letting go. My goodness.
Yeah. You see, it's all based on scarcity. You want more of something. You're saying, well, I need more, based on the idea that I have less.
Has created
more. So actually, a lot of billionaires operate on the scarcity principle.
Absolutely.
Because they want more. Oh, okay, well, $1 billion's not enough. I need 2 billion. I've got a yacht, but I also need a private jet, and so on. It's the scarcity principle still.
Good grief.
Running their lives. And it doesn't matter how much you get materially, if your mind is still believing in scarcity, then there's no way out, isn't it? Because the thought system dictates it. You will always feel somewhat lacking and scarce, and no amount of money and a material abundance will fill that void, because it's in your mind, it's in your belief.
Look at the word scary. SCAR.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yes, and scarce. It's just one letter different.
Look at that. Right there.
Scar, yeah, scar.
Yeah.
Oh,
Scar,
yeah, scar. So you know, you start to play with words. It's interesting when you do that. You start to see, you know, they have a similar origin. So it governs the whole world. So even people who are seeking, I mean, this is what rich and famous people do. They seek to overcome their inadequate self and their weakness by creating, you know, fame and fortune, riches, and yet then they get there and they're still not happy.
correct. They're in
A lady
that
called
grip.
Marisa Peer, who you know, she's a counselor to these kinds of rich and famous types, and she goes, none of them believe that they're enough. So they've tried to cover their sense of inadequacy by achieving something material. So they go and they achieve fame and money, and you know, they're the celebrities of the world, and everything's wow, you've got it made, but they actually have a hole inside them. This scarcity principle means that they feel inadequate, weak, and incomplete. But now their chosen path to address that has failed, because they realize, well, it's not going to work. Getting more money or becoming more famous, or it's not going to work. Having another Mercedes Benz or another trophy wife, or it's not going to work, because I've tried it all and it doesn't work. And so then they go into depression and often addictions, and because they don't know how to deal with it, until they come to her and she just tells them that they're enough as they are. So simple. You're enough as you are. Just keep saying that to yourself. I'm enough. I'm enough. She gives them a simple affirmation, and if they say it and they do it and they believe it, they're healed. I'm enough as I am. I don't need all this stuff to tell me that I'm enough. I'm enough as I am. So she's just pointing them to the spiritual truth of their being. And then if they accept that, they can be happy. And then the stuff's like, oh, okay, well, I've still got wealth, and you know, but it's not that important anymore. It's not governing my life anymore. If I didn't have it, it would be okay, because I'm enough as I am. And sometimes they let all of that go. You know, they just go into another path. Like think of Cat Stevens, good example. You know, so he had the material. He was famous rock star, and then got very sick and went through a sort of spiritual transformation. Changed his name to Yusuf. Got into kind of Sufi type mysticism and just let that all go. But he carried on playing his music, but now it was different. It was no longer about the fame and the fortune, and it was about the message that the music had. And you sense that. You listen to his later songs. So he sings the Peace Train, and he sings it. He sings it now as an old man, as opposed to when he was young. It's totally different energy. Totally different energy. You just listen to it. You can listen to them on YouTube, and you'll see. Because he's had a personal transformation. So now he's singing from a place of peace in his soul rather than from the ego, singing about peace, but didn't really understand it. Okay, so from that point of view, this is interesting.
From that point of view, we seek in others what we feel is wanting in ourselves. We love another in order to get something ourselves.
I'm going to change wanting to lacking. I think that's a better translation. What do you think?
What we feel is lacking in us. From that point of view, we seek in others what we feel. Yes, that's very good. What we feel is lacking in ourselves. Yes, that is so true.
So this is the basis of the special relationship. We
Yes.
love another, love is quotes, because it's not really love, in order to get something ourselves. I love you because you're going to give me what I want.
No.
That's not really love, is it?
No.
It's actually manipulation in disguise. And you're going to give me what I want. In return, I'll give you some stuff, but you must give me more of what I want than I'm going to give you what you want. Because that's how the scarcity principle works, isn't it? Yeah. It's not enough to go around. So I better make sure I get more and you get less.
Yeah. And so those are just beliefs when we say just before or sense of inadequacy, weakness, and incompletion. Those are just the beliefs on the underlying the scarcity, right? Principle.
Yeah. Remember,
the belief,
scarcity,
the belief in
scarcity happens.
inadequacy.
Sorry, Ari, what did you say?
It was written in the text, the belief in inadequacy and weakness and in incompletion.
Weakness and incompletion. It comes because the ego must believe that it's in winning and losing, right? It's won its identity. It's got its identity at the expense of love. So you see why scarcity and win and lose are its foundation, because the only way it's seized its identity is by destroying love. So something had to lose in order for it to gain its identity. And that's why it's based on, the whole thought system is based on win and lose, which is duality. And it's based on scarcity. You know, someone must lose and someone must win. That's the world we've invented, based on that fundamental idea that we've won our identity at the expense of love.
It's very linked to the competition, like you see in sports, for example. It's very linked to.
Yeah, I mean, we just had the World Cup.
Yeah.
And isn't it crazy? We invent complex activity and games, and only one nation comes out feeling like they're a winner. Everyone else feels like they're a loser. I mean, we talk about a win-lose. The whole world feels like it's a loser, and one country feels like it's a winner.
Yeah, but it was amazing this year. It was amazing this year, actually, because like, you know, the French team, the soccer team, they came back and they lost, but people welcomed them as if they had won. So it was such an amazing realization to see and to witness that people are awakening to this. You know, it feels like they won because they did their best they could. And so it was like what the message they were saying when they came back. They basically welcomed them as if they had won. You should have seen it. It was packed with people in Paris. And
really? Well, that's nice.
Yeah, so it's really showing the shift in the consciousness, and people are really awakening to this as well. You can see it. To the fact that they did their best, you know, and that's all that matters.
Well, they played possibly one of the greatest games of football ever against Argentina. It was a fantastic match, unbelievable match. And, you know, they played their part in it. And so in the end, they lost on penalties. Well, a penalty shootout can go either way. You know, it's luck of the draw.
Exactly.
They had a younger team. So the French captain took a gamble. The French coach took a gamble. He put the youngsters on, which is what got them back in the game. But they didn't have the experience to slot the penalties. So you know, it just didn't quite work out. But they played, you know, an amazing game, and they played their part in bringing joy, because we watched it. Millions of people watched it.
Yeah, a lot of people were shouting.
I can imagine in France. It must have been.
We were shouting everywhere.
But actually, it's not in the end.
Shouting. And every time
it wasn't about the winning and the losing. In the end, it's about watching a fantastic game, isn't it?
Yes, it's just for the excitement of it, like just because we feel we're all one. You know, we're all one and we're all connected.
So even in the games of competition, you know, you can see that there is another way of interpreting it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you can find the process, and they were depressed, and you can see they were really disappointed. But actually, you could go, wow, I just played an amazing game of football. It's one of the greatest games of my life. I'll remember it forever.
Yeah.
What an experience. And so we lost. You know, they got more goals in the penalty shootout but actually we didn't lose.
No.
Because it's a concept, isn't it? It's an idea. Oh, they got more goals, therefore we've lost and they've won. That's purely conceptual.
Absolutely.
Actually, the fact of the matter is they scored 4 goals in the penalty shootout and you scored 2. Fact. Yeah. Now the interpretation of that comes in and says, no, because they scored 4, they're the winners, they're the world champions, and you the losers. But that's purely interpretation.
Yeah, no, that's the ego. But there's a lot of lessons that they learn from the experience, the whole experience. They're learning from all this experience, which is the beauty of it. Learning from. from the
So
experience.
actually, no one's really losing, because actually we're learning. The experience is learning who we truly are, learning to become more than what we were.
Yeah, it was all about the love.
Yeah.
That's the lesson. It's all about the love, and you can see as well how they actually greeted and
That's what
hugged the
Holy
other
Spirit's helping us to
team.
do.
The team of from Argentina, they actually hugged them, and they just congratulated them. So they recognized them as well as one. So I think it's showing the love in that as well.
Yeah, and it was really nice that Argentina won. Lionel Messi is a brilliant player. He won the World Cup. It's a great way for him to end his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you could go, okay, well, good on him. That's great, and we'll have another chance. And maybe next time, maybe we'll win, or maybe someone else will win. But it's okay, because we all have our turn.
Yeah,
And
everyone
actually,
needs their chance to. Yeah.
Well, we all won, because if we play, if we play in the spirit of the game, you play for the joy of the game.
Yeah,
absolutely. You don't play because of winning and losing. You play. Pele called it the beautiful game. She's like, it's beautiful. You play in the joy of the spirit, infusing the game, and then the joy comes forward, and it's a beautiful game to play and to watch. And there's a beauty in that beyond the result.
Was it you who was talking about Pele last week?
Yeah, talked about it last week.
Yeah.
So he was a spiritual teacher, but he was a footballer. He was teaching people the truth through his football.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's because you said he was ascended, right? He kind of like transcended the ego. That's what you said.
Yeah, largely did. He and that's why he's seen as the greatest footballer by many people ever, because he broke out of the confines of win, lose, and he played in a way that it was beautiful to watch. You watch him play, people were like, wow, he's doing something that's incredible, that's coming from somewhere else, the spirit, inspiring him. It wasn't about winning for it primarily. He didn't dive. These current players, they'll dive to get the result. They want the penalty or the free kick, and they want the goal. He never did that. As far as I know, he never dived. I saw one clip of him, and he was literally, he was in the penalty, and the defender was doing his best to pull him down. He tried his best to take Pele down. And so he's running horizontal. He's like bent over, and he's keeping his balance. He's doing his utmost to keep his balance, which he just manages to do. He gets the ball under control, and he slots the goal. Because for Pele, it wasn't about, I'll just take the easy option and I'll dive so I can get the penalty and get an easy goal. It's the joy of scoring the goal. It's the process and he's so in the moment that he's not thinking about, I need to dive now to get the goal. You see, there's no ulterior motive. He's in the moment. He's totally in the zone.
He's enjoying it.
He is going to score that goal no matter what.
No, he's enjoying what he's doing.
Exactly. And when you're in that joy and in the flow, you won't dive, because it's not about that.
Yeah.
So he transcended that limited ego self, where now they have a slight tap and they dive. And it's like, well, you're just cheating, and you're actually denying the very essence of the game that you supposedly love in doing that, which is sad. You see the ego coming in, but actually there's a transcendent way to play it.
Yeah.
So even in the illusion of the ego, and he's playing a game of win and loss, where someone's got to win and someone's got to lose in football, you can still transcend it, and you can be that transcendent self. And that's what he symbolized in the football world. And that's why I think he was the greatest player ever, because he brought in the Christ, the self, into football. And people could see it, and they didn't know what it was, but they could, through football, they could then get access to that dimension in themselves to an extent. Okay, so where are we? We love another in order to get something ourselves. That, in fact, is what passes for love in the dream world. So there's talking about special love, isn't he? That's what passes for love in the dream world. I want to get something out of this. What's in it for me? There can be no greater mistake than that, for love is incapable of asking for anything. Okay, because there's no lack, there's no scarcity. So I don't lack for anything, I don't need anything. If I'm perfect love, there's nothing I need.
That's amazing.
So it undoes that whole neediness. Special love is always needy. Oh, I need my needs met. You need to meet my needs. If you don't meet my needs, then the shit happens, doesn't it? Then we've all experienced it. You know, special partner's needs not being met, and then there's conflict. But he's saying this is a parody of love. This isn't love at all. No greater mistake than that, for love is incapable of asking for anything, because it's already whole and complete. So how can it ask for anything if it's already got everything? Okay. So happy with that paragraph?
Yeah.
Yeah. So only minds can really join.
Did we finish that? In fact, the last one, the last sentence, I don't remember. That in fact is what passes for love in the dream world. There can be no greater mistake than that, for love is incapable. Oh yeah, you just read it, of asking for anything.
No. So he's talking about special love there, and that's a topic that he goes into a lot in the course.
Only minds can really, and whom God has.
Read that. Yeah, read that and I'll translate it if necessary.
Only minds can really join, and whom God has joined, no man can put asunder. Not sure what that means, asunder.
Okay. Put asunder means when it's perfect love. So we'll translate it. It's quite old-fashioned biblical language, so somebody uses that.
It means perfect love.
So let's change this. No one.
Sorry, I didn't hear because it was disconnected. It was bugging. I don't know.
Oh. And no man. Let's change that. No one. So I'm not just talking about men, talking about women as well. Only minds can really join, and no one can put asunder, separate.
Yeah.
From
pure awareness has joined. No one can separate
from
whom he's referring to people. So no one can separate whom pure formless awareness or perfect love has joined. So pure formless awareness of perfect love joins every mind. No one can separate whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined. And then there's a reference to the text, page 356. So we are one in mind, and so no one can really separate us. In truth, we are one in this pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, and then it is, however, only at the level.
It is, however, only at the level of Christ mind that true union is possible, and has in fact never been lost.
Okay, so however, let's change it. It is only
at the level of the holy self or true self, the level of the true self.
Yeah, true self. Only at the level of Christ mind of everyone will say of the mind. Knows.
When they say Christ in the book there, do they mean like Jesus Christ?
No.
No.
Well, and remember, Jesus Christ, it's a title.
Oh yeah, you usually say, oh yeah.
It's a title. You know, he was Yeshua the Christ because he attained the Christ mind. He attained that state of mind. Christ is the identity of the true self. It means the anointed one, Christos in Greek. And he was anointed with oil, but it's the person who's anointed with the Spirit, has attained the true realization of who he is. That's what it really means. So he was Yeshua, who identified himself completely with the Christ as his identity, with his true self. It's only at the level of the mind that knows its true self.
Uppercase T, maybe. True.
No, true is an adjective, so the self would be capitalized. It's true.
Oh, I thought they go together, true self. Usually I thought you put uppercase for true as well.
Well, true is an adjective, so you normally capitalize nouns. Yeah, that's the descriptive, but and I do say perfect love is also an adjective. So see, perfect love is adjective form. True. Yeah, I'm just worried of doing that because in the rest of the course I haven't done it, so then it means I've got to change
I thought
everything.
I saw it. That's why I mentioned it, because I thought I saw it in the other text we
Did
saw.
you?
I thought
Possible. Mind that knows its true self. So it's only at the level of the mind knows its true self. The Christ mind is the mind that identifies, the mind which identifies with that true union is possible and has in fact never been lost. Okay? The little I seeks to enhance itself by external approval.
The little I seeks to enhance itself by external approval, external possessions, and external love. The little I. What is the little I?
The little I is the ego.
Ah, okay.
It's the little self. So maybe little I, the little self, maybe that would be better. The little self rather than little I. What do you think?
Yeah.
The
More
self seeks to
understandable.
enhance itself by external approval, external possessions, and external, quote, love. Okay, so it feels inadequate. And then because it feels inadequate, it's got to enhance itself. So then we seek for something external to enhance ourselves. So it's always outside in. Our self-concept is inadequate, so we must now find external means to support it. So our whole sense of self is determined by the external world, which is the definition of a victim.
Yeah.
So the more we play this game, we start seeking in the external to try and compensate for our sense of inadequacy. We actually confirm that we're inadequate over and over and over again. So we're not actually escaping the thought system of inadequacy and scarcity and lack. We're perpetuating it.
The self that God created needs nothing. Mm.
Pure formless awareness created. Remember what we translate that as?
Mm.
Extends.
Extend self.
The self, the pure formless awareness of perfect love, extends, needs nothing.
Mm-hmm. It is forever complete, safe, loved, and loving.
Yeah. So telling us the truth, seeks to share rather than to get.
Seeks to share rather than to get, to extend rather than project. Has no needs and wants to join with others out of their mutual awareness of abundance.
Mm-hmm. So this is unconditional love.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it safe? It doesn't have needs. Seeks to share rather than to get, to extend rather than reject. Has no needs and wants, just to join with others out of their mutual awareness of abundance. And so namaste, I see you as I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the abundant self. You're the same self. Feels good to join. It's just, I don't need anything from you. Just nice to hang out and stay in that awareness together. And if we can live in that awareness with another person, that's a holy relationship. No ego needs anymore. It's a rare state, but that's what he's training us to do. And that's the true meaning of abundance. And also this is connected to what we've talked about with abundance. And abundance comes from knowing your true self. And then that's reflected in your relationships with others. And it will be reflected in your financial situation. Your entire life comes from the self that you believe you are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any questions, comments on that? Can you summarize that for us in 30 seconds, all right? What's he saying there in essence?
Or to identify with your true self, or with your pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's what unconditional love is.
Yeah.
You don't need nothing else. You don't need to be in scarcity mindset. You just need to be in that pure formless awareness of perfect love to feel complete, to feel safe, loved, loving, to feel that you're one with everyone, even in a relationship.
Hmm.
And that's an
Enhance itself by external
love.
approval.
Sorry?
Yeah, the little self always is seeking to enhance itself by the externals, possessions, approval, love. And of course, that just perpetuates its inadequate sense of self. Because it's only seeking to enhance itself because it believes that it's inadequate. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then usually because it's coming from the deficient, inadequate self, it's going to get the reflections of that back. And it's not going to get the love and all the possessions and all the approval at once. And then it's going to feel victimized.
Yeah.
And now I'm unfairly treated. But by seeking external approval, possessions, and love, it set itself up for that.
Hmm.
So it's like beating your head against the brick wall and blaming the wall. No, you've set up the game that way to hurt you. That's what Yeshua's trying to teach us. It can only hurt you if you keep beating your head against the brick wall. In other words, the external world. Okay, special relationships of this world are destructive.
The special relationships of the world are destructive, selfish, and childishly egocentric. Yet, if given to the Holy Spirit, these relationships can become the holiest things on earth. The miracles can point that point the way to the return to heaven.
Okay, so let's just change this. This is the remembrance of perfect love. Relationships can become the holiest things on earth. The miracles that point the way to the return to, and heaven is the. Remember what heaven is?
Home. Home.
Heaven is the state of pure,
Formless awareness of perfect love.
formless awareness.
I call heaven home as well. Home. Return home within
Yeah.
the.
Yeah. But we want to make it, it's the state of pure formless awareness. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's returning to that state of mind, which is in your own mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then
the corrections that point the way to the return to the state of pure formless awareness.
yeah. So that's what the miracle is, a correction that points you back to the state of pure formless awareness, which is heaven, being in that state.
Mm.
And remembrance of love points you back there. And the holiest can become the
Purest.
Mm.
I think is nice.
Yeah.
Purest things on earth. So you learn through these relationships to correct corrections that point the way to return to the state of
Yeah.
The world uses its special relationships.
The world uses its special relationships as a final weapon of exclusion and a demonstration of separateness. The Holy Spirit transforms them into perfect lessons in forgiveness and in awakening from the dream. Yep, indeed. I feel like I'm really in.
Perfect lessons, yeah. It's all perfect in its apparent imperfection.
Yeah.
Perfect lessons in
Letting go. Letting go and in awakening from the dream. Letting go.
Yeah. So everything's a lesson in letting go, because it's showing you an aspect of your mind that is false, needs correction.
Mm-hmm. I also resonate with forgiveness because I've been doing a lot of forgiveness.
Use whichever term works, but we do the translation, so you have an alternative. That's
good. That's good.
So you can read it in both. What it also makes you do is, if you're reading it, you've got to read it twice, don't you?
Yeah.
So you got to okay, so let me read it again, and the second reading, I'm probably going to get more than the first time. With an alternative. So it slows the whole process down and makes you really contemplate it and reflect on it.
Let it sink in, to let it sink in.
Yeah, exactly.
Each one is an opportunity to let perceptions be healed and errors corrected. And each one is another chance to forgive oneself by forgiving forgiving
the other, yeah.
I don't see the other. Probably the other.
It's below there, forgiving the other. It's on the next page.
I'm going to scroll up.
Yeah, you're on your phone.
Yeah.
forgiving the other. So it's no.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh,
how do we
can I? Oh, I
translate? Each
didn't
one is
realize that.
another
Move the-
chance to forgive oneself. So what do? Forget. In forgiving oneself, you are to let go of.
Each one is another chance.
To let go of one's.
Each one is another chance to forgive oneself by letting go. No.
One's limited self-concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no separation between self and other then. There's no self and other.
Yeah. By forgiving the other, what does that mean? I'm going to, by
When
letting
you
go,
forgive the other.
by letting go of my negative thoughts and emotions towards the other. So that makes it very practical.
Yeah, that's very practical. Yeah.
I can let go of my negative thoughts and emotions that I experience towards the other, and I'm letting go of my own limited self-concept, and I'm forgiving myself.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Otherwise, what does that actually mean? To forgive myself by forgiving another. Okay, so what does that actually mean? What is that?
You
what does that
forgive
look
yourself and you forgive the other person.
But what does that mean exactly? See?
Well,
So that's the
correcting your
question.
mind about your mistakes, correcting your mistakes.
Yeah. So that means I must let go. Let's be very clear. So
Yeah.
the part of this art of letting go is let's get very clear, very specific in our directions. What does that actually mean? Because otherwise there's room for ambiguity and you don't really know. And if you don't really know, understand something, you're not going to apply it, are you?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it's letting go of my negative thoughts and emotions towards the other. Okay, that's very clear. That's crystal clear. I have a negative emotion towards someone else. I'm fearing them. I'm hating them. I'm angry. Negative thoughts and emotion, very clearly. So I must let that go. When I do that, then I also let go of my own self-concept, my limited self-concept.
Yeah.
So that's what it means. That when I forgive another, I'm forgiving myself.
Mm.
And now it becomes very practical and real in your experience of it. And that's, what this course is about, the Art of Letting Go course. Designed to make this course, to bring out the gems and say, okay, but this is actually what it means. So it becomes very practical and very doable for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and each one becomes.
And each one becomes still another invitation to the Holy Spirit and to the remembrance of God.
So I'll make that yet another invitation to
the Holy Spirit. And to the remembrance of
the remembrance of perfect love. Well, it's the same thing. We might just need to because actually they're the same thing. The Holy Spirit in our translation is the remembrance of perfect love, which is the remembrance of perfect love.
It's the same thing.
Holy
Spirit is and the remembrance of Holy Spirit.
Perfect love. You only need it once.
Okay.
To become still. It says each one becomes still. Was it still another invitation, or is it still?
It's yet another invitation. So each one becomes yet another invitation. It's just another invitation to
correct,
remember,
or to let go.
Yeah, to remember
who you are.
To remember pure formless awareness, perfect love. That's who you really are. That state. So you see in the translation, Holy Spirit into remembrance of God. Well, actually, if we translate it correctly, then he's saying here right afterwards that the Holy Spirit is the remembrance of God. It's the same thing. The remembrance of perfect love. And so sometimes in the translation you go, okay, well that is actually what he means. You see it confirmed, which is quite nice. And then we just translate it differently. So pure formless awareness of perfect love. Because that's simple. So each apparently difficult relationship that's characterized by the special relationship and separation is the opportunity, the invitation to remember the truth. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. And if you can see it that way, then you've interpreted it correctly. Okay, so what's he saying in that one? In summary.
To let go of the crap.
Yeah.
To let go.
So
of
they're
the
basically
ego
saying that
again, like
the holy
ego
relationships, our
self-concept.
relationships are a great opportunity to heal, to let go of our own self-concept.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, to let go of the
And that's why,
self-concept.
because the person, especially in special relations, they mirror your self-concept to you, don't they?
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
mirror, and it's painful because you see what you don't want to see. You go, oh, that's terrible, that's awful.
It
I don't
is.
like that.
It is
And
terrible.
then you go, oh, but that's them. So the ego says, oh no, but that's them, it's not you. They're in the wrong, they to blame, and you're innocent. But actually the truth is they're the projection of your own limited self-concept. Which is just an error. So they're just showing you your mistake.
They're giving you a
they give
reality
chance to
check.
correct it. They're giving you the chance to then correct it.
They are actually teachers, yeah.
Yeah. Because that's the only way you learn. You learn by seeing the dysfunction of your separate self mirrored to you in the truth. Choose against this is not what I want. So I'm willing to let go of my limited self-concept in order to be free of this. Well, the only way I'm going to find peace is if I drop my self-concept.
Yeah, and what was the lady's name today? She was asking a question about the petty tyrant. So they are the petty tyrant, right? Showing you your errors. So what you
they're showing you your limited self-concept. And you experience it. If they trigger that, then the limited self-concept arises and you experience it, and it's painful.
Yeah.
And then you think, oh, well, they're victimizing and they're causing me the pain. No, it's your self-concept that's the tyrant, and they just are a projection of that.
Yeah, it is painful.
But if you say, but actually it can't affect me, my true self is invulnerable, I'm beyond this, then it's no longer painful.
Yeah.
You see? I mean, it takes a lot of doing. Special relationships are a major life lesson.
Practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect. So you can keep letting it go.
Yeah.
You find yourself suffering, you're in emotional pain because of a relationship. Well, it's a call to let go.
Yeah.
To again learn the truth that you are the invulnerable self who's not affected by any of this. Okay, so moving swiftly on. Perception is a function of the body. Should we ask someone else to read? Eleanor, can you read that? Perception is a function of the body.
Perception is a function of the body and therefore represents a limit on awareness. Perception sees through the body's eyes and hears through the body's ears. It evokes the limited responses which the body makes. The body appears to be largely self-motivated and independent, yet it actually responds only to the intentions of the mind. If the mind wants to use it for attack, in any form, it becomes prey to sickness, age, and decay. If the mind accepts the Holy Spirit's purpose for it instead, it becomes a useful way of communicating with others, invulnerable as long as it is needed, and to be gently laid by when its use is over. Of itself, it is neutral, as is everything in the world of perception. Whether it is used for the goals of the ego or the Holy Spirit depends entirely on what the mind wants.
Yeah, nice one, well read. So Holy Spirit is the remembrance of, didn't want to interrupt your flow there. Accepts the remembrance of perfect love's purpose.
It's amazing how the mind can attack the body.
Yeah.
The mind, yeah.
It does.
If it doesn't
So
get its way.
sickness, age, and decay
Yeah,
are
doesn't
the
get its
mind's
way,
attack
then
on the
fast.
body. That's why they happen.
Yeah, if the ego doesn't get its way, it will attack.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, it's based on the idea of attack. So the reason why we age and the body decays is because it was made by a mind that has attacked its own true nature. And out of that comes the body idea manifested, and then it doesn't last. The body will age and decay and die because it's not true, based on a thought system of scarcity and lack and loss.
So on a larger scale, if one look at the way nations create war, it's because of that vulnerability of the mind that it attacks. You know, they attack one another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Attack is always a response to fear, and fear is a response to guilt. So you track it back into the mind and you see the origin. Okay, so I'm attacking. Well, if I'm attacking, I must feel threatened. So there's fear. So now I track it back and I see that actually fear is a product of guilt and sin, because fear is the expectation of punishment appearing real. And then I track that back and I say, well, the result of the guilt and sin is because I believe that I've really destroyed love and instead have a separate self going on. But you track that back and you say, but that's not true. You see, I never really did that. It's not possible for me to actually be a separate self. The idea of separation and the separate self that is part of it is not true. It's not really possible for me to be anything other than my true awareness.
So we
therefore,
can,
guilt and sin are not true.
can you repeat what you just said, please, about an attack is a response of fear and fear is a result of guilt? Is that what you said? Or then?
Yeah. Yeah. So if I'm attacking, that's because of fear.
And then
I feel like I'm under threat. And so my fear leads to my attack. I'm now attacking in self-defense, apparently. You see that? So all attack is based on fear. And fear is the false expectation of punishment appearing real. So there's the clue, punishment. Punishment means that you must be guilty of something. Therefore, you've sinned. So it's the guilt for the sin of destroying God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's why you think you deserve to be punished. You see that?
Yeah.
But that idea that you've destroyed God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, is totally untrue. It's false. You haven't destroyed God or love, so therefore you're not guilty of anything. Therefore, you don't deserve punishment. There's no fear of punishment. Therefore, there's no reason to attack. And it all collapses.
Yes.
Do you see how it works?
Yes.
The ego's illusions are built on a false concept of separation. And if you understand that that's false, then all of it is false and it all falls. Right? So it stands or it falls on one idea. If that idea is false, then the entire ego's thought system is false and none of its consequences are true. If you remember, did you ever see Lord of the Rings, the final movie called Return of the King?
I've never seen it, no.
Anyone see it? No, it's probably not a useful analogy, but in that there's a ring of power, and that they have to go and cast it into the fire from which it was forged, into a volcano. And when they do, the entire fortress of this Dark Lord falls. It just collapses. One go. Because the power behind it is destroyed. The ring of power, which is the belief in separation, that's what it symbolized, is destroyed, and then all of the external manifestations of that power, the tower he's built and the armies, they all just collapse. Gone. And it was showing symbolically, it was showing, that this is how it works. So you collapse the idea of separation in your mind. You go, I don't believe in that anymore. It's false in every way, shape, and form that it takes in this illusion. Then all of it collapses. There's no reason for guilt and sin. No reason for fear, no reason for attack. I see it all as illusory. And so the whole ego's thought system falls.
Okay. And then we have the beauty of the mind as well. That when it accepts the pure form of awareness as perfect love, as its purpose, it becomes a beautiful way of communicating with others. And in that case, also others, one's body then becomes invulnerable as long as it's needed. So the mind can also reverse the sickness, the age, and the decay, and so forth.
Yeah.
Because it itself is neutral. And when it's all done and it's reached that space and that of pure, perfect love, nothing more is required. So the beauty of the mind, how one can use it, either for the one or the other.
Yeah.
So we can decide.
Depending on which thought system you believe in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Yeshua showed in his resurrection, he showed it can all be overcome. You think death is final, but it's not. You think the body can be killed, but it's not true. He demonstrated it in the flesh so that his disciples would believe, because he realized that they needed that demonstration. Their faith was not strong enough in his teachings to just believe that there was eternal life without some demonstration like that.
So he healed the miracles, that's recorded. He healed people with his mind, the power of the mind. Then when he made the mind to see.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because he was a great healer, but I don't think he tried to heal them. I don't think he went in going, "Oh, you're sick now. I've got to heal you." It's in some kind of separate state. That wasn't how it worked. I think he showed up in his truth as the true self, the Christ he was, and he held that frequency so wholly and fully that people believed, and there was this whole field of belief that arose around him. Oh, no, he was the Messiah, and because people believed in him so much, that's why they were healed. He even said it. There's a lady who touched his cloak. She had some dread blood disease or something for 30 years, and she touches his cloak, and because she believes so much, she heals. And he says, I noticed someone touched my cloak. Who touched my cloak? She says, I have to. And she's, feeling like he's gonna have a problem. He says, no, it's, he said, it's your belief. It's your faith that's made you well. Go in peace. So he himself said, I didn't do anything. It's your own faith. It's your own belief that's made you well. Because she so fully believed that if she touched him, she would be healed, that she was. But he was the catalyst for that belief, because he held that frequency so holy, and he didn't compromise. And everyone, his disciples and everyone around him built up this field of belief around him. It was like, okay, he is the Messiah. He's the one who's going to save us, because he was so impeccable in the way he conducted himself. So he held the field, he held the frequency, and then it grew, and it grew in its power. And the more people believed it, the more it grew in its power. And then it just, people tapped into it and they believed, and it was like a field of transformation around him, and they would enter that field in his presence, and they would be healed. Quantum, the quantum field would do the healing. So their mind would just get entrained to that new field, and it would heal, and it would heal the body. And that's how I think he did. He healed lepers, and it was like just such a strong field around him that it just corrected everything. It realigned so-called reality instantly.
I think the mind is a beautiful tool.
Yeah. It's used correctly. Look at what someone like Yeshua accomplished with the correct use of his mind. It was a beautiful life. He inspired people, he healed people, and we're still talking about him 2,000 years later. Which is extraordinary. That he's still relevant in today's world. One man who lived 2,000 years ago. Because of what he stood for, because he was a symbol of the truth in the illusion. He brought that in so purely. He was the first one who fully knew who he was. He connected fully with the Christ, and he knew who he was, and he woke from the dream. And he did it. The Christians teach, he died for us and he saved our sins. Well, it's just a distortion of what really happened. He was the way shower. He did it for all of us. So if he could do it, then we can all do it. But that doesn't mean we don't have our own work to do. It didn't mean that, and suddenly he's died for your sins, so you've got no letting go to do. You don't have to correct your own mind. No. It means that he shows you the way. That he did it, so you can do it too. He's the way shower, the example of what's possible. And you see that subtle interpretation, that difference, means it's a world of difference. The one is like, I don't have to do much. All I have to do is say, Jesus saves me and I'm saved. Okay. Quite sure exactly how that works. So you don't really have to change your own mind. But your own mind brings you experience. So it clearly doesn't really make sense. The alternative is, okay, he's showing me the way and he's calling me to follow in his way. And he's calling me to become like him. Wow, that's a big call. He's asking a lot. But okay, I'm up for it, I'm up for that journey. And I know that with his guidance and the Holy Spirit's guidance, that this will happen. But I have to be willing to listen to the Spirit and only the Spirit as he was. Listen only to my true self and identify only with that. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments on that?
The power of the mind. John Keogh comes from the power of the mind.
Yeah, power of the mind, and it can be misused greatly. We see the power of the mind used destructively is also enormous.
Correct.
It's the world we see, the world of destruction and fear and anger and hatred that we see in the external is the power of the mind misused, showing us what happens when we misuse our divine power. So it's neutral of itself, as is everything in the world of perception. What determines whether it's true or false is whether it's used for the goals of the ego. Remember, the ego, I'm going to translate that, is just how would you translate ego?
The illusional, the fear-based Satan.
Well, it's a belief in separation. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Fear is the product of it, but the ego, at the core of it, is the belief in separation. So we look at this top level, ego, consciousness, Satan. It's just a belief in separation. That's all it is. Now, if you call it that, if you call it Satan or the devil, it becomes very fearful, doesn't it? But if you just call it a belief in separation, it's like, okay, well, it's not so scary. It's just a belief. That has, horrific consequences if you believe it. But if you don't believe it, then so what? It's just a false belief, which I don't have to believe. So I can let it go, and then the correction's done. So Yeshua's actually saying, look, this is actually no big deal. You think it's a big deal because you made a huge deal out of this belief. It's a whole alternative reality and another self and a body and all of this. You think it's a massive deal, but actually it's just one tiny mad idea of separation that you've believed in that needs correction. So it's actually no big deal for the Holy Spirit or the remembrance of perfect love. You can just deal with that and say, no, it's just not true. In any way, shape, or form, it's not true.
The ego, when it plays out in a narcissistic way, can be quite a horror movie to observe.
Yeah. It's a horror show. I mean, this is horrific. Look at what happens. Fear, anger, guilt, sin, attack, death, suffering, misery. Look at what happened with the Nazis. I mean, it's just a classic, ego narcissism gone crazy. One man just completely consumed by the ego, then entrains everyone in that country virtually everyone into that insane frequency. It was like a field of insanity. Everyone gets consumed by it. The whole country goes nuts, and now wants to go and attack the whole world and conquer it and kill millions of people just because they don't happen to be of the right race. So it's just slightly different from us on the level of form. I mean, totally insane, completely bonkers. And the destructive effects of that, projected out, you just see like a whole world at war, all this fighting and conflict and the horrors of it because of the ego, one insane mind. Which then wasn't just one insane. It was one idea, one thought of separation, but it played out in many seemingly separate minds. But in the end, it was a thought system that came to be very dominant for a while, and threatened to overwhelm the truth. And in that instant, what do you do? But they had to fight it.
Maybe that's why
one war, I would say, that was what do you do? You've got an insane megalomaniac trying to conquer the world and enslave you to his thought system. That was what it's about. The ego was trying to take charge of the world. It needed to be fought. There was no other option.
That's why it's got to go. It's ego.
Yeah,
go.
It's got to go. Yeah.
Let go.
Yeah, and just let it go. Let go of it, and then you're free. And we learn like the insane people of this world, like the Hitlers and various other tyrants and megalomaniacs that populated the dream, are just symbols in the dream of the ego, and they can awaken us. You go, okay, well, that was just totally insane. Made absolutely no sense. Totally insane, cruel, vicious. And what a pointless existence. To live a life dedicated to horror and cruelty, I was like, what's the point? Spreading misery and pain and suffering and unhappiness instead of love and peace and joy. What is the point of a life lived that way? There's no point. And we see, all these thought systems, they don't sustain. If the more egoic they are, the more short-lived they are. They cannot sustain because they are self-destructive by nature. So in the end, Hitler wanting to be the great I am, the great separate self conquering the world, in the end, he's confined to a little bunker, and the entire world is after him. Everyone's closing in on him, and the entire world's attacking him, and he has no other option but to take his own life. The final act of self-destruction of the ego. all a pretty sad ending, really. And that's where the ego led him. So if we can't learn from that, go, okay, well, let's learn from that extreme. That's where the ego led him. And where did the Holy Spirit lead Yeshua? It was the other extreme of the spectrum. It led him to resurrection, into eternal life, and to being an inspiration to millions and millions of people, and still an inspiration to millions of people who call upon his name for guidance and hope, and is a symbol of this eternal love in the dream world. So which do I want to be? Because actually that's what it comes down to. Do I want to be like Yeshua, or do I want to be like Hitler? If you want to look at the extreme examples of the thought systems, those are the choices. If I let go, then I choose to be like Yeshua. If I don't let go and I hold on to my ego, then I choose to be like Hitler. Whoa, okay, that frames it in different terms, doesn't it? Okay, so maybe I need to let go then, because I do not want to be like a raving megalomaniac. And look at where it led him.
So letting go is the death of the ego.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or the transformation of the ego, or the burning of the fire, of the ego.
Yeah. Well, the ego doesn't really transform. The ego is undone. It's a transformation of our mind. You see, the mind that's believed in the ego, which is the belief in separation. It's the transformation of the mind that believes in the ego.
The ego.
The ego is just undone. It's no longer existent in our mind. There's no belief in it anymore. So it's undone, and then the mind is restored to its natural state. That's the transformation of the mind into our natural state of pure formless awareness and perfect love. So the ego can't really be saved, and any teaching that says it can is false. Cannot save the ego. It must be undone completely, because you can't have a little bit of sin and guilt and anger and fear and hatred and attack and be sane. These must go entirely, or they're in your mind and they dominate your reality. So it's an all or nothing deal. He's saying you do this entirely, and you're going to undo the ego entirely, or not at all, or the ego is still going to be there, and you're still going to have these crazy, insane thoughts, and you're still going to suffer the consequences to one degree or another. Okay, so next one, the opposite of seeing through the body's eyes is the vision of Christ. Do you want to read that, Eleanor, or someone else?
Okay. All right. The opposite of seeing through the body's eyes is the vision of Christ, which reflects strength rather than weakness, unity rather than separation, and love rather than fear. The opposite of hearing through the body's ears is communication through the voice for God, the Holy Spirit, which abides in each of us.
So just pause there, because I just want to translate it. So Christ is, the vision of Christ is
pure form of awareness of perfect love.
And the Christ is your true self. So
Christ and God are the same.
So now we're getting into the Holy Trinity. What is the Holy Trinity? Are they the same? Well, ultimately, yes. But in this world, I'll show you very briefly. Again, we'll do more on this, because all of these kind of deserve their own session, really. But you've got this Trinity idea that you've got God the Father, heaven. This is the domain of truth, oneness, knowledge, revelation, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and so on.
Okay.
And that's an experience. That's just a pure awareness. Now you have the Christ, which is the true self, the Son of God, the extension of perfect love, which is the highest self-concept you can have in the dream. right? So it's the self, but it's the self that knows that it's one with every other self. So there's only one self, one true self, and we're all it. Now that awareness that this is your true self and everyone is it unites you with this experience. It brings this experience of pure formless awareness of perfect love into your mind, doesn't it? By identifying with Christ, the one self, more of this experience arises in your mind. So the Christ, the true self, leads you to God, to the experience of pure formless awareness of perfect love. The more you identify with, the more this experience will arise in your mind. But now the Christ has an intermediary function, because the Christ can exist and operate in the world. It knows its source, it knows this is its truth, but it can also perceive. So Christ's vision is the vision of the Holy Spirit, the perception of the Holy Spirit, which allows you to reinterpret all of the people, things, places, events, circumstances, situations, trauma, successes, failures, and all experiences that seem to exist and happen in the physical universe of time and space. Seems to reinterpret that from this perspective of the one self. So the Christ's perception or Christ's vision is the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love in action, translating all of these things, reinterpreting them to strengthen the belief in Christ, the true self. As you believe more and more in the one self, more and more of this experience of perfect oneness, pure formless awareness of perfect love arises in your mind. And so the Christ perceptions, Christ and the Holy Spirit lead you back to God. That's the meaning of the Trinity. So it's an operating system for your mind. It's very useful in the dream world, but has no ultimate purpose in reality. Because you are this one in truth. You're just pure formless awareness of perfect love, nothing else. Okay, so the opposite of seeing through the body's eyes is the vision of your true self, which reflects strength rather than weakness, unity rather than separation, and love rather than fear.
Yeah, that's straightforward.
Yeah? Just
Okay,
telling it straight.
Opposite of hearing through the body's ears is communication through the voice for perfect love, which abides in each of us. For pure form of awareness of perfect love, which abides in each of us.
So that's the remembrance of perfect love. Abides in each of us. Okay. So we now have this awareness, this memory of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is in our minds.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the opposite of seeing through the body's eyes, looking through the mind of
Yeah.
Christ.
So we're seeing a perception is directed now by the belief in oneness rather than the belief in separation.
Yeah. Okay.
So it says its voice seems distant and difficult to hear. This is the
His
ego or
voice?
the belief in separation.
His voice seems distant and difficult to hear because the ego, which speaks for the little, separated self, seems to be much louder. This is actually reversed. Through the Holy Spirit speaks with unmistakable clarity, overwhelming appeal, No one who does not choose to identify with the body could possibly be deaf to his messages of release and hope, nor could he fail to accept joyously the vision of Christ in glad exchange for his miserable picture of himself.
Vision of his true self. Small true self. That is change for his miserable picture of himself. Maybe we change that. Miserable self-image. How about that?
Okay. It's sometimes just good to just say it as it is. A miserable picture of himself.
Yeah. No. The translation idea is it gives you an alternative. So you look at it and you go, okay, so you read the original, a picture of himself is the self-image. Oh, okay. All right, get that. So as part of the learning, you go, a picture of myself is my self-image. Oh, okay, I get it. So he's saying that actually, this Holy Spirit is much more powerful. Its appeal is actually overwhelming if we allow it. But we have to start making space for it. And we make space for it to come in when we let go of the ego, because the ego will crowd it out. So there's not really room for both in the mind. It's going to be one or the other. And so that's the conflict. The inner conflict we have is, which voice are we listening to? Because they conflict, they contradict each other.
Correct. It says the Holy Spirit actually reverses that. It reverses the loudness of the ego.
Yeah. Yeah. So letting go is like you taking on the ego and you're saying this loud, obnoxious, controlling, tyrannical voice in my mind. Yeah, I'm going to let go of that and no more. I'm not going to listen to it. And then in exchange, I listen to the gentle, soft voice of love that's reminding me that only love is real. And speaks with unmistakable clarity and overwhelming appeal. So very encouraging words. Okay, Christ's vision is the Holy Spirit's gift.
Who's ready?
Let's ask Susie if she wants to read. Susie, are you still with us? Do you want to read?
Yeah, let me just have a look because I'm on my phone.
Is it big enough? Or?
Oh, I've just done it. I've just managed to do it. So, Christ's vision is the Holy Spirit's gift.
Okay, so how do we translate that?
Christ, is that the true self?
Christ is true selves.
Yeah. Your true self's vision is the remembrance of
perfect loves.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just go fetch that.
Sorry, it's a bit of a long one, isn't it? But I can't go because it's really interesting, this conversation.
Yeah, we're geez, how long are we? We're going nearly 10 hours. My God. But anyway,
okay, is the remembrance
really finished. Remembrance of perfect love's gift.
Yeah. So is that the pure awareness of perfect love, alternative to the illusion of separation and to the belief in the reality
say perfect
of
loves.
Yeah,
so we don't say
loves.
pure formless awareness of perfect love, we just say perfect loves. Sure. Perfect loves alternative to the illusion of separation.
And to the belief in the reality of sin, guilt, and death. It is the one correction for all errors of perception. the reconciliation of the seeming opposites on which this world is based. Its kindly light shows all things from another point of view, reflecting the thought system that arises from knowledge and making return to perfect love. Perfect love's not only possible, but inevitable. Oh, where's it gone? Possible, but what's that word? Oh, that. Thank you.
Inevitable, yeah.
Inevitable. What was
It's saying it's a done deal. You know,
yeah.
this is inevitable.
Can you put it's a done deal? It's really good to use
done
words
deal
like
in
that.
comments.
Yeah.
Kindly and light. Remember, light is awareness. So I translate light as awareness. Kindly awareness shows all things from another point of view, reflecting the thought system that arises from knowledge and making return to pure formless awareness of perfect love, not only possible, but inevitable. I'm going to make knowledge a capital, I think, because it's actually referring to the same thing. I don't know why they make it small. I'll just go and I'll check that I've done that previously. So knowledge is the same domain as pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's referring to the same thing. Not only possible, but inevitable. Okay, so it's inevitable that you get there. Very encouraging.
I'd love done deal. What was what was regarded as injustice done to one by someone else now becomes a call for help and for union.
I think maybe that should be were, don't you think? What were regarded as injustices rather than was, because it's referring to the injustices, so it must be were. Anyway, it's just a little point of grammar. What were regarded as injustices done to one by someone else now become a call
for help.
Injustices become a call for help and union.
For healing. Sin, sickness, and attack are seen as misperceptions, calling to remedy through gentleness and love. Defenses are laid down because where there is no attack, there is no need for them. Our brothers' needs become our own because they are taking the journey with us as we go to pure awareness of perfect love. Without us, they would lose their way. Without them, we could never find our own.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
It's lovely, isn't it, as you come to these. I just can't seem to go, because the more you're talking, and it's nice to hear you all talk.
It's kind of got a compulsive quality, isn't it?
Well, and I think because you're changing the words as well, it's really easy to understand rather than complex, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've spent about an hour crying, but yeah, everything's good.
Really?
If you just,
Okay.
yeah. Well, the phone's been off, but everything, but it's just how you're just seeing the errors that you've made yourself. Do you know what I mean? While you're going through this, and you can just let it all go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can. It's just a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, the Holy Spirit's saying
don't-
it's just a mistake. Just give it up. Let it go. You don't have to
But you
keep
don't
making the same
yeah.
mistake. You're not
But you don't
crucified or judged or condemned for it. You just made a mistake and you can let it go.
But you don't see it at the time. It's only until this, and it's like, gosh, very grateful to be here to see it this way, because otherwise I'd still be doing the lessons, not really getting it. So it's been really good just to, yeah, it's good.
Well, this is, why the course is valuable. It's a deep dive into the heart of the thought system. So you start really understanding it deeper, and then all the lessons make much more sense. So this is like the theory. This is an overview. This preface is brilliant because it's really an overview of the entire thought system that he's giving us in in one whack, which is why it's taken so long, because we're diving into things like the integral model, and we've looked at the
well, it's good how you just continue, Jono, because you could have stopped it halfway and we could continue another day, but now you're here, you need to see it all, don't you? You need to get it all done.
Well, I just finished, let's finish the section. You're done. I think we've got a couple of paragraphs left, so I just go until I finish, and if everyone drops off, then I'll finish myself. I'll just read it, because it's like I'm committed, as you can tell. It's like, okay, this is work. Yeah. So, but I have to lead. I have to lead by example. It's like, okay, well, if I'm sorry, I've got to go now, which is why on the level of form, it's why I'm not living with my family, because it just couldn't work. Can't do this in a family environment. It becomes too long. So while I'm doing this course anyway, I'm 100% in. And if you do it, you follow it, it's profoundly transformational. You'll get some amazing miracles happening. So already, we've already started day one of the course. We've already started to see that. So who knows what's going to happen in the next 6 weeks. Okay. So any comments on that? What's he saying in that paragraph, in essence? Well, you said it. It's a done deal, isn't it? You said, look, it's going to happen.
It is a done deal.
If you follow this way and you keep letting go, it's a done deal. It becomes inevitable that you will return to pure formless awareness of perfect love, because that's your true nature. It's what you are. So how can you not return to that if it's what you are? Eventually, you must return to it. That's why he says the curriculum, it's not up to you to choose the curriculum. It's only up to you to choose when you want to learn.
It makes so much sense now, because it was here before you were born anyway. You know what I mean? It was always here, and you're just, like you said, remembering.
Yeah. You've always been this. You've just denied it for your entire life. And every lifetime you came here was a denial of the truth. You only came into separation because you denied the truth, who you were.
What, for the experience, or no, just denial?
Well, for no reason. What he's saying is there's no good reason for the ego. You can try and justify it all you like, and people say, oh, well, in order to know ourselves as what we are, we had to know what we're not. That's a common explanation. So in other words, the ego is necessary for us to know our true self. It's not. That's a load of bollocks. Our true self can only be known without the ego. Duality denies it. The ego denies it. So the whole idea was just a tiny mad idea. It was an aberration. It was a crazy thought that actually never happened. So you're not trying to justify it in any way and say, oh, well, there's a reason for it. There's a purpose for all of this madness. It's just saying there's no purpose for madness. Trust me, there's no purpose at all. It's just crazy. It's insane. And you need to see it as that and let it go. And then you'll be free. Simple job done, and you'll go back completely holy to pure formless awareness of perfect love, and you won't even remember any of this stuff. Your separate dream will just fade away and be undone, and will cease to exist. Now, for the ego, that's terrifying because it ceases to exist. But for the spirit, that's bliss. That's like, oh, I'm going home finally. That's such a nice feeling, not to have to do this insane life to try and figure this out and find our way through the maze of this complexity that the ego is woven. You know what? Tangled. Geez, look at the tangled webs we've woven when we practice to deceive ourselves.
Mm.
To just be done with all of that and say, oh, thank God, I'm free. All this complexity and all the games and the need to try and now find my way out of this insanity. Oh, so that's just liberation. I can just rest in my pure formless awareness of perfect love that I really am for all eternity and be free forever. Ah, I mean, if that doesn't bring bliss into your mind, nothing will. And the ego quakes and goes, oh my God, that's the end of me. It's like, yes, it is the end of you. You're right. Thank God. Good riddance. Gone forever out of the mind, because it has no place in your holy mind. There's no place in your holy aware mind. That's what he's saying. And you can't compromise on that approach. And there's people who say, oh, well, I believe in the alternative school of non-duality. I mean, what a load of nonsense. How can there be an alternative school of oneness? You see the complete ridiculous nature of that argument. Oneness is oneness is oneness. There's no alternative to oneness. So if you believe in the alternative school of non-duality, you're actually believing in duality. It's not the alternative school of non-duality at all. It's not duality. It's not non-duality at all. It's become duality. You see? I had quite a spirited debate once with some guy. It's like, no, I'm the alternative school of non-duality. So we believe in the illusion and the truth. I'm like, okay, how does that work then? Because they contradict each other, they deny each other. So how do you believe in both? No, it's possible. Really? You can only believe it's possible by dissociation, which is just another ego device. By not seeing that they're completely paradoxical, they're completely contradictory, and you can't believe in both of them. And that's what he's asking us to see, through this mind training, saying just see it for what it is. You cannot believe in perfect oneness and also believe that you're separate from oneness. It's not possible. They are mutually exclusive beliefs. It's perfect logic, isn't it? You're like, yeah, well, actually, how can you? How can you be perfectly one and then also separate? See, they don't reconcile at all. So Yeshua was the first person who really saw that. He worked out this logic and he went, okay, well then, if that's true, the logic must be that God, this pure formless awareness of perfect love, did not create the world. It had nothing to do with us. This must all be illusion. So God had nothing to do with the illusion, and it's all unreal. And I just have to perceive it correctly to be free. And that's what the Holy Spirit does, perceives it correctly. Okay, so forgiveness is unknown in heaven. You want to read that, Susie?
Forgiveness is unknown in heaven, where the need...
Letting go.
Oh yes. Letting go is unknown in heaven.
And heaven is the?
Pure awareness of perfect love.
It's the state, we call it the state of pure formless awareness. I mean, it's all pointing to the same thing. But heaven's actually being in that state.
Come on, John, I know you're passionate, but we've been here nearly 10 hours now. So my words are going to be...
We're nearly finished. Look, we've got 2 paragraphs to go.
No, it's brilliant.
In fact, we've got 1 paragraph or 2 paragraphs to go. So then we're nearly done. Okay, so let's finish it.
So, we can do it. I know we can do it. I know I'm missing words, that's all. Where the need for it would be inconceivable. However, in this world, letting go is a necessary correction for all the mistakes that we have made. To offer letting go.
Yeah, so let's
Is
change that. You don't need to say to offer letting go, just need to say to let go.
To let go.
Yeah.
Is the only way for us to have it. For it reflects the law of, is it state form? Is it state? The law of heaven?
The law of heaven, yeah. The law of pure formless awareness.
The law of pure formless awareness of.
Sometimes, the law of the state of pure formless awareness is a bit clumsy, isn't it? So you've got to just change it a bit. The law of pure formless awareness.
That
Anyway,
give it only way for us to have it all, for it reflects the law of pure formless awareness, that giving and receiving are the same. Pure formless awareness is the natural state of all the sons of God, extensions of, is it?
He even calls it a state.
Oh, the natural
heaven is the natural state. So the state of pure formless awareness is the natural state of all the sons of God. Mistake. I just want to make that an it. So he says to let go is the only way for us to have it. I think he's referring to heaven. The state of pure formless awareness. So that needs to be capitalized because it's referring to the capitalized. So sometimes I make mistakes with the capitalization, which I can understand. You imagine editing this. I mean, we kind of doing it, but it's detailed work, isn't it? It's like, okay, very easy to miss a capitalization or something like that as we go. So,
of all
the natural state of all the
extension of all the extensions of pure awareness of perfect love.
Yeah. So you wouldn't say extensions of pure formless awareness of perfect love because it's too clumsy. Because then you got two odds, so it needs to kind of flow. So then we just shorten it to perfect love. As
it created them.
Yeah, created is.
Created.
Extends.
Extends.
Because it never really, if it's eternal, there was never a moment of creation, was there? It wasn't like, oh, suddenly you came into being if you're eternal, you see.
Yeah.
Always been. It just extends us always, forever. Eternal means there's no creation. It's just, so we change the language. Creation just becomes extension. And creation in the being sense is your beingness. It's a state of being in the state of pure formless awareness.
Right. Such is their reality forever.
We'll make that reality capital.
It has not changed because it has been forgotten. I've read a great paragraph, but I don't know what it was about now. That's how tired I'm getting now. But I'm not really tired.
No, you're not really tired. It's just the ego. So what has he said there in summary? So letting go is unknown in heaven, in the state of pure formless awareness, because there's no need to let go of anything if you're in the state of pure formless awareness. Obviously, you're already there. Why would you want to let go of what's true? Where the need for it would be inconceivable.
It's all about remembering, isn't it? And that giving and receiving are the same. State of pure formless awareness. It's really good, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you see, this is the text. This is like the text to be studying. You study the text, it gives you a depth of understanding that you won't get if you just do the workbook. Which is why you need to do it, completely. So this year, because it's not sustainable to do 2 sessions a day for most people for the whole year, we're going to focus on the text in the daily live sessions.
Mm.
We're going to get the text done, and then the workbook, I'm going to send you the recordings, breath breaks, and there's all the recordings from last year, so you can listen to those sessions if you want to dive into that. So we'll do the text this year, and then the following year we'll switch back to the workbook and just build content as we go. So there'll be ultimately recordings of every lesson and every section of the text and every section of the manual for teachers, and you can do a deep dive and you can listen to a discussion on each one.
So tomorrow, what will you be doing at 12 o'clock, 12:30? Is it a power hour?
12:30.
Is it a power
Yeah, so
hour?
we'll start with the power hour, so you can just do the hour, but we'll continue if necessary. There's some teaching on the course manual. We're going into some of that, and then in the evening we do the text, section 1 of chapter 1, the text, Principles of Miracles.
Right.
Yeah, which might be quite a long one actually. There's 50 principles, but yeah. So the sessions just depends on how long the actual text is that we got to cover in the evenings, and then in the afternoons we only started in the workbook next week, just to kind of give you a bit of space to absorb some of the other material.
Right.
Yeah. So join us if you join at 12:30. You just do a power hour and then go if you need to, or you can stay for.
All right. Where are we now?
So we've just finished that paragraph, which to summarize. Do you want to summarize that? That letting go. I'll summarize it. So letting go is a necessary.
I
correction.
nearly said letting go is a done deal, but that was the other paragraph, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, letting go is the means for the
yes.
done deal to be done.
Right.
So,
Okay.
we still, if it was a done deal, we didn't have to do anything. We wouldn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
But letting go is the means. It's the bridge that gets us to the other side of the done deal.
Yeah.
So, but if you keep letting go in this way that he's teaching us, that's what he's saying. If you can follow my direction and you can let go in this radical way that I'm teaching you through this course, then it's a done deal. You will awaken from because it cannot sustain against this systematic, progressive, disciplined process of letting go of all of your false beliefs. Because it's the false belief that you're letting go of in all of its ways, shapes, and forms. And then he's saying, this letting go will connect us with our natural state. We realize that giving and receiving are the same. So as we give pure formless awareness, we receive it. It's the same awareness, giving and receiving to itself. And such is our reality forever. And it has not changed because it has been forgotten. Still remains as it always was, as it always will be. Okay, and then I think this is the last paragraph. Hallelujah for that. Even I'm getting a bit tired. It's unusual. What are we? 10 hours. Nearly 10 hours. With a 5-minute break.
It's past midnight.
Yeah, I know. Eleanor, I'm impressed. Well done.
I'm impressed because we've had no power outage.
No power cuts. Yeah, well, that's amazing. Obviously, by divine design. Once had a miracle with the power cut where some lady was like, "There's no way I'm getting on because there's I've got a I think she actually had a power outage in her area." And I just said, well, you never know. I think just give it to spirit, and I kind of did a little correction, and then she said it was miraculous. The power came on for like half an hour for the time of the meditation at 6 o'clock, so that she could do it, and then it went out again. How do you explain that? She said, I'm blown away. I just can't believe it. So you can start playing, these kinds of things can start happening in the dream to show you that it's possible. There is no order of difficulty in miracles.
Hmm.
That even applies to ACIM. They are not beyond the miracle. There are a lot of miracles necessary at ACIM, that's for sure.
Should we send ACIM to a letting go course, the art of letting go? Mm.
No, that was going to produce power. We don't really need it. We can just all live in darkness. It's fine. We'll go back to living by candlelight. And
oh, can you imagine?
I burn candles
there would be
every
something
day.
to be said for it. It would be a quieter, simpler life, wouldn't it? No electricity means none of these. So much would just change. So it would be a simpler life. But well, it seems like South Africa's heading there. So maybe it'll become the spiritual mecca. It'll be like, okay, there's no power there, so we can everyone can just kind of chill out in powerless bliss and go to sleep at 7 p.m. when it gets dark. Something to be said for it, for sure. Okay, so I mean, there's even a positive interpretation of that. The power outages give you a chance for stillness and quiet. And
it does actually. It's amazing how by this time normally we would have had about 4 to 5 hours of darkness during this whole period.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy about that I could stay until now.
Yeah, well, you stayed till
Although
the
it's
end.
past midnight, and I have to, we are on the last paragraph.
We are on the last paragraph. Yes. So let's finish it. Okay, do you want to do the honors, Eleanor?
Letting go. Forgiveness is the means by which we will remember. Through forgiveness, the thinking of the world is reversed. The forgiven world becomes the gate of heaven, because by its mercy, we can at last forgive ourselves.
Okay, so just pause there. Whoa, pause. I just need to do the translation. So letting go is the means by which we'll remember, and through
letting go, the thinking of the world is reversed.
Yeah,
the
so
letting
that's how
go
powerful
world.
it is.
The letting go world.
Forgiven world. So we just change that a bit. We'll call it the released or the freed world. How about the freed world?
The freed world becomes the gate of heaven. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So the gate of heaven is the
state
entry.
of being.
Well, it's the entry to the state, isn't it? Entry to the state. The entrance instead of the gate comes the gate of the state. We would say the entrance. The entrance.
Not opening, can't be opening. The entry to the states of.
Well, the entrance. The gate is an entrance, isn't it?
The entrance.
Yeah. Entrance to the state of
pure love.
Yeah, formless awareness. So it's the entry point to the state.
Yeah.
When we can perceive the world as freed, our perception leads to this state. So you look at the Holy Trinity again. Our Christ vision, our true perception of the world, instead of as the damned, condemned world, we see it as the freed world. Our mind is free. We still connected with our true awareness. This becomes the entry point to the state of pure formless awareness, which transcends it, which is above even the Christ. It's just a state in which there's nothing else required. There's actually no self-concept in that state. It's just a pure state. So that's why in the Buddhist teaching they say there's no self, because it's just this perfect state of being.
State of being, yeah.
State of being. There's no self concept in there.
State of existence.
The reason why Yeshua's given us the Christ, or the higher self, is because that's very useful in reinterpreting the dream world. You know, what if you're just in the state of pure formless awareness, what's going to reinterpret the dream world for you?
Yeah, it's like having one foot in heaven and one foot on earth, or in the dream world.
So it's a bridge. You know, the Christ self is the bridge.
Yeah, correct.
Between the worlds, and we need a bridge to get back. So the Holy Trinity, that's the true meaning of the Holy Trinity. It's a bridge. It's an operating system for your mind while you're in the illusion, to get you out of the illusion back to God, being the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's not ultimately true. See, that's why people get confused. They try and go, okay, well, there's oneness, but then there's also the Trinity, which seems to be three, not one. So how do we reconcile that? Well, in ultimate reality, you don't reconcile it. There is no Christ and there is no Holy Spirit in perfect oneness. There's only this state of pure formless awareness of perfect love, a pure experience of being what you are. That's it, nothing else. You don't need the Christ to translate now your experiences of this world into another language and perceive it differently, because that's all done. Perception is pure formless awareness. So you see why the perception becomes the bridge. Correct perception becomes the way out, the way back to the state of pure formless awareness. So we need to perceive correctly. That's why it's a course in correcting our perception. Miracles are the correction in perception. See that?
Yeah. Yep. And then, because by its mercy, we can at last forgive, let go. Because by its grace, because by its love.
Yeah, mercy by its. So let's just translate this. The last let go of our separate self concept. By its mercy, and at last let go of our separate self concept. Okay, so that's by its mercy, by its. I think grace would be a nice interpretation, don't you think?
I love the word grace. It's so.
Yeah, by its grace.
It's so.
It's like, it's given to us. Grace is the idea that it's given to us freely. There's no.
In other words, it hasn't just fallen into your lap. You've done the work, the inner work. Grace,
you've done the work, but by its grace, we can at last let go. So eventually God takes the final step, and there's kind of a moment of grace, and it's given to you. Because otherwise it might seem to be forever unattainable, So there's more to let go, more to let go.
Yeah, correct.
So he says, well, God takes the final step. So this awareness becomes your awareness at some point. And you just merge back into that state of pure formless awareness. And that's grace. That's grace. And last let go of separate self-concept. So holding no one prisoner.
to guilt, we become free. That's
Uh,
straightforward.
Let's change that. We'll just say we become free.
Yes, through the grace we become free, really.
Free when we hold no one prisoner to guilt. So you hold someone a prisoner to guilt when we blame them. So maybe we want to say,
It's like, how do you hold someone prisoner to guilt is when you're not letting go?
well, you accuse them. That's what you do. You accuse by accusing and blaming. That's what you do. That's holding them a prisoner to guilt. So let's put that in. It's not actually a direct translation, but it's quite explanatory, isn't it? Accusation, blame, and complaint. Die to the ego. So
Okay,
acknowledging Christ.
Acknowledging our true selves.
Acknowledging the true self. So it's one self, you see,
Yeah,
in all our
oneself.
brothers, and we change that to
Namak-
companions, because if you
the
haven't
Namaste.
noticed, it's kind of interesting that he uses the masculine, because most people doing this work are women. I was the only man on the call today. Did you notice? So I think translation might be appropriate. We recognize. See, John was going to join us. He didn't. So we have one other man who's doing this course. But the majority are women, because women seem to be more open to this.
This is a beautiful sentence, the namaste, meaning.
Yeah. Acknowledging the true self and all our companions. We recognize its presence in ourselves. Yeah, exactly. So that's the namaste greeting. Yeah.
Yes. Which is the same as saying in South Africa,
I see from myself, I see your true.
Yeah, Tukozani.
Okay. Getting all our misperceptions.
Getting all our misperceptions, letting go of all our misperceptions. And with nothing from the past to hold us back.
Forgetting, yeah, good. I think let's leave forgetting, because that's what we got to do. We got to forget them. And nothing from the past to hold us back. We can remember God.
Beyond this, learning cannot go. Really, that is so straightforward, beautifully straightforward.
Yeah, beyond this, learning cannot go. Let's just say learning cannot go beyond this. Simpler. So sometimes he does this sentence structures backwards. Learning cannot go.
So when you are ready, God himself will take the final step in a return to him. Beautiful ending.
Your formless awareness of perfect love. Itself, return to it. So he's saying to us, get yourself ready, do the work by correcting. You see, this is the meaning of the Holy Trinity. Do the work of perceiving correctly all of the people, things, places, events, circumstances, situations, traumas, successes, failures in your life. Correct all of that, change your mind from the perspective of the true self, the one self. See that self everywhere. And then this awareness will arise in and of itself. God takes the final step, means this awareness just becomes your awareness, and you just kind of will merge into it. And the need for perception and the Holy Spirit and the Christ self just disappear in that awareness. It's all undone, and you go back into this your formless awareness of perfect love. And so that's very comforting. So, okay, don't worry about that. God will take the final step. Just follow my instructions and learn to correct your perceptions by letting go, by following this course, and then you will inevitably awaken to this, and this awareness will be given to you by grace, because it's your true nature. So he's really saying here that letting go is it. Letting go of forgiveness is the means for your freedom, your awakening, or returning your mind back into the state of your formless awareness of perfect love, which is what you truly desire. That's what your heart yearns for. We all want to know this again. And letting go is the means that you will know it again. And it's a done deal. You will come to know this if you keep letting go. So he's given us a foolproof way, saying this is the way. It's the only way it's going to work. You just have to follow it diligently without making exceptions. And that's the temptation, is to start making exceptions. So, I can't do it in this instance because the ego's got some sort.
Yeah.
Okay, so any final thoughts? Comments, questions, thoughts?
I think it's been quite on this last paragraph, on the evening. The last paragraph.
Yeah, on the you can
I
the
think
last
the last
paragraph and on the
paragraph
whole
sums
session. Yeah.
sums up the whole evening for me in terms of the letting go and the importance of letting go, how it reverses the ego mind that's based on separation and resistance. The power of letting go, really.
Yeah, it's a good ending. And when we are ready, we'll take the final step.
Yes.
So he's saying, that will happen when you're ready. But in the meantime, there's work to do because you're not ready yet. Otherwise, it would have already happened. So the work is in letting go. And that's what we're studying. That's why it's the art of letting go. To learn that and master that. So you become really good at one thing, and it's the one thing the ego doesn't want you to learn. It's going to do everything to distract you. So no, learn something else, do something else. But actually, this is the one thing that's going to work to get you out of the dream. So it's the one thing the ego will resist with all its might. But the thing is, it can't sustain, because no matter what it does, it can project what it likes in the dream and create all the drama it likes. You always have the choice to let it go, don't you?
Yes.
So it can't continue in the face of that choice. If you exercise your power of choice correctly and you choose to let it go, it doesn't matter what it throws at you and what it does, you can always let it go. It has no ultimate answer to it, which means that it will be undone, which is why it's a done deal.
What stands out to me as well is that letting go also affects others, what's referred to as our brothers, when we think of namaste, yeah, that's
well, ultimately what's happening from a collective perspective is that the entire mind is awakening to itself. The mind's gone to sleep, believing in that it's fragmented and it's billions of different separate selves, but actually that's not true. The mind is really one self, one awareness. So it's the process of the mind awakening to that awareness of truth.
You
It
would look
seems
at your
to
body
happen.
differently.
Individuals awakening. It's actually the collective mind awakening to itself. It happens, individual by individual. And that is the ultimate purpose of the universe, that everything will awaken to its true self, its true nature as perfect oneness, and return to that awareness and cease to be form. And that's the ultimate purpose behind the whole dream. It's the single purpose that every living thing shares, is to awaken to its true nature. That's why in human context we have the hero's journey, because Joseph Campbell saw that, it's our only purpose is to go through the journey and awaken to who we really are. It's the universal archetype. So, say the hero's journey is well and truly begun for you. Welcome to the journey. And tonight was just crossing the thresholds, like the introduction into the new world. It's going to unfold before you. So, yeah, it gets better. This is just the start of the 6 weeks. Just keep showing up. The Sunday sessions might be as long as this, but generally they're going to be shorter in the week. So.
But next week you're going to be later, aren't you? Did you say about 5 o'clock?
Yeah, next week. Sally's got a transformation game she wanted to play, so
yeah,
we'll make it 5 o'clock, and shouldn't be longer than. Yeah, so it shouldn't be longer than about, because we don't have this massive introduction to cover. It should be like maybe 3 hours. It should be done by 8 or 10 your time next Sunday. But yeah, join us tomorrow at 12:30 if you can, or
on the same Zoom, the same Zoom.
Yeah, it's always the same link, same login. So, and I send it out on every email. You're not getting my emails for some reason.
I'll check this evening, and I'll check tomorrow.
Certainly, it should be there somewhere. But
right.
if you follow the instructions in the whitelist documents, you can list it. Create a filter basically in Gmail, and you create a filter that tells it to put it into your primary inbox. But I'll help you if you join tomorrow a bit earlier. Can you make it at say 2:20. Eleanor?
Past 2. Did you say past? It's
20
12?
past 2. Yeah, because we're starting at 2:30 your time. So if you join at 20 past 2, I'll just talk you through it.
All right. Let me check.
And just share your screen with me, and I'll show you how to do it in Gmail. It'll take 5 minutes. Okay. So let me know if you want to join. Yeah.
Okay.
Send me a
Thanks
message.
a lot, then, Jono.
Yeah. Okay. So let's. Shall we just end it with a little 2-minute prayer? Just close it out. So just close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in, and just give thanks for this session, for the truth that's been revealed to you, for the insights, the miracles, mighty companions who journeyed with us. Sessions are coming together of minds that are intent on one single purpose, one common purpose, to awaken to who we really are. It's beautiful to be part of that energy. We give thanks to Holy Spirit for guiding the session. Just in remembrance of our perfect love, give thanks to Yeshua, Christ, who shows us the way, teaching us through this profound teaching how to awaken to the dream and become as he is in truth. Christ, the one self we share. And so we honor all of it in the giving gratitude we receive it, and we know that we are blessed by it. So carry this blessing with you this evening, rest of the evening, and on into tomorrow, to your week. So it is said, and so it is done. And open your eyes and continue on with your evening, which probably means you're going to bed. So
Yes.
yeah, namaste.
Thank you so much.
Namaste. Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
very much. Thanks.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Right. Bye.
Thanks for joining. Bye. So thanks everyone for joining. Great session. Hope you enjoyed that. And I look forward to the next one, 12:30 UK time. So 1:30 Central European time, 2:30 SA time in the Zoom room. Hope to catch you then tomorrow. Sleep well. Namaste.